The world's strength suddenly decreased by 100 times. Those who could easily carry bricks were now considered strong, they were called giants. Those who could carry a dog became subjects of government protection. Even those who could chase wild chickens were now called hero killers. However, my strength remained the same as it was before, it didn't decrease at all. At that moment, I suddenly woke up and got smacked on the head by the foreman, who scolded me for sleeping on my first day of work. Guys, if you enjoy the stories and want more, make sure to like and leave a comment. It really helps support the channel and brings you more new videos. Thank you. Now, let's continue. Nearly 100 construction workers were working tirelessly. The foreman, like a god holding power over life and death, was patrolling the site back and forth. Soon, the foreman frowned and shouted loudly. Yeringchan. Sleeping during work hours? Can you even handle this job? If not, get the hell out. Yixingchen suddenly woke up from his sleep and rubbed his ears hard. Lazy bum. The foreman glared fiercely at Yixingchen. I only let you stay yesterday because I felt sorry for you. And now? Sleeping on your first day of work? This is how you repay me. I'm sorry, foreman, I won't do it again. Yixingchen shrank his neck and quickly rushed to the cement pile to start carrying. Ha ha ha. The nearby workers, seeing Yixingchen's sorry state, couldn't help but stop their work, gather around, and burst into laughter. The foreman snorted coldly. I've said this before, we're a team. Our team needs tigers to guard the mountain, eagles with foresight, agile leopards, loyal dogs, and hardworking oxen. We absolutely don't need freeloaders, troublemakers, or rotten apples. He gave Yixingchen a cold glance and continued, you all know that Xia Nation's construction companies are all about Xia efficiency. But look at you guys, sluggish, no work ethic at all. The Sakura construction company next door started their project 2 weeks after us, and now their building is nearly finished. Aren't you ashamed? If we delay the deadline and President Qin blames us, none of us will be able to handle it. Yixingchen looked at the foreman ranting like a machine gun and felt frustrated. Sure, falling asleep was his fault, but did he really need to scold everyone? Now the whole crew would blame him, right? He'd just become public enemy #1 on the site. Sure enough, after the foreman's scolding, everyone glared at Yixingchen with resentment, as if they were ready to beat him up. Let me make it clear, want to slack off? Fine. Whoever can carry this bag of cement up to the 3rd floor gets to rest and still gets paid. The foreman pointed to a bag of cement not far away. Yixingchen was about to go lift it when he glanced at the packaging after hearing the foreman's words. The label, 55 pounds, stood out clearly. Yixingchen instinctively rubbed his eyes and froze. Did he see that right? 55 pounds? What the hell? Are they sure it's 55 pounds and not 55 tons? Yixingchen looked at the foreman, confused, and pointed to the bag. Foreman, are you sure it's this bag of cement, not that whole truckload? Since when did our job get so easy? As soon as he finished, the workers nearby burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, did this guy damage his brain while sleeping? 55 pounds. Carrying that up to the 3rd floor, even someone super strong would need a full day. Even the foreman was amused. He casually took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then pointed beside the bag. Kid, are you still dreaming? Think it's easy? Fine, let me be clear, if you can carry this tray of cement up to the 3rd floor in one go, you can go home today, get paid, and take the day off. How's that? Yixingchen glanced, it was a paper tray holding about 12 pounds of cement. That's it? Yixingchen was dumbfounded. Don't just talk, pick it up already. If he could pick it up, he would have done it instead of standing there talking. Several workers chimed in, mocking him. Yixingchen frowned, sensing something fishy. Could the foreman be trying to fire him but couldn't find a good excuse, so he made this one up? Thinking of that, Yixingchen sincerely bowed and apologized. Foreman, you're joking with me, right? I know sleeping during work was wrong. I don't even know why I fell asleep, it just happened. I promise it won't happen again. Please don't fire me. I really need this job to make money. Joking? Who the hell has time to joke with you? The foreman snorted again. But, come to think of it, that tray weighs at least 12 pounds. You lifting that? Impossible. Since you can't do it, get back to work. How insulting. Yixingchen muttered and got ready to continue working. What did you say? Insulting? The foreman grew furious and walked up slowly to Yixingchen. You brat, if you've got guts, lift this tray of cement. Fine, I'll lift it. Yixingchen was pissed. 12 pounds? That's just humiliating. If they want to fire him, so be it. He'd find another job. If they don't want me here, someone else will. Yixingchen clenched his teeth, reached out his right hand, and held the tray of cement in his palm. All right? So are you firing me or not? Go ahead, whatever. No one replied. The whole site went silent. Everyone was stunned, even the cigarette fell from the foreman's mouth. Several minutes later, the site exploded like a pot of boiling water. Holy crap! This guy lifted 12 pounds of cement with one hand. Did I see that right? 12 pounds, and he lifted it. That's more strength than a weightlifter. I'd always heard of strong men, never believed it until today. Damn, scary strong. The foreman trembled, pointing at Yi Xingchen, stuttering, I can't believe it. You really lifted 12 pounds. How is that possible? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded too. Wait, are you all messing with me? Forget just this tray, even that whole 55-pound bag, I could lift that easily. So could you. What? As soon as he said that, the entire site exploded in disbelief. Impossible. That's 55 pounds of cement. Even the world's strongest man couldn't do that. Did we see it wrong just now? Or is that tray of cement hollow? Damn it, he really pulled it off this time. And he said we could lift it too? Forget 55 pounds, even lifting a tenth of that is impossible for me. Shut the hell up. All of you, shut up, the foreman roared hysterically, then looked at Yi Xingchen with a look of disbelief. What did you just say? That full bag of cement, you can lift that too? I mean the whole thing, not just the leftovers. Yi Xingchen looked at everyone as if he'd seen ghosts. What's with these expressions? It's just 55 pounds of cement. Is that really so hard? Did I run into something cursed on the way to work today? Or are they seriously messing with me? If you're all acting, then damn, you deserve Oscars and Golden Rooster awards. Foreman, guys, stop messing with me. I really get that I was wrong. I swear I'll never sleep on the job again. This joke isn't funny at all, let's just get back to work. What did he say? We're messing with him? If I had that kind of time, I'd be hanging out with girl number 9 off shift. This guy's nuts, right? So what if he's a bit stronger? What's it matter? He's still hauling cement at the same site as me. Just then, a group of people entered the site. Leading them was a young woman in a professional suit, the president of Yida Construction Company, Qin Yanran. President Qin, damn, these people aren't working and are just standing around? I'll go scold them. No need, Qin Yanran shook her head. Let's see what they're doing. So, her group quietly walked over to watch. The foreman clearly hadn't recovered from the shock and didn't even notice that Qin Yanran's group had joined in. A small bead of sweat rolled down the foreman's forehead. You, try lifting that full bag of cement. Fine, I'll lift it. But you better not fire me. If you can lift it, why the hell would I fire you? Hurry up. The foreman was both angry and excited, sensing he might be witnessing something miraculous. All right, I'll play along. Yi Xingchen sighed helplessly and walked up to the bag of cement on the ground. Yi Xingchen had done hard labor for years. A 55-pound bag of cement was nothing to him. And so, under the stunned, and maybe even terrified, eyes of the crowd, he picked up the bag of cement. Holy crap! He really picked it up. No way. That's a full 55-pound bag of cement. Am I dreaming? This is insane. Back in history, they said Xiangyu of Western Chu could carry a cauldron. I used to think that was a myth, but this guy's even scarier than Xiangyu. Mother of God. The foreman was dumbfounded. That's a whole bag of cement. If we had this guy lifting cement all out, he'd be worth dozens, maybe 100, of my workers. With him here, what project couldn't we finish ahead of schedule? Think of all the money we'd save, we're gonna be rich? Is this supposed to be hard? Yi Xingchen suddenly felt awkward, instinctively wrapping his right arm around the bag and scratching the back of his head with his left hand. Yi Xingchen didn't know why, but he kept feeling like these people were treating him like a fool. Holy crap. One hand. What the fuck is this? What kind of monster is this guy? I remember the world record for weightlifting in the Guinness Book is barely over 4 pounds, right? And this guy actually lifted 55 pounds with one hand. Some people are just too damn strong. I'm done. I'm out of here, goodbye. Seeing Yi Xingchen lift a full bag of cement with one hand, the whole site exploded again. Even Qin Yanran, watching nearby, was visibly shocked. She had heard there were hidden talents on construction sites, but she never expected to see someone this unreal. Lifting 55 pounds of cement by hand, without using any advanced exoskeleton tech? Who had ever heard of something so unbelievable? Only now did Yi Xingchen realize something wasn't right. Weren't there tall buildings all around before? Why were they all just short buildings now? The tallest was only 4 stories. Weren't these workers all carrying cement bags before? Why were they all now carrying tiny paper trays? Were they really that fragile? Their expressions didn't look like they were joking. They looked serious. And that guy inside a mech suit like something from Avatar, was that real? Was he moving bricks in that thing? Moving bricks had gone full high-tech now? What the hell is going on? Was the world just crazy now? Why did everything look so familiar, yet so strange? President Qin. Ah, it's President Qin. Hurry up, get back to work. Just as Yi Xingchen was questioning reality, the workers finally noticed Qin Yanran and quickly rushed to carry cement again with their little trays. President Qin? Yi Xingchen looked blankly at her. He'd seen Qin Yanran on TV more than once. Whether it was her prestigious family, her angelic face, or her devilish figure, she was goddess level, no doubt. What's your name? Qin Yanran walked over to Yi Xingchen with interest. Breath like orchids, this phrase must have been made for someone like her, Yi Xingchen thought. My name is Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, right? Qin Yanran nodded slightly. Can you do me a favor? I? Yi Xingchen stammered, unable to speak. Normally, he wouldn't hesitate to say yes. After all, Qin Yanran was the big boss. If the boss asked, and the money was right, and it wasn't illegal, he'd do anything. But right now, he still hadn't wrapped his head around what was happening. He was totally out of it. Don't rush to say no, Qin Yanran smiled again. If you help me with this, I'll give you a new job, at the headquarters of Yida Construction. And even if you can't help, I'll still give you a generous reward for your effort. How about that? Can I ask what kind of favor it is first? Yi Xingchen was cautious. If they were taking him to a lab for experiments, he was screwed. Heh. It's simple. The site next door belongs to the Sakura Construction Company from Toyo. They've been provoking us and messing with our workers' morale. I want you to help me teach them a lesson. Deal. As soon as Qin Yanran finished speaking, Yi Xingchen nodded without hesitation. Taking on outsiders? No need to think twice, anyone from Xia Nation would do it without question. Ha. You guys are all useless. Pathetic weaklings, every single one of you. From far away, Yi Xingchen, walking behind Qin Yanran, heard barking voices. He frowned slightly, sensing that something serious was about to happen. There, you heard that too, right? Just listen to how foul-mouthed they are. We need to put them in their place. Qin Yanran lifted her eyes, clearly unhappy. President Qin is here. President Qin is here. President Qin, thank goodness you came. You don't know how annoying those guys have been, shouting all the time, making it impossible for our team to work. And that one guy is ridiculously strong, none of us can beat him. It's been so frustrating. Seeing that Qin Yanran had brought people, the workers from Yida Company started complaining loudly. Don't worry, Uncle Huang, didn't I just bring someone to deal with that arrogant guy? Qin Yanran quickly reassured them and pointed behind her at Yi Xingchen. Him? Uncle Huang followed her gesture to Yi Xingchen, then looked at the loud guy from the other team. His expression turned strange. No way, that kid? Look at him, skinny, sure, he doesn't have a beer belly, but he doesn't exactly look like someone who could take on that muscle-bound brute. Yeah, they say even our strongest guy, Meng, lost to him. And now President Qin brings this bookish-looking kid? Do we have no one else left? You don't get it. This is President Qin's strategy, it's a distraction. This guy will go up, definitely lose, and the other side will mock him. The kid, being young and hot-headed, will argue back. They'll be shouting at each other all day, and even that guy won't be able to keep it up forever. Then we can finally work in peace. That's actually pretty smart. Qin Yanran frowned slightly. Uncle Huang, don't underestimate him. I just saw it myself, he lifted a 55-pound bag of cement with one hand. Heh. Uncle Huang clearly didn't believe it and chuckled. Oh, look at that. Pretty lady. Is your company so short on people that you had to send a flower girl? What's this? You gonna take me on? If you lose, you're spending the night with me. Ha. The workers from the Sakura construction team burst out laughing at just the right moment. Outrageous. Damn it. If only we weren't weaker than that guy, we wouldn't have to put up with this. Qin Yanran, clearly a composed and accomplished woman, just curled her lips in disdain at their crude words. With you? Try beating one of my employees first. With that, Qin Yanran gave Yi Xingchen a signal. Yi Xingchen stepped forward, now standing at the front of the group. To be honest, not one of Yida's workers thought he stood a chance. But still, since he was one of them, they all cheered for him. Go get him, kid. Take him down, brother. We're with you. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked up to the loud guy. The man glanced at Yi Xingchen with open contempt, his attitude full of arrogance. My name is Nichikawa Gosaka. I'm the top strongman under Lord Komuro Ichiro. Kid, it's no shame to lose to me. After all, guys like you are just known for being weak. Yi Xingchen paused slightly. What an arrogant jerk. Yi Xingchen had heard of Komuro Ichiro before. Apparently, he was the boss of Sakura Construction Company. He understood the general situation, but couldn't these guys have more normal-sounding names? Why was it always something like Nichikawa, or Komuro something? Nichikawa Gosaka, of course, had no idea what Yi Xingchen was thinking. Seeing Yi Xingchen stay silent, he thought he'd intimidated him with his tough guy attitude and burst into loud laughter. Ahahaha. You people really are all cowards. After hearing Gosaka insult his team multiple times, even Yi Xingchen's good temper had its limits. If you want to fight, stop talking. Just say how we're doing this. Nichikawa Gosaka didn't catch the first part, but he understood the second sentence clearly. With a scornful glare, Gosaka said, "Humph. You clueless fool. You have no idea how strong I am. Let's settle this with raw strength, a true man's challenge. We'll see who can lift it faster." As he spoke, he pointed to a brick in front of them. What the hell? Yi Xingchen was stunned. He had thought it would be some kind of real strength challenge, but that brick might have looked a little big, but at most it weighed 4 or 5 pounds, right? A strongman challenge over who could lift a 4 or 5 pound brick the fastest? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was ridiculous. Humph. Gosaka seemed satisfied with Yi Xingchen's silence and confidently stood next to the brick. Watch carefully, this is what real power looks like. He crouched down, gripped the brick tightly with both hands, and then started letting out grunts like a pig being slaughtered. Ah, he-ya, hrrgh. Then, to the horrified stares of the crowd, he finally managed to lift the brick, by hand. Whoa! He actually lifted it. That brick must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. That's insane strength. This guy's something else. The Yida construction workers started shouting in disbelief. Yoshi! Unbelievable. The Sakura company employees started yelling too, like they were having some kind of high-energy moment. Heh! Gosaka threw the brick down and gave Yi Xingchen a proud look. Your turn. Seriously. Yi Xingchen stared at the brick and froze in place. Was today cursed or something? It's just a brick. Just a 4 or 5 pound brick. Come on, was all that straining really necessary? A grown man competing to lift a brick? Might as well end up on the news. 2 men seen in street brick lifting contest, later confirmed to be escapees from a psychiatric facility. Both were returned for treatment and are now in stable condition. Yi Xingchen had already come up with the headline in his head. Seeing Yi Xingchen still not moving, Gosaka laughed again, full of pride. Ahahaha. You scared now? I was right. You're all just weaklings. No strength, no guts. Not a single person in your whole company dares to challenge me. You might as well give up on competing with us for projects, go home and drink milk. Sigh. You can't really blame the guy. That thing weighs around 4 or 5 pounds. Yeah. If it were me, I probably would have lost too. Still, not even daring to try? Aren't we supposed to be strong and proud men? Are we really going to let them look down on us like this? You up, no can no BB. Not just Nichikawa Gosaka, even the workers from Yida Construction couldn't bear to watch anymore. They didn't believe Yi Xingchen could lift that brick. Yi Xingchen. What are you doing? Seeing him standing there like a statue, Qin Yanran became anxious. Right then, she couldn't help but wonder, was the foreman working with Yi Xingchen to fool her? Maybe what he lifted earlier wasn't a full bag of cement, but an empty sack? Was this now his true self exposed? Damn it, she should have touched that bag earlier. At least then she would have known for sure. At least she wouldn't have been fooled. At the very least? Qin Yanran seriously regretted it now. Yi Xingchen snapped out of it when Qin Yanran called his name. What do you want to say? Are you going to lift or not? If not, just admit defeat. Say you're too weak and I'll let it go. After all, as the saying goes, something about being generous. Ha ha ha. Nichikawa Gosaka stared at Yi Xingchen smugly. Yi Xingchen instantly frowned. You're the weak one. Your whole family is weak. I already lifted. Now it's your turn. Gosaka looked confused, not understanding Yi Xingchen's insult. Yi Xingchen glanced at the brick. I want to lift something else. Ha 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 ha. So pathetic. Just like the old stereotype. As soon as Yi Xingchen said that, the Sakura construction crowd burst into laughter. Qin Yanran couldn't help but feel deeply embarrassed. He, Nichikawa Gosaka chuckled proudly. Fine. What do you want to lift? That little tray of cement? Let me remind you, it weighs more than 2 pounds. Who said I want to lift that? Yi Xingchen shot him a look. Then what do you want to lift? An empty tray? That's only a few ounces. Is that really all you're capable of? President Qin, maybe you should just call the kid back, lifting an empty tray, even I feel embarrassed for him. If he keeps this up, he's not just shaming the company, he's making all of us look bad. Yeah, President Qin, this is too much. I'm starting to think he's a plant sent by them. The employees behind Qin Yanran started urging her to stop Yi Xingchen. Qin Yanran thought for a moment, then decided to call him back. But just as she was about to speak, she noticed Yi Xingchen was staring at a large rock not far away. It wasn't huge, but not small either, looked like it weighed about 20 to 25 pounds. Qin Yanran's heart skipped a beat. No way, was he planning to lift that rock by hand? Could what she saw earlier have been real? Could he really have lifted a 55-pound bag of cement with one hand? The thought made her hold her breath, eyes fixed on Yi Xingqian with growing anticipation. Just as she suspected, Yi Xingqian pointed with his right hand toward the big rock. A brick? That's child's play. Just talking about it is embarrassing. I'll lift that rock instead. What? Nichikawa Gosaka looked at Yi Xingqian in disbelief. This clueless guy actually said lifting a brick by hand is child's play. Ridiculous. Nichikawa Gosaka gave Yi Xingqian a scornful look. Hey, are you kidding me? Are you thinking that since you can't lift it, you'll just choose something that no one else can lift either? That way, people will only say you failed to lift a stone, not that you lost to me. You're flipping the table so no one can play. Yeving-chan snorted. Who said I'm joking? Lifting this stone is child's play for me. It's just that there's nothing better around, so I'll settle for this. Arrogant. Nichikawa Gosaka clearly didn't believe Yi Xingqian could lift a stone that looked like it weighed about 20 pounds. Are all you guys this full of talk and no ability? Oh? Yi Xingqian looked at him with amusement. And what if I lift it? If you lift it, do whatever you want. Good. If I lift it, I don't want anything else. Just shout 3 times, loud and clear, I'm a fool raised by dogs. That's all. Nichikawa Gosaka's face turned red and then pale, his features twisted. Fine. But if you can't lift it, you have to shout 3 times, I'm weak and sickly. Deal. Yi Xingqian casually walked over to the stone, smiled, and grabbed it with one hand, lifting it easily. What the? No way. One hand. Oh my god. Holy crap. That's some insane strength. Impossible. This stone must be hollow. No, it's fake. At first, the crowd was dead silent. Then came a wave of shocked exclamations. Impossible. Nichikawa Gosaka also stared at the stone in Yi Xingqian's hand in disbelief. You must have cheated. You must have swapped in a fake one. Really? Yi Xingqian casually dropped the stone to the ground. Then you try it. Fine, I'll try. Still unconvinced, Nichikawa Gosaka walked up to the stone and reached out with his right hand to lift it. Huh? He froze, it wouldn't budge. No way. He quickly added his left hand, trying to grab it with both arms. But no matter how hard he tried, the stone didn't move at all. Eventually, he was forced to face a harsh truth. The stone was real. And it weighed close to 20 pounds. 20 pounds. He couldn't even push it, let alone lift it. But, how did this guy lift it so easily just now? Was it raw strength? How? Who in the world could lift a 20-pound rock with one hand like a toy? So? Admit it? Come on, a bet's a bet. Time to own up. Urged by the workers from Yida Construction, Nichikawa Gosaka's face turned beet red. It was like he'd swallowed a cockroach. I'm a son of a bitch little bastard. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. So that's what these guys are really like? All talk, no bite. Let's see if you dare act arrogant here again. Serves you right. Strong man? Go home and shoot your cheesy romance movies instead. The employees of Yida Construction clapped and cheered, the whole scene full of celebration. Even Qin Yanran couldn't help but smile a little. Meanwhile, the Sakura team left in embarrassment, afraid to stay and get mocked further. Yi Xingqian, who had been at the center of it all, stood still with no change in expression. He had suspected these guys were putting on an act, but now it was clear, things weren't as simple as he'd thought. What had happened to this world? How could everything change so much, just because he took a nap? Was he dreaming? Or had the world actually changed? While enjoying the moment, Qin Yanran glanced at Yi Xingqian from the corner of her eye. Calm and composed, steady and reliable. Not only was he naturally strong, he also seemed dependable. And right now, since she had made enemies with the Sakura company while bidding for contracts in recent years, those guys might pull some shady tricks if they got desperate. Rumor had it the Sakura company had ties to Toyo's military. If they used that connection against her, having someone like Yi Xingqian around as protection wouldn't be a bad idea. With that thought, Qin Yanran walked up to him. President Qin. Yi Xingqian looked at her, a little nervous in front of such a stunning woman. Your current job is carrying cement on the site? Yes, President Qin. How much is your monthly salary? Yi Xingqian lowered his head awkwardly. Today was my first official day. The foreman said 300 a day. So that's less than 10,000 a month? This job's pretty rough. Would you be interested in changing jobs? Rough? Yi Xingqian looked at her strangely. If the job was just carrying 1 or 2 bags of cement a day, was there anything easier than that? Seeing his reaction, Qin Yanran was even more pleased. Hardworking and down-to-earth, an honest man. I happen to need a bodyguard. Normally, you won't need to do much, just stay around the office without disturbing other employees. When I go out, you'll accompany me and act as my driver too. 1-month trial, salary starts at 80,000. After that, if things go well, you'll get a raise. Also, I'll buy you a villa next to mine, you can live there freely as long as you're working for me. And I'll provide a car. How does that sound? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Was this real? Someone like Qin Yanran, a well-known businesswoman, probably didn't need protection from small-time criminals, right? So basically, the job was just to drive and hang around? And for that, a salary of 80,000 plus a car and a house? Give me 10 of those jobs. Pack them up. Yi Xingchen nodded rapidly like a pecking chicken. Yes. Yes. Thank you, President Qin. I'll work hard and won't let you down. Then it's settled. Be at the Yida headquarters by 8 a.m. tomorrow. I'll notify the front desk in advance, just tell them your name. Got it. Thanks, President Qin. I was just short on cash, this job came at the perfect time. In that moment, Yi Xingchen felt like tears were about to stream down his face. Short on cash? Qin Yanran lifted her brow. When I get back, I'll have someone transfer 100,000 to your account as a welcome bonus. This is the same bank card you registered at the construction site, right? Yi Xingchen couldn't even describe how he felt. This woman was on another level of rich. If only I had that kind of money, I'd do the same. Yi Xingchen quickly nodded again, thankful. Yes, yes. Thank you, President Qin. Then, see you tomorrow. Take care, President Qin. Yi Xingchen bowed slightly, looking very humble. Nowadays, money is everything. Besides, Qin Yanran had truly helped him out. Whether out of gratitude or respect, Yi Xingchen had every reason to treat her politely. Watching Qin Yanran walk away, Yi Xingchen really felt like jumping up and cheering. He had money now. Finally, he had money. He could finally pay off his dad's gambling debts. As Yi Xingchen was overwhelmed with excitement, the employees from Yida Construction gathered around him. Some congratulated him, some praised him, and others just chatted away. Wow! Kid, you really surprised us, you're strong. Yeah. That's why they say don't judge a book by its cover. You're amazing. Did you see the way those guys ran off? That was hilarious. Finally got our revenge. I doubt they'll dare mess with us again. Hey, kid, you look decent. Got a girlfriend? I have a sister, 24 years old. Whoa, stop right there. Yi Xingchen was startled. I have a girlfriend. She really loves me, and I love her too. Really? The guy who tried to set him up looked disappointed. That's a shame. I wasn't trying to push it, it's just, you seem like a great match, and my sister. My parents, man, they're brutal. This morning they told her if she doesn't find someone this year, she shouldn't bother coming home for the holidays. Sounds like your parents are pretty reasonable. Yi Xingchen gave a knowing smile. What? That's reasonable? Sure. Yi Xingchen nodded, then grinned. My dad just tells me to drop dead. Not letting you go home is nothing. All right. I'm done chatting, I'm heading home. Yi Xingchen waved goodbye to the crowd, and just then his phone buzzed with a message. He took it out and looked, an SMS from the bank. Agricultural Bank of Xia, your account ending in 3838 received a deposit of 100,000.01. Hell yes? Yi Xingchen pumped his fist in excitement and skipped off the worksite. Whoa, did you guys see that? Was his phone case metal? A metal phone case? That thing's gotta weigh half a pound or more. Half a pound might not seem like much, but, carrying a phone that heavy every day, this guy really is something else, scary stuff. The guys who'd been chatting with him stared after Yi Xingchen's back, their faces showing a strange mix of awe and fear. Dad, I'm back. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yi Xingchen had just arrived at the front door and couldn't wait to share his new job news with his father, Yi Hao. But the house was strangely quiet. No one responded to him. Huh? Where did Dad go? Yi Xingchen walked inside and looked around, his brows furrowing. Something about the house felt off, strangely odd everywhere. The door hadn't been locked, and why was it so thin now? Could that even stop a thief? Knock, knock, knock. Yi Xingchen glanced at the wardrobe, which he easily broke with a couple of knocks. Then he looked at the rice jar, maybe about 2 pounds of rice left. The water jug had less than 4 ounces of drinking water. He stood there deep in thought. Well, if it isn't Yi Hao's beloved son. Took you long enough to come back. Just then, a shady-looking guy with dyed yellow hair squeezed in from outside. Who are you? Yi Xingchen looked at him cautiously. Heh, the guy grinned. Kid, I'm one of Brother Long's men. Your old man lost everything at Brother Long's gambling den today, not even his underwear left. He owes Brother Long 200,000. Orders are, no matter what, you're paying it today. Yi Xingchen frowned. His dad had gone gambling again. 200,000? To him right now, that number was astronomical. Yi Xingchen sighed. Brother, could you give me a few days? I don't have that kind of money. Maybe I can pay part of it first? The rest, I'll pay as soon as I can, just let my dad go, and we'll work it out. The yellow-haired guy shook his head firmly, still smiling. No can do. Brother Long said if you can pay today, great. If not, then go rob a bank, but pay it. That's going too far. Yi Xingchen was furious and raised his fist to punch him in the face. But the guy didn't even flinch. He even leaned his face into Yi Xingchen's fist. Go ahead. Hit me. Right here. Brother Long said, if you lay a finger on me, he's cutting off one of your dad's fingers. In the end, Yi Xingchen came to his senses. His raised fist hung there, powerless. Big brother, you know our situation. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money right now? Even if I wanted to rob a bank, look at me, then look at what we've got at home. I don't even have the tools, let alone the skills. The yellow-haired guy had clearly expected that. He just grinned and flashed his two yellow-stained front teeth. All right, Brother Long knows you don't have the money. So he said, since you can't pay, you'll work it off. Work it off? Yi Xingchen paused, feeling uneasy. That's right. The guy nodded heavily. Brother Long runs an underground fight club. One match in the ring gets you 100,000 off your debt. Plus, he'll give you 2 more weeks to pay the other 100,000. Underground fighting. Yi Xingchen had never done it, but he'd seen plenty of movies and shows. Life and death up to fate. Even if you got beaten to death in that ring, no one would take responsibility. All you could do was regret in the afterlife that your fists weren't strong enough. If he really went to fight in the underground ring, there was no telling if he'd even make it back alive tonight. And if something happened to him, who would take care of his dad? But if he didn't do it, how could he pay back the 200,000 gambling debt? A regular guy like him couldn't possibly take on someone like Brother Long, a legendary underground gang boss. His dad would definitely be in danger. That 200,000 was really enough to crush a hero. Thinking about it, Yi Xingchen clenched his fists tightly, torn and struggling deep inside. So? Kid, made up your mind yet? Oh, I forgot to tell you, the underground fight schedule is limited each day. If you hesitate too long, you might miss your slot. Can't pay the debt? You can guess what Brother Long will do to you and your dad, right? Yi Xingchen gritted his teeth. At this moment, he made up his mind. I'll do it. But you have to keep your word. One match, 100,000 off. The other 100,000 I'll repay in 2 weeks. The yellow-haired guy didn't reply, just calmly gave an okay gesture. From start to finish, he was completely confident, like a seasoned hunter watching his prey. Yi Xingchen, no matter how he struggled, was already in his net. Soon, Yi Xingchen locked up his home and followed him to the underground fight venue. But once he got into the guy's beat-up minivan, Yi Xingchen had a new question. Hey, bro, this van of yours. What about it? The yellow-haired guy focused on starting the car, not even glancing at Yi Xingchen. Isn't this van way too flimsy? Is this one of those Toyo models? It feels like paper. As Yi Xingchen spoke, he gently tapped the passenger door with his finger. Clunk. To his horror, the passenger door fell right off. What the hell? The yellow-haired guy was stunned. He looked at the door on the ground, then at Yi Xingchen, also stunned, his face slowly turned awkward. Damn, why is this thing falling apart? I only bought it a year ago. It's a domestic model too, not some cheap Toyo crap. This is weird. Whatever, let's just use it for now. I'll switch to a Wuling next time. He didn't care, blaming it on the car's poor quality, not suspecting Yi Xingchen at all. Alright. Yi Xingchen didn't overthink it, even though everything around him felt weird. The guy started the van, driving steadily toward the underground arena. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen stared out the window with a serious look, not because of the fight ahead, but because of what he was seeing. A girl licking a tiny, thumbnail-sized ice cream cone. A guy inside a sci-fi-style robotic exoskeleton carrying a load of couches. For sanitation workers using a pencil-sized saw to cut up a fallen tree. 2 kids fencing with drinking straws, one of them even had a bruise on his arm. What the hell, is this real life, or am I dreaming? The underground fight arena. Loud, harsh cheers, neon lights in every color, all displaying the crowd's wild excitement and twisted souls. Yi Xingchen followed behind the yellow-haired guy into the venue. At that moment, 2 fighters were engaged in an intense brawl. They exchanged blows, faces and bodies covered with bruises. One man was bleeding a bit from his mouth, clearly losing. To Yi Xingchen, just an amateur, the fight seemed almost like play. Punches were so slow. I could dodge these when I was 4 years old. And why does everyone walk so slowly today? At the pace a toddler just learning to walk. These punches felt soft. Can they really bruise or make someone cough up blood? Are those bruises really from punches, or from falling down? Is this an underground boxing ring, or a low-budget movie set? Eventually, under Yi Xingqian's stunned gaze, the man who was behind took a single punch KO and collapsed, possibly dead. The referee walked slowly over, confirmed it, then nodded to the ring announcer. The announcer, holding a toothpick-sized microphone, walked out calmly. I announce the winner of this match is National Boxing Champ Max Guess. Oh, Max Guess. Max Guess. The excited crowd started chanting the name of the winner. Clearly most had bet on Max Guess to win. The yellow-haired guy patted Yi Xingqian softly on the shoulder. Kid, next match is you. Get ready. You guys take him to prepare. He's facing Champ Park Kukchang next. Yi Xingqian blinked. Boxing champion Park Kukchang? That name alone sounded experienced and powerful. Got it. None of the yellow-haired guy's men believed Yi Xingqian could win. They looked at him with dead eyes, as though watching someone doomed. Come on in with me. They entered the backstage area. Several gloves, looking cheaply made, were laid out before Yi Xingqian. Pick any. Doesn't matter, same outcome either way. You're all gonna die anyway. Yi Xingqian looked at the yellow-haired guy's underling in confusion, feeling a chill run down his spine. Want an energy drink? I can pour you 2 or 3 milliliters. 2 or 3 milliliters? Then? I'll pass. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but frown. That's barely enough to wet your tongue. This underground ring is harsh. You're right, the underling replied with pity. At death's door, nothing's worth it. Ready yet? Park Kukchang's coming any moment. We can't keep him waiting. All right, I'm coming. A few big guys whispered to each other, and clueless Yi Xingqian, who didn't even understand the rules, was pushed into the ring. At that moment, the announcer introduced him. Now entering, never mind the name. Coming up, he challenges Champ Park Kukchang. Let's give him a cheer. Throw him out. Who is that? Going to fight Park Kukchang in illegal boxing? Aren't they just asking to die? Park Kukchang? Dude, I've only seen a few matches here, never heard that name. Who is he? You don't know Champ Park Kukchang? Haven't you heard of Champ AY? What? Champ AY? The same AY who held the world title multiple times. Yes. That's him. Legend says Champ AY once killed a chicken with a single punch. That level of power, just hearing about it is terrifying. But what does that have to do with Park? That's where you're clueless. Rumor has it Park fought Champ AY, and AY only barely won on points. Holy crap. Then Park must be insanely strong. So what are you waiting for? Bet on Park. I'm placing a 10,000 bet. I'm in too. I'll bet 10,000. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Yi Xingqian felt like he'd entered a madhouse. Next up, challenger Park Kukchang. With cheers and support staff pressing forward, a man under 5 feet tall stepped into the ring. Yi Xingqian nearly dropped his jaw. Park was shorter than his own shoulders. Shorter height helps boxers control balance and protect vital points, that part Yi Xingqian understood. But a boxer under 5 feet tall looked almost comical. Damn, Park glanced at Yi Xingqian and snorted coldly. Kid, before you beg to surrender, I'm going to knock you out in one punch. Yi Xingqian was speechless. First, both sides do the salute. That means touching gloved right fists together. Yi Xingqian, being straightforward, extended his right fist for the salute. But what Park did next left Yi Xingqian bewildered and frozen. Park slowly extended his right fist, but then changed its path. Instead of a bump, he gently tapped the back of Yi Xingqian's glove. What was that? He just patted my hand? Why did he do that? Is he teasing me? For a moment, Yi Xingqian thought maybe Park's experience extended to relationships with men? That thought made him shrink his fist, goosebumps rising all over. Ha ha ha. Park laughed confidently, revealing blackened teeth. Wow. Park just gave him a warning tap disguised as a salute. What a power move. So terrifying. No wonder he can go toe-to-toe with Champ AY. That single tap hurt him that much. That probably means the kid's done for. Good thing I bet 10,000 on Park. Wait, his odds are 1.05 to 1? That's nuts, I'll only make 500 if he wins. Well, then I'll bet 1,000 on this guy. Man, if you've got spare cash, donate it to me. Ding ding ding. As the referee tapped the bell at ringside, the intense fight between Yi Xingqian and Park Kukchang officially began. Park shifted his stance, fists one forward and one back, constantly taunting Yi Xingqian. Kid, come on. Damn, look at your weak stance, you must be a rookie. You think you have the skill to match me, Park Kukchang? Want me to hold back 3 punches for you? Yi Xingqian blinked and glanced at his own right fist. No one knew how weak he was better than himself. He was the one who used to get bullied in school, not someone who could beat ordinary people, let alone a pro boxer. Just then, Yellowhair's words echoed in his mind. If you fight one underground match, you get 100,000 off your debt. Maybe Yellowhair didn't say he had to win, just participate? Meaning, as long as he took part? What if Park threw a real punch and Yi Xingchen just raised his hands in surrender? Would Yellow Hair break his promise? He couldn't be blamed. After all, Yi Xingchen was just a normal person, thrown into an underground ring. That hesitation would be natural. While Yi Xingchen thought this over, Park already impatiently launched a fierce attack. Park stepped slowly and threw a soft punch toward Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen stared. Was this a chance to surrender? Could Park be soft inside, seeing he was just a regular guy and giving him a way out? Wow! What a nice guy. Who says there are no good people here? In front of him, there was one. Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen turned his head and raised both hands high. I surrender. I admit defeat. I'm no match for you. What? Park was stunned. What the hell? You can surrender in underground boxing? No rules at this underground ring? This is bullshit. Refund my ticket. The bloodthirsty crowd protested, even demanding refunds. The announcer and referee looked at each other. This was the first time someone surrendered before the fight even got real. Under the audience pressure, the referee forced himself to speak into the toothpick-sized mic. Surrender invalid. In underground boxing, only real wins count. No gentleman's rules. Fight continues. With that, Park resumed his lazy, slow punch approach, moving toward Yi Xingchen. What the? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Wasn't this just going to kill him? Seeing Park's rush again, Yi Xingchen first froze, then suddenly understood. What a kind man. Punches so slow and soft, it was obvious he wanted to fake punch, let Yi Xingchen fake collapse for a KO. In an instant, Yi Xingchen's respect for Park skyrocketed. He stopped resisting, stood quietly, and waited for the fake punch. Oh man. Park's punch is so quick now. That kid must be scared stiff, standing there frozen. Dead for sure, dead for sure. That kid is definitely getting KO'd by Park Kukchang in one punch. This hot blood is intoxicating, driving me crazy. The crowd by the ring grew even more frenzied. Under Yi Xingchen's watch, Park swung his slow punch and gently touched Yi Xingchen's face. What are you doing? Yi Xingchen was completely baffled. No, dude, if you're going to fake punch just do that, why patted me on the face? This guy, maybe he has a crush on me? Hey, what are you doing? Park, seeing Yi Xingchen stand still after getting a fake punch and then ask, what are you doing, froze in place too. What is this? Yi Xingchen paused a moment and then realized. He asked me what I'm doing. Meaning, why am I still standing? Why didn't I fall down? Yi Xingchen blinked, looked at Park's stunned face, then at the silent crowd. Aya. He let out a hysterical scream, covering his chest with his left hand while his right shaky hand pointed at Park. That was a heavy punch. I'm dead. In an exaggerated gesture, Yi Xingchen stumbled backward over 10 feet and then dramatically fell to the ground. All the spectators stared at each other, then a surge of frustration finally erupted. Fuck this shit. Is this Park Kukchang or a goddamn clown? TM acting us out here? Is this an underground boxing ring or a movie set? If I wanted a show, I'd go to the cinema. Am I short on movie money? Shut up. Refund. Goddamn. As the crowd prepared to rush the ring, the referee shivered and hurried in. Hey, kid. Died yet? If not, get up and keep going. Oh, okay. Knowing his acting was terrible, Yi Xingchen reluctantly stood up again and walked over to Park. How is this possible? I just punched you hard, how are you unharmed? Park looked up in shock. The audience didn't understand, but Park knew it too. He had thrown a hard punch. Yi Xingchen didn't even flinch. Did I just hallucinate? Yi Xingchen looked wronged. Dude, your lines were convincingly dramatic, but your martial arts acting was awful. You should have thrown a punch like that. Acting? Park glared at Yi Xingchen coldly. Come on, who the hell has time to play actor for you? You weren't acting, so why did you do that to me? This is how it's done. Yi Xingchen mimicked what Park did, raised his right hand and lightly touched Park's left cheek. Maybe to contrast Park's earlier performance, Yi Xingchen used half his strength this time. Under Park's shocked gaze, Yi Xingchen's hand tapped Park's left cheek sharply. Park tried to dodge, but his reflexes were too slow. Yi Xingchen's touch landed. What a fast punch. What happened next stunned Yi Xingchen. Park, after being lightly tapped on the left cheek, didn't even finish speaking. He bled from the mouth and collapsed in the ring. Silence. A dead silence. The entire underground boxing arena fell into complete stillness. You could hear a pin drop. Yi Xingchen stared blankly at Park Kukchang lying on the ground, then looked at his own fist. Sorry, man. I misunderstood you earlier. Who said your acting was bad? You're worthy of an Oscar. I just tapped you, sure, with a bit of force, but you not only fell down, you even coughed up blood? Willing to ruin your own reputation to help me pay off my father's debt. You're a true good guy. Holy crap. That kid just KO'd the national boxing champ Park Kook-chang with one punch? Did I see that right? No way. No way that's possible. That was Park Kook-chang. Why not? Didn't you see how fast that punch was? Based on the formula for kinetic energy, the force behind that punch must have been terrifying. Is this guy One Punch Man? I thought Chu Yushuan was already unbeatable. But this guy is even tougher. Whose fighter is he? This is insane. Totally worth the ticket. I made a fortune. The referee walked dazedly to Park Kook-chang, checked his condition, then stood up and nodded to the announcer. The announcer finally snapped out of it, bounced up, holding a toothpick-sized microphone. Tonight, a new champion is born. This fighter KO'd the champ Park Kook-chang in one punch. Absolutely stunning. Truly exciting. I now announce the winner of this match is, what was his name again? Never mind, let's just call him One Punch Man. Ahem, the winner is One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. The crowd, hyped by the announcer, started chanting Yi Xingqian's new nickname in unison. At this moment, no one cared whether Park Kook-chang was alive or dead. No one even called an ambulance. That's the brutal reality of underground boxing. No life or death, only winning or losing. What the? Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. He turned and looked at the referee and announcer in shock. I swear, I just barely touched him. Ha ha ha. One Punch Man, you're too modest. You just touched him? If you'd punched him for real, he'd be in pieces. The announcer gave an awkward laugh, then stepped beside Yi Xingqian, lifting his right arm up. Yi Xingqian raised his right hand in a daze, ending the match in a champion's pose. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the underground arena, a bald man smoked a thin cigarette, watching the scene in the ring with interest, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Yellow Hair stood beside him, head bowed in fear. Boss, that guy's brutal. He KO'd Park Kook-chang in one punch. Now that Park's down, we've lost a big moneymaker. Boss, I'm sorry. I never expected this to happen. That bald man was none other than Yellow Hair's boss, the leader of the Qinglong gang in Yunhe City, known as Brother Long. Yellow Hair glanced at Yi Xingqian, now buried in cheers, and remembered how you once almost punched him at his home. A chill ran down Yellow Hair's spine. Thank God he didn't get hit. One punch from that guy and he'd have lost half his life. Only now did Yellow Hair recall Yi Xingqian's terrifying speed from earlier. He hadn't paid attention then, but now it hit him hard, and he was terrified. A man who combines world-shaking power with lightning speed, he'd completely misjudged him. Brother Long waved his hand dismissively. A cash cow? One falls, we'll just grow another one. Boss, you mean? Brother Long narrowed his eyes, looking at Yi Xingqian in the distance with interest. Just some broke kid. You think we can't control him? Tomorrow, go see that gambling addict father of his again. Find a way to make him lose another 100, 200 grand. Then what? That kid won't be begging to work for us? That's how we get ourselves a brand new cash cow. Yellow Hair's eyes lit up. Brilliant, boss. With this kid, we're gonna be packed every fight night. We raise prices every time he steps in the ring, huge profits for us. Hey? Brother Long gave a sinister smile. You found us a treasure. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. From now on, cash, women, cars, houses, you'll get it all. Thanks, boss. Dad. Outside the underground ring, Yi Xingqian finally saw Yi Hao. Excited, he rushed forward to hug his father. But the cold look in Yi Hao's eyes made Yi Xingqian stop in his tracks, awkwardly pulling back. Who told you to bail me out? Yi Hao wasn't moved at all by Yi Xingqian risking his life to save him. On the contrary, his eyes were filled only with coldness and disgust. Dad? Can we talk about this at home? Please? Yi Xingqian looked at him pleadingly. Things are getting better. I found a new job today, 80,000 yuan a month during the internship. Enough. Yi Hao cut him off coldly. I don't want to hear that. I told you, we walk separate paths from now on. You go your way, I go mine. Let's never see each other again. Don't you dare try to bail me out again, I won't appreciate it. Yellow Hair, surprised, looked at the father and son with a grin. Come on, old man. I don't know what happened between you two, but you're still father and son. Can't be that bad, right? You don't know shit. Yi Hao gave him a fierce glare. What the hell? Yellow Hair was furious. If Yi Hao wasn't still useful, he'd have ordered his men to beat the old man to death right there. Bite the hand that feeds you. Fine, don't listen. Let's go. He didn't want to get involved in family drama, so Yellow Hair took his guys and headed back into the underground arena. Dad. Yi Xingqian looked at Yi Hao with hopeful eyes. Yi Hao snorted coldly and ignored him, disappearing alone into the night. Yi Xingqian stood there in a daze, staring at his father's slightly hunched back, his face full of helplessness and sadness. He could understand Yi Hao. A few months ago, Yi Hao had been diagnosed with a serious lung disease. The surgery alone would cost 500,000 yuan, and the follow-up treatment would cost tens of thousands more. For an average family like theirs, that kind of money was impossible. Yi Hao changed completely. He started drinking heavily and living recklessly, and it was clear yellow hair had lured him into gambling and losing everything. Sigh. But what could he do? That was his only father. After Yi Xingqian's mom passed away, it was Yi Hao who raised him. He even turned down remarriage several times, afraid a stepmother might treat his son badly. No matter what, that kind of fatherly love, Yi Xingqian had to repay it. Yunhe City, Yida Tower. Yi Xingqian arrived early at the front gate of the Yida Company headquarters. It was his first day at his new job. He could not be late. Looking up at the 10-story building, he took a deep breath and resolutely walked inside. "Hello, sir, whom are you here to see?" The receptionist smiled professionally at Yi Xingqian. "Hello, miss. My name is Yi Xingqian. I'm here to check in." "You must be Yi Xingqian." Before the receptionist could speak again, a pleasant voice sounded behind. Yi Xingqian turned and saw a woman in a professional suit, black stockings and poised elegance. "Hello, Mi Yingqian." "Hi," she greeted with a nod, smiling brightly. "You must be the strongman that CEO Qin mentioned." "A pleasure. I'm Lin Yun, Qin's secretary." Yi Xingqian was surprised. She was the CEO's secretary. "Hello, hello." He bowed respectfully. This was a major company. Anyone could be an important figure above his ordinary station. If he offended Lin Yun, she could easily influence Qin's opinion and cost him this dream job. Lin Yun seemed pleased with his politeness. She motioned toward the elevator. "Please follow me, Mr. Yi. I'll take you to see CEO Qin." "Xiao Zhang, this is the new bodyguard and driver Qin hired. Please show him in." "Understood." Yi Xingqian and the receptionist nodded. Once inside the elevator, Yi Xingqian caught a light fragrance in the air. He stole a glance at Lin Yun and marveled inside. So elegant, poised, polite, sincere, no wonder so many men dream of dating someone like her. Anyone who marries Lin Yun would be lucky beyond belief. Ding dong. The elevator pinged and stopped on the 10th floor. "Mr. Yi, this way please." Guided by Lin Yun, Yi Xingqian arrived at CEO Qin's office. Qin Yanan was focused at her computer, working on something. Yi Xingqian felt a strange sensation again. That keyboard, why does it look as thin as a touchscreen? Wouldn't it break easily? That bottled water for the dispenser, more like a small personal bottle. Is that enough to drink? That lipstick on the desk, tiny. Could it even cover half a lip? And that fountain pen, probably one, though it looks as thick as a toothpick. Could that amount of ink write a page? Here you are? Qin Yanan finally looked up at Yi Xingqian. "Good morning, CEO Qin." He hastily pushed aside his racing thoughts and stood properly. "CEO Qin, I ran into Mr. Yi after I had a little matter downstairs." Lin Yun smiled and began explaining. "Okay." Qin Yanan just smiled. Yun, take him up to that unused office on the 9th floor. Make do for now. Let's see what's missing so we can add it later." "Okay, CEO Qin." Qin Yanan then looked at Yi Xingqian. "From now on, I'll just call you Xingqian. You can hang out in the office, play on your phone or computer, even sleep if you want. Just stay with me when I go out. If there's anything, just ask Yun." "Understood." Yi Xingqian nodded and smiled at Lin Yun. "If anything is inconvenient, I hope you'll forgive me." "No need, Mr. Yi." Lin Yun laughed freely. "Follow me to your new office." She led the way, and soon they reached Ye's new office on the 9th floor. Click. Lin Yun lightly tapped the touchscreen switch, and the office lights came on instantly. Though simply furnished, the office had everything: computer, desk, chair, sofa, air conditioner, potted plant, bookshelf. One awkward detail: the bookshelf was oddly placed, and the potted plant sat centered in the middle of the room. "Oh?" Lin Yun frowned. The layout seems off. Should we call movers to reposition the plant and bookshelf?" "Movers?" Yi Xingqian was stunned. Just moving the plant and shelf? Calling movers and using machinery? That seemed exaggerated. "Oh, what am I thinking?" Lin Yun slapped her forehead, embarrassed. "I forgot you're a strong man. That plant must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds. You should be able to push it." Lin Yun quickly shook her head. No, if you can move the plant, that's fine. But the bookshelf probably weighs 30 or 40 pounds. Even a strong man likely can't push that. Maybe I should still call the moving company? Don't bother. How about I give it a try?" Yi Xingqian wasn't sure if Lin Yun's pounds matched his mental weight scale. His confidence wavered. "You want to try?" Lin Yun's eyes widened. She was both curious and expectant about the legendary strongman Lin had heard of. "All right." Yi Xingqian nodded and approached the plant. He glanced back at Lin Yun, then looked at the potted plant and gently kicked it with his foot. That mere few-pound plant nearly flew, almost flipped over from his kick. Lin Yun stared in shock, her face a mask of disbelief, maybe even terror. Even someone with strong nerves like Lin Yun couldn't help blurting out. What? How is that possible? That casual kick almost flipped a plant weighing only a few pounds. That's terrifying strength. Oh my god. If that hit a person, they'd be at the underworld instantly. Ah? Yi Xingchen scratched his head awkwardly, looking at Lin Yun in confusion. At that moment, he was overwhelmed. Should he move the plant now? Or leave it? It all felt kind of awkward. At that moment, Lin Yun realized she had lost her composure and significantly impacted Yi Xingchen. She stuck out her tongue slightly, then covered her mouth, signaling Yi Xingchen to continue. She wouldn't interrupt again. Seeing Lin Yun's permission, Yi Xingchen bent down and picked up the potted plant. Indeed, it was just a few-pound plant. Why did everyone act like it was some ancient tree weighing tons? Was that necessary? Oh? When Lin Yun saw Yi Xingchen lift the plant with his bare hands, she gasped. So strong. Absolutely strong. A few-pound plant, he just lifted it. This is what a real man is. In an instant, Lin Yun felt that all the other men she knew were weak in comparison. With a weird look, Yi Xingchen placed the plant in the corner behind his chair and then stepped to the bookshelf. Lin Yun widened her eyes, afraid to miss the moment she would remember forever. The strong man is about to show how he pushes a bookshelf. Can he push that heavy shelf weighing several dozen pounds? He can't, right? That's several dozen pounds of shelf, not an easy push, even for 10 people. What was I hoping for, one person pushing a big, heavy shelf? Only a crazy idea. I must have been influenced by that unremarkable strongman's reputation. Thinking that, Lin Yun relaxed and regained clarity. Yi Xingchen glanced at the bookshelf and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's a proper bookshelf, solid wood. The only flaw was the thin little doors, typical of poor quality. Ahem. Yi Xingchen cleared his throat and placed his right hand on the solid wood of the bookshelf, preparing to push. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. She watched Yi Xingchen's figure with a mix of curiosity and doubt. Here it comes, time for the demonstration. He's not only going to move the bookshelf, he's going to do it single-handed. Hey! Creak! With a light sound, Yi Xingchen easily slid the bookshelf back so it was flush with the wall, using only his right hand. Clap clap. He patted his hands and smiled at Lin Yun. Done. Fix complete. Everything okay? By now, Lin Yun was utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropped, and she kept repeating in disbelief. You did it, you really pushed the bookshelf, and single-handed. You did it, you really. Only then did Yi Xingchen notice something odd. It seemed, after he woke up, people around him had completely lost their sense of strength. He had lifted a bag of cement and everybody on the worksite erupted, even Qin Yanan seemed highly impressed. A renowned strongman from East Asia, compared to him lifting a brick. Every piece of furniture and equipment in the entire world suddenly seemed flimsy. He just lightly touched Park Kukchang in the match, and Park spit blood and collapsed, life uncertain. Insignificant amounts of water or food. After just lightly pushing a bookshelf, Lin Yun reacted like she'd seen a ghost. If there is. Is it possible that? If one person thinks there's something wrong with me, maybe that one person is wrong. If 10 people think there's something wrong with me, perhaps all 10 are wrong. But if everyone around me thinks I have a problem, maybe the problem is me? Could it be? Could it be that since I woke up, everyone's physical ability in this world has declined to a bizarre level? Body strength so weak it's frightening, fitness reduced to terrifying fragility, speed so slow it's painful. Now, in terms of physical traits, except for a slight decline in speed, every other aspect has dropped below normal. But then, how do I explain clothes? If even a few pounds are considered heavy, how about the clothes people wear? With that thought, Yi Xingchen walked over to Lin Yun, who was still visibly shaken. Driven by curiosity, he reached out and touched her suit jacket. It felt extremely light. He grabbed a bit of fabric and lifted it, surprised that the material was not an ordinary fabric. Though it looked the same, the weight was on a totally different level. That might explain why people in this world aren't bothered by the weight of their clothes. So, are the stockings the same? Yi Xingchen bent down, full of curiosity, and gently pulled on Lin Yun's stockings. Tear. A ripping sound, he tore the stockings with ease. Ah? What are you doing? Lin Yun snapped out of her shock like a frightened rabbit and jumped. Only then did Yi Xingchen realize how rude he had been, and he internally sighed, oh no. Sorry. You might not believe me. I was just conducting a study, testing a hypothesis I had in my head. After saying that, he immediately regretted it. He didn't believe it himself. Would Lin Yun believe it? He was doomed. She would definitely slap him and then report him to Qin Yanan. He'd be fired and lose this dream job. What a disaster. You're insane, right? How can I go out after this? People will think, what happened in the office? Unexpectedly, Lin Yun didn't seem angry, nor did she run outside yelling, someone harassed me. She just blushed deeply. So, what should we do? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Well, take off your jacket. I'll cover this up. Then you can change outside. All right? Yi Xingchen hurriedly removed his jacket. Whoosh! Lin Yun caught it, his jacket dropped straight to the floor. She froze in fear. Your clothes? You were wearing clothes that heavy? Oh, Only then did Yi Xingchen realize his normal jacket weighed a few hundred grams, which, to Lin Yun, really was heavy. It's okay. I'll use my jacket to cover a bit, just let me know if anything else comes up. Before Lin Yun could recover from the shock, she quickly draped Yi Xingchen's jacket over him and awkwardly fled the office. Empty now, only Yi Xingchen remained, standing there in disarray. This is insane, just insane. This world is really too crazy. Sitting alone in the office chair, Yi Xingchen looked up and sighed deeply. I only took a nap, how did the world become like this when I woke up? At that moment, his academic curiosity sparked a new question. If everyone in this world is so weak, how difficult must it be for women like Lin Yun and Qin Yanan, who have really strong bodies? Based on what he knows? A weighs about 2.5 ounces, like an orange. B about 5 ounces, like a persimmon. C about 8.5 ounces, like an apple. D about 13.5 ounces, like a grapefruit. E about 1.25 pounds, like a pear. F about 1.8 pounds, like a honeydew. In a world where people can't even lift a few pounds, how terrifying are those weights? Looking at Lin Yun and Qin Yanan, they're both at least D-level strength, right? So scary, so scary. Oops, why is a respectable person like me thinking about such a crude question? Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen raised his hand and tapped his forehead with force. Right at that moment, Lin Yun pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Yi Xingchen tap his own forehead, and with such strength, Lin Yun realized he was angry about his earlier rudeness, regretting it deeply, yet he didn't even flinch from that heavy tap. Truly extraordinary. In that instant, Lin Yun felt respect for him. Oh? Miss Lin. Realizing Lin Yun had entered, Yi Xingchen sprung up from his chair. Now Lin Yun had changed back into her suit and new stockings. She seemed no longer upset by the earlier misunderstanding, she simply nodded at Yi Xingchen and asked, how old are you? 24. Oh, Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully. I'm older than you. From now on just call me Sister Yun. Yi Xingchen instinctively glanced at an indescribable part of Lin Yun, then paused, older than me, so I call you sister? Lin Yun looked puzzled. Did you want to call me twin sister? Ah? No, what I meant is, Yi Xingchen awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. I meant calling you sister sounds more polite. Lin Yun smiled again, okay. I don't care about being older, why would you worry? Okay then, Sister Yun. That's better. Lin Yun nodded approvingly. Yi Xingchen was about to speak when she suddenly asked, by the way, little Xingchen, how are you so strong? Strong? You mean? Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun puzzled. She gave a skeptical look, your strength. What else did you think I meant? Oh, he tensed and shrank a bit, that question. Sister Yun, I honestly don't know how to answer, if I'm honest, I was born this way. So it's innate talent? Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully. You could say that, Yi Xingchen smiled oddly. Work's over. Want to go have lunch together at the company cafeteria? Lin Yun kindly invited Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen glanced at the wall clock, it was already noon, 12 o'clock. Great. I didn't know where the cafeteria is, thanks, Sister Yun. They chatted while walking to the first floor cafeteria. But when they arrived, Yi Xingchen was stunned. He saw dozens of coworkers each holding a small paper tray, standing in line at 10 food counters. What shocked him more was how tiny the food portions were in their trays, pathetic, really. Maybe 100 grains of rice, a tiny piece of meat, a small bit of vegetables? Here, Yi Xingchen had a new question. Even though in this world people's physical strength had dropped greatly, their bodies are still the same size. Eating so little, how do they keep up enough energy for their big bodies all day? What's wrong, Brother Xingchen? Lin Yun asked, puzzled. It's nothing. I'm just surprised that everyone eats so little. Lin Yun trusted him and smiled gently, you're the strong man, so of course you eat more. It's normal. But when it was Yi Xingchen's turn to get food, Lin Yun lost her composure. Oh my god, this is way not normal, right? Yi looked shyly at the cafeteria aunt and held out 2 trays. Auntie, could you give me more rice, a bit more, a little more, even more? The aunt couldn't stay calm. Oh my goodness, young man, how long has it been since you ate? That's already enough for 5 people. People from other departments leaned over, laughing. When did our company start hiring refugees from Rwanda? I swear, this guy hasn't eaten in a month, right? That's 5 people's worth, starving ghost level? Yi Xingqian didn't pay attention. Awkwardly he smiled at the ant. Auntie, well, how about giving me that whole box of rice? I'll manage, maybe buy something else later. What? The ant was stunned. No, young man, that box of rice is at least 1/2 pound, 8 ounces of rice. Can you really eat that much? Although it's free employee lunch, we can't waste it, and you can't take it home either. To prove it, Yi opened his mouth and downed that 5-person portion of rice in a few bites. The ant silently gasped. Seeing how voracious he was, she obliged and served as much as he requested. Once Yi Xingqian saw his tray had enough food, he finally sat down contentedly. He deliberately avoided sitting near Lin Yun. After all, he'd become unusual. He assumed she'd find him embarrassing, so he proactively gave her space. But instead of judging him, Lin Yun chased after him and sat down beside him. Yi Xingqian looked at her gratefully and then dug into his meal while chatting. Meanwhile, those who had been laughing before now stood frozen in shock. Did you see that? Just then he held up that whole plate of rice with one hand. It must have been over 1 pound. I heard, our company recently hired a strongman, personally recruited by Director Qin. Could that be him? Wow, that's holding a pound of food with one hand. No wonder he's the boss's bodyguard. That's impressive. The boring workday passed in the blink of an eye. After work, Yi Xingqian acted as Qin Yanran's driver and drove her home. In the car, Qin Yanran remained focused on her ultra-thin tablet, and Yi Xingqian had no intention of interrupting her. The two of them spent the ride in relative silence. Qin Yanran's villa wasn't far from the headquarters of Yida Corporation, just over 20 minutes away. After getting out of the car, Qin Yanran glanced at her villa, then handed Yi Xingqian a card and a small key. Here, the room card. The 3-story house next door is yours for now. As long as you're working here, you can live there however you like, bring as many people as you want. This is the car key. That Buick parked in the space is your temporary ride. Thank you, President Qin. Yi Xingqian accepted the room card and car key, looking at Qin Yanran with gratitude. See you tomorrow? All right, President Qin, see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Qin Yanran, Yi Xingqian excitedly jumped in place a few times, then jogged toward his new home full of anticipation. The front door had a card reader and a code lock, full of futuristic flair. He entered his new home. It was a fully renovated villa with all the necessary appliances and furniture. The only drawback was that everything was built to standard human specifications, which felt a bit fragile for someone like Yi Xingqian. Still, Yi Xingqian was very satisfied. After exploring his new home, he immediately decided to head to the nearby supermarket to buy daily necessities and food, then bring in his dad and girlfriend Zhao Wen. A beautiful life is about to begin. Full of hope for the future, Yi Xingqian carefully opened the car door, worried he might accidentally tear it off. He gently pressed the gas pedal and headed straight to the nearby supermarket. Soon, Yi Xingqian arrived alone at the grains and oil section. Hey there, looking for rice? Today's special, only 198 yuan per pound. A cheerful salesgirl at the rice section called out to Yi Xingqian. What? 198 yuan per pound? That's the sale price? Yi Xingqian was stunned. He rubbed his eyes to make sure the sign said 198 yuan per pound, not per 100 pounds. That's right, the salesgirl said with an awkward smile, pointing to a few other rice sections. That fragrant rice over there is 224 yuan per pound, and that Wuchang rice is 310 yuan per pound, also on sale. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Only now did he realize a harsh reality. With his usual rice intake, by the standards of this world, just for meals, wouldn't it cost 200 to 300 yuan per meal? About 1,000 yuan a day? Nearly 30,000 yuan a month? What the hell? With a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, nearly half would go just to basic food. How was he supposed to cover his dad's medical and nutrition expenses? Sigh? Yi Xingqian let out a helpless sigh. It looked like he'd have to find a way to earn more money. Anyway, he should at least buy some rice to last for now. Miss, I'll take 50 pounds. All right, the salesgirl smiled and nodded, but then her smile froze. Wait, 50 pounds? What's wrong? Oh, nothing, 50 pounds, we can deliver it to your home. Just give me your address, and someone will contact you to schedule a delivery. Yi Xingqian was about to refuse but then changed his mind. In this world, there were no normal people left except for himself. If he were to carry 50 pounds of rice in front of everyone, it might be a bit. Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian gave up on the idea of carrying it home himself and left the salesgirl his new home address. Then, Yi Xingqian headed straight to the oil and salt section. Every price tag in the oil and salt section was shocking. Golden Dragon Fish Corn Oil, special price 68 yuan per bottle, 1.5 fluid ounces per bottle. Refined iodized salt, special price 12 yuan per pack, 1.4 ounces per pack. Chewy dried noodles, special price 30 yuan per tube, 1.8 ounces per tube. Haitian soy sauce, special price 16 yuan per bottle, 3.4 fluid ounces per bottle. Haitian premium oyster sauce, special price 62 yuan per bottle, 2.5 ounces per bottle. I'm doomed. Yi Xingchen was completely stunned. A monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, and it's all going to food. Hey handsome, want to buy some meat? Fresh pork, only 11 yuan for 5 grams. Looking at another salesgirl beside him, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but swallow hard. Forget it. I'll just go buy some instant noodles instead. After arriving at the instant noodle section, Yi Xingchen discovered that the noodles were only about 1/20th the size they used to be. Each pack weighed about 5 grams, and the cheapest ones still cost over 10 yuan per pack. Damn it, this portion. I'd need at least 20 packs per meal. That's over 200 yuan for instant noodles alone. What kind of joke is this? Better to live miserably than not at all. With no other choice, Yi Xingchen began sweeping through the cheap instant noodles. While he was browsing the low-cost noodles, a mother and her child happened to pass through the aisle. The woman glanced at Yi Xingchen with a face full of disdain. Then she pointed at Yi Xingchen and tapped her young son on the shoulder. Azai, you must study hard. Otherwise, you'll end up like him, eating nothing but instant noodles, got it? The little boy looked at Yi Xingchen's back and nodded in apparent understanding. I got it, Mom. I'll definitely study hard and improve every day. Yi Xingchen, feeling annoyed, turned around and glared at the middle-aged woman. What are you looking at? You pathetic guy who only eats instant noodles. The woman snapped back without backing down, rolling her eyes at him. Yi Xingchen had no words. You're not me, how could you know my struggles? His food intake was nearly 100 times more than theirs. If their basic food expenses were multiplied 100 times, would they be able to bear it either? Over half of his 80,000 yuan monthly salary went just to basic meals. By ordinary household standards, maybe calling him a pathetic guy wasn't exactly wrong. Thinking this, Yi Xingchen sighed helplessly and continued grabbing low-cost noodles. Humph. The woman snorted coldly, the disdain on her face growing stronger. But that disdain didn't last long. It soon turned into surprise, and then into fear. You. The woman trembled all over as she pointed at Yi Xingchen, who was now holding instant noodles weighing several pounds. Under the woman's stunned gaze, Yi Xingchen swung his sleeve and walked out of the noodle section. Mom! Mom! The little boy tugged on his mother's sleeve. If I don't study hard, can I become a strong guy like that big brother? You. I? The woman looked at her son, then at the aisle where Yi Xingchen had walked away. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. So the real joke was me. I actually called such a terrifyingly strong man a pathetic loser. Just some basic food had already cost him tens of thousands of yuan. When Yi Xingchen got home, his heart ached. Yi Xingchen felt deep down that he had to find ways to make money. He needed at least 800,000 yuan a month. Maybe he should bring his girlfriend Zhaowen over to live with him and tell her about everything that had happened. Zhaowen always had good ideas. If she knew the truth, her clever mind might help point out some paths to making money. Thinking this, Yi Xingchen, who had just returned home and received the rice delivery, set out again immediately for Zhaowen's home. Compared to the villa area where Yi Xingchen now lived, Zhaowen's neighborhood was completely different. It was very old. Where there used to be a few 10-story buildings, now they had all turned into 3-story ones. Good thing Wenwen lives on the 2nd floor, otherwise I wouldn't even know where to find her. Yi Xingchen mumbled to himself and walked up to Zhao Wen's door with familiar ease. Yi Xingchen was about to knock out of habit, but when he saw the quality of the door panel, he gave up and instead called to Zhao Wen from outside. Wenwen. Wenwen. It's me, Xingchen. Open up. I've got explosive news. Yi Xingchen clearly heard a bit of commotion inside, followed by Zhao Wen's flat-toned reply. Coming. The door opened. Zhao Wen was wearing a revealing nightgown. But what didn't fit the moment was that Yi Xingchen could clearly see a man in a bathrobe lying on the bed inside the room. Fan Jian? You. Wenwen. Yi Xingchen immediately recognized the man. It was their college classmate, Fan Jian. The double betrayal from his girlfriend and close friend hit Yi Xingchen like a bolt of lightning, shattering his already fragile heart. You saw it? Well, since that's the case, let's just be honest. I've been with Fan Jian for a while now. Let's break up. Zhao Wen flipped her hair with indifference, as if she had long been mentally prepared for this day. Why? All these years, I've tried my best to give you everything. Even if you wanted the stars in the sky, I would have tried to get them for you. Why would you treat me like this? Yi Xingchen raised his arms halfway, unable to accept it, his emotions growing more intense. Stars? Zhao Wen rolled her eyes. You mean when you held up a mirror to the night sky and said you were giving me the stars? Sorry, I don't get that kind of romance and I don't care for it either. Xingqian, Fan Jian yawned and waved lazily. Come on, man, the three of us are good friends. What's the big deal who ends up with whom? Shut up! Yi Xingqian shouted angrily, pointing at Fan Jian. I treated you like a real brother. A friend's partner is off limits, this is how you treat your friends? It's my choice who I want to be with. And who's your partner, huh? Shameless. Zhao Wen snapped and stepped forward, as if ready to shove Yi Xingqian. You don't understand why I'm with Fan Jian? Fine, I'll be honest. Fan Jian makes over 10,000 yuan a month. And you? You're just a broke loser making 3,000 yuan. What can you even offer me? Oh, sorry, I forgot. You just got fired the other day, so you don't even have that 3,000 anymore. Plus, you've got a sick family member dragging you down. What kind of future could I possibly have with you? Fan Jian can last 30 seconds. And you? You don't even dare to touch me. I bet you can't even last 3 seconds, you're probably done right after taking off your pants. And another thing, Fan Jian is super strong. He can easily lift something that weighs 3.5 pounds. And you? You can't even lift something that weighs just over 2 pounds without struggling. What a useless loser. Ha ha ha. This is killing me with laughter. Fan Jian, lying on the bed, mocked with added flair. Yi Xingqian was about to explode with rage, pointing at Zhao Wen and Fan Jian with his right hand. You cheating scum. You two disgusting traitors. Hey, Yi Ringqian. Who the hell are you cursing at? If it weren't for our years of friendship, I'd beat you down right now, you hear me? Being cursed like that made Fan Jian furious. He got out of bed and pointed forcefully at Yi Xingqian with his right hand. Yi Xingqian was fuming. For a moment, he wanted to rush over and punch Fan Jian in the face. But in the end, Yi Xingqian didn't lose control. If this had happened before the world changed, he would have rushed in without hesitation, fought with Fan Jian, and flipped Zhao Wen the bird before leaving. But now, Yi Xingqian was worried he'd accidentally send Fan Jian the same way as Bu Guochang with just one punch. Killing Fan Jian in a fit of rage and ending up in prison wasn't worth it. Beat me? You really think you're that strong? Oh? Fanjiang glusha istumak an lauga exageratadli. Yi Xingqian, who do you think you are? You think I'm weak? My strength is on a level you could never reach in your life. Trash. Yi Xingqian coldly gave Fan Jian a thumbs down. Oh? Yi Xingqian, getting cocky now? Dare to test your strength against mine? Tonight I'll make you admit defeat. A beauty like Wenwen should only belong to someone strong like me. Test? How? Yi Xingqian frowned slightly. Simple. Arm wrestling. If you win, Wenwen's yours. If you lose, every time you see me, you have to call me Grandpa. How about it? Do you dare? Ha ha ha. Fan Jian laughed loudly, clearly not taking Yi Xingqian seriously. Brother Jian, what are you saying? I'm a living person, not your bet. Zhao Wen sounded a bit unhappy, but still nestled into Fan Jian's arms. Yi Xingqian shot Zhao Wen a cold look and shook his head without hesitation. No. Change the bet. That one's disgusting. I don't want someone like her anymore. She's not worth dirtying my hands. You bastard. What did you just say? Zhao Wen exploded in anger. Hey. Wenwen, Fan Jian patted Zhao Wen's shoulder and then turned to Yi Xingqian. Fine, then what do you want to change the bet to? Very simple. If I lose, I'll call you two Grandpa and Grandma whenever I see you. If I win, you go outside and shout 3 times, I'm a cheating mutt, and she has to go outside and shout 3 times, I'm a cheating tramp. As Yi Xingqian spoke, he pointed firmly at Zhao Wen with his right hand. Deal. Fan Jian never believed he would lose, so he agreed without hesitation. What are you doing? Zhao Wen gave Fan Jian a glare and pushed his chest in frustration. Don't worry, babe. Don't you already know what Yi Xingqian's capable of? This win is in the bag. From tonight on, you're going to have a new little grandson. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Wen looked at Fan Jian, so full of confidence, and finally relaxed. All right. Let's do it then. Fan Jian swung his right arm, ready to get serious with Yi Xingqian. Come on, Yi Xingqian, let's use this table as the arena, arm wrestling, best 2 out of 3. As he spoke, Fan Jian placed his right elbow on a wooden table inside the room. Yi Xingqian glanced at the wooden table. At most, the thickness was just about a millimeter. With such a flimsy table, wouldn't it break through if he applied just a bit of strength? Getting scratched by splinters would hurt like hell. Seeing Yi Xingqian hesitating, Fan Jian thought he was scared. Fan Jian mocked him again, dripping with sarcasm. What? Scared? You still have time to give up. We won't force you to call us Grandpa and Grandma when you see us. Just avoid us. I am scared, but not of you. I'm afraid if I use my strength, I'll punch through the table. Let's switch to a sturdier surface. What? Fan Jian was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Did I hear that right? You think your strength can break the table? Who do you think you are, some kind of monster? If you're scared, just say so, get lost. Zhao also thought Yi Xingchen was scared and just making excuses. So she gave a mocking smile. The countertop in the kitchen is made of concrete. Now you don't have to worry about breaking anything, right? Good. Let's go there. Yi Xingchen didn't even look back as he walked straight to the kitchen. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xingchen's confident posture, unsure where he was getting all this confidence from. Honestly, something about Yi Xingchen today felt a bit off to Fan Jian. But Fan Jian didn't think much of it. He just figured he was feeling tired after shooting off twice with Xiao Wen earlier. Fan Jian shook his arm again and confidently followed Yi Xingchen into the kitchen. Without hesitation, Fan Jian once more laid his right arm on the concrete countertop. Yi Xingchen, this time you've got no excuses, right? Come on. Tonight I'll show you what a real man looks like. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen quickly extended his right arm too, ready to teach Fan Jian a lesson. But then, after a brief pause, Yi Xingchen stopped again. Wait a second. What the hell now? You trying to come up with another excuse? Fan Jian was getting pissed. My strength is too much. I'm worried if I use it, I'll break your wrist. I still need to take care of my dad, I'm not going to jail over some piece of trash. What the hell? I've never seen anyone this full of himself. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xingchen suspiciously. You're not just setting yourself up for an excuse when you lose, are you? Definitely. Zhao Wen nodded without hesitation, agreeing with Fan Jian. I know what this broke loser is like, he's just putting on a show. Humph, Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. Whether it's an act or real strength, just try me and you'll find out. Fine. But when you lose, don't say I took advantage of you. Fan Jian once again placed his right arm on the counter. This time, Yi Xingchen didn't hold back. He slowly extended his right hand and gently gripped the lower part of Fan Jian's arm. Ready? If you're ready, then let's start, let's wait, what? As soon as he saw Yi Xingchen get into position, Fan Jian instantly exerted full force, hoping to win in a flash and get back to real action with Xiao Wen. But what happened next left Fan Jian dumbfounded, he questioned his entire existence. Fan Jian was horrified to find that no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xingchen's right hand clamped down on his arm like a steel vice, completely unmoving. How is that possible? Fan Jian used every ounce of his strength, even the veins on his forehead were bulging. I've been holding back long enough. Now it's my turn. Yi Xingchen sneered, applied a little force, and easily pushed Fan Jian's right arm down. Round 1, Yi Xingchen won effortlessly, just as expected. No way. This can't be happening. Fan Jian couldn't accept what he was seeing and stood up in anger. That loser must have cheated. He used some kind of trick we don't know about. Zhao Wen shouted out in disbelief when she saw Yi Xingchen win even in this kind of contest. You bastard. Cheating? You're asking for a beating. Hearing Zhao Wen, Fan Jian was furious and raised his fist to hit Yi Xingchen. But to Yi Xingchen, Fan Jian's speed looked ridiculously slow. Yi Xingchen easily placed his right palm firmly on Fan Jian's forehead. Bastard. Fan Jian tried again and again to push forward, but Yi Xingchen's right hand didn't move at all. No matter how hard Fan Jian tried, he couldn't shake Yi Xingchen even slightly. I'll kill you. In a panic, Fan Jian lost control and started swinging his arms like a windmill, trying to land a punch on Yi Xingchen. But Fan Jian forgot one important fact. He wasn't tall, and his arms were shorter than Yi Xingchen's. No matter how wildly he swung them, he couldn't even touch a hair on Yi Xingchen. After a while, Fan Jian was exhausted, and his mind slowly began to clear. He realized something, suddenly stepped back a few paces, and pointed at Yi Xingchen in fear. You, how is your strength this great? You're stronger than those strong men in the Guinness records. How is this possible? Yering snorted cold. Good that you understand. Do you still think we need a second round? You'd better follow through on that bet from earlier. Otherwise, I think you can imagine the consequences. Fan Jian started to say something but then noticed the villa access card hanging from Yi Xingchen's waist. That logo, that's a Yunhe Villa district card? How? How could you possibly have a house in Yunhe Villas? That place costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan per house. Even my boss can only dream of living there. What? Hearing this, Zhao Wen immediately lost her composure. Her eyes darted, and then she ran toward Yi Xingchen crying. Honey. It was all Fan Jian's fault. He came to my house today and held a wooden nail to my neck. He threatened to kill both me and you if I didn't give in to him tonight. I was forced, I swear. What the hell? Wan. You. Yi Xingchen pushed Zhao Wen away without mercy, then glanced coldly at both Fan Jian and Zhao Wen. carry out the terms of the bet. Honey, please try to understand me. Zhaowen collapsed to the floor and cried her heart out. Damn it, you lying witch. Even Fan Jian saw Zhao Wen's true face clearly at this moment. I won't say it again. Yi Xingchen roared impatiently. Only then did Zhao Wen and Fan Jian unwillingly squat outside the door. Two harsh voices echoed through the empty hallway. I am a cheating mutt. You cheating pair. I'm not the same man I used to be. I wanted to love you with all my heart, spend my life with you. I never thought you'd betray me like this. The way I am now, as long as I find the right path, I can do anything. Someone like you isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Yi Xingchen angrily returned to the gate of his villa. Already fuming from what happened with Zhao Wen, he found that even his father Yi Hao was nowhere to be seen when he got home. Boiling with frustration, Yi Xingchen could only keep cursing at Zhao Wen and Fan Jian to calm himself down. What was that sound? Just as he was about to swipe his card and go inside, Yi Xingchen vaguely heard the sound of a porcelain object breaking inside the house. He was sure he hadn't misheard, and he didn't think a cat or dog had gotten in. Those were rare in the world now. Could it be a thief in my house? Yi Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, right? He was already so broke he had to eat instant noodles. He was even worrying about food expenses. And still, a thief would come rob his place? Come on. Why not rob someone rich instead? What are you gonna steal from me? My instant noodles? In broad daylight, a thief breaks into a house to steal instant noodles? If word got out, people would die laughing. Yi Xingchen glanced at the concrete wall, about 8 feet tall, and decided not to alert the thief yet, better to sneak in and see what was going on. So, holding his breath, Yi Xingchen jumped up high, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, and used his body to easily flip over. He crept through the darkness, carefully making his way toward the villa. But then Yi Xingchen suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Damn it! People in this world are so slow now. Why was I even worried he'd run away? Or that he'd turn violent? Am I stupid or what? Yi Xingchen shook his head helplessly. Looks like spending too much time around people like Fan Jian and Zhao Wen had made his IQ drop too. Cough cough. Yi Xingchen gave a loud fake cough, then swaggered into the living room and flipped on the lights. Clatter. Sure enough, there was the sound of jars and bottles falling upstairs. Apparently, Yi Xingchen's sudden return had caught the thief off guard, and in a panic, he made a lot of noise. Now that he knew the thief was on the second floor, Yi Xingchen confidently walked up the stairs. He wasn't worried about the guy jumping out the window. At the current human condition, that would be suicide. He pushed open the bedroom door on the second floor and sure enough, a young man was huddled in the corner, trembling and pointing a little wooden dagger at Yi Xingchen. You, don't come any closer. Heh, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Buddy, this is my house. You're the thief. And you're telling me not to come closer? Don't you think that's ridiculous? The thief hesitated for a moment, then started edging along the wall toward another corner. Yi Xingchen didn't think twice, he took a few large steps forward. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Let's see how you'll catch someone as charming and fast as the wind like me. The thief grinned smugly. It was clear that moving along the wall earlier was just to get Yi Xingchen to shift his position, then try to use his own speed to dash out the door and escape. If it had been anyone else, the thief might have actually pulled it off. But this was Yi Xingchen, whose speed was dozens of times faster than anyone else in this world. The thief had barely taken a few steps when Yi Xingchen's figure appeared rapidly in front of him, shocking the thief with how fast he was approaching. In just a moment, Yi Xingchen was already standing right in front of the thief. You little punk. Where do you think you're going? What the hell? That fast? No way. I used to run the 100-meter dash in just over 90 seconds, I never lost to anyone. How can you be this fast? Yi Xingchen honestly didn't know how to answer that, or rather, he had no interest in answering at all. To avoid breaking the thief's arm, Yi Xingchen grabbed his right arm using as little strength as possible. What the hell? The thief tried to break free, but was horrified to find that Yi Xingchen's hand felt like it was welded to his arm. No matter how hard he struggled, it didn't move an inch. This is hopeless, the thief muttered in despair, then dropped to his knees, crying and sniffling. Big bro. Boss. Sir. Please spare me. You probably won't believe it, but I just wanted to steal a little to donate to an orphanage. Although Yi Xingchen couldn't be sure if that was true, he saw the honesty in the thief's eyes and didn't think he was lying. Maybe this thief was one of those legendary Robin Hood types. Thinking that, Yi Xingchen softened a little. Put down whatever you stole and leave. I'll pretend I didn't see you today. Haha, the thief scratched his head awkwardly. Big bro, honestly, when I came into your place, all I saw was endless oil, rice, salt, vinegar, and a mountain of instant noodles. I didn't take anything. Yi Xingchen was slightly stunned, then also felt a little embarrassed. In other words, the thief was saying, there's nothing worth stealing in your house. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have come. Go on, go, go. Be thankful I'm letting you off. Yi Xingchen waved his hand to shoo the thief away. But that simple hand gesture looked like some kind of divine martial arts move in the thief's eyes. Oh my god. Big bro. How did you move, that fast? As he spoke, the thief slowly imitated Yi Xingchen's earlier hand wave. Big bro, when I wave my hand once, you already waved it a dozen times. That's insane. Yi Xingchen paused, remembering the thief's 100-meter time earlier. He started to gain a better understanding of the physical condition of people in this world. It seemed, strength had dropped by about 100 times, and speed by about 10 times. Oh. I get it now. Big bro. You're definitely one of those legendary martial artists, aren't you? You must be. Damn. I actually snuck into a martial artist's house to steal, that's gonna make all my friends insanely jealous. Why do you talk so damn much? Yi Xingchen was starting to get annoyed. You leaving or not? If not, you'll stay here forever. Clearly, the thief wasn't planning to leave just yet. His eyes darted around as he said, Big bro, I have a proposal, wanna hear it? Hearing the thief's words, Yi Xingchen was momentarily stunned. This guy. Was he trying to make Yi Xingchen become a thief like him? Although, with the difference between himself and the people of this world, if he did become a thief, no one would be able to catch him. But Yi Xingchen was someone with a strong sense of justice and integrity. He would rather starve than accept charity. How could he ever become a thief? Even making money, he had to do it the right way. Yi Xingchen rolled his eyes. Say what you want, then get lost. It's like this, the thief thought for a moment, then continued, Big bro, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wenbin. I grew up in an orphanage here in Yunhe City. I don't have many skills, but I'm fast and nimble. I also know some shady types in the city. So? Yi Xingchen looked quietly at Wenbin. So I wanted to ask, Big bro, do you have any underlings? No. What does that have to do with you? Yi Xingchen looked at Wenbin, confused. What the hell? Big bro. Someone as impressive and powerful as you doesn't even have one follower? If word gets out, won't that hurt your image? Wenbin looked at Yi Xingchen with exaggerated shock. Because I'm just a bodyguard and a driver. Yi Xingchen shrugged helplessly. What's wrong with being a bodyguard? Or a driver? Big bro, with your skills and presence, you're destined for greatness. As the saying goes, even beasts choose the best trees to nest in. My admiration for you is like a raging river, endless and surging like the Yellow River in flood. How about letting me serve you from now on? Huh? Yi Xingchen looked at Wenbin, surprised. Was this thief really trying to recognize him as his boss? Big bro, don't underestimate my loyalty. I can work like a horse or an ox for you, just feed me grass. Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched hard. You'd better mean feed you grass, not give you grass. Ha ha ha. What do you say, big bro? Think it over? Wenbin sneakily slipped behind Yi Xingchen and started massaging his back. Yi Xingchen hesitated. Right now, he was Qin Yanran's bodyguard. Although she didn't seem to be in danger at the moment, who could say what might happen later? If some desperate thug tried to kidnap or extort Qin Yanran. Having someone like Wenbin, who had connections with shady circles, might help him get information in advance. Also, since Yi Xingchen would be busy with work and thinking about ways to make money, having someone to look after Yi Hao wouldn't be a bad idea. And maybe, if he could trust this guy enough in the future, he could share the unbelievable truth about his situation. Thinking about all this, Yi Xingchen began to feel tempted. Still, right now I have no money, no status, no power, nothing. You won't get anything by following me. Oh come on. Wenbin chuckled. Big bro, let's be real, if you already had money, power, and fame, would someone like me even have the chance to follow you? I probably wouldn't even qualify to line up. And like they say, giving help in tough times means way more than adding flowers to a celebration. Besides, I trust my instincts, big bro, you're destined for greatness. That actually makes a lot of sense. Listening to Wenbin talk so sincerely, Yi Xingchen was even more tempted. Clearly a master at reading people, Wenbin instantly saw that Yi Xingchen was moved. Wenbin immediately dropped to one knee in front of Yi Xingchen. Big bro, please accept this bow from your little brother. In the future, I'll go through fire and water for you, face any danger without hesitation. I only ask that when you make it big, you don't forget about me, or maybe just help out the orphanage I grew up in. Yi Xingchen nodded. This Wenbin, he actually seemed like someone who valued loyalty and emotions. Stand up. My name is Yi Xingchen. Got it, Brother Yi. Wenbin was sharp and instantly switched to calling him Brother Yi. From now on, don't steal anymore. I don't want to have to visit you in prison someday. With a boss like Brother Yi, why the hell would I keep stealing? That'd just be a disgrace to you. Shi Wenbin even winked at Yi Xingchen after saying that. All right then. Yi Xingchen nodded, looking a bit conflicted. Overall, he was quite satisfied with Shi Wenbin as an unexpected new underling. Clever, talkative, street-smart, loyal, and sharp-eyed. If he really made it in the future, Shi Wenbin could definitely become a reliable right-hand man. I wonder what kind of big shot gets to have Brother Yi as their bodyguard and driver? Shi Wenbin asked curiously. The president of Yida Corporation, President Qin. What the heck? Shi Wenbin exclaimed. Isn't she rumored to be one of the top beauties in Yunhe City? Brother Yi, be honest, do you have some personal feelings working for her? Then Shi Wenbin even started analyzing it to himself. President Qin is a classic rich, beautiful, single woman. She wouldn't be a bad match for Brother Yi. Totally worthy. Hey, don't go saying stuff like that. Yi Xingchen was startled by Shi Wenbin's comment. What's there to be afraid of? We're all men. What do men talk about besides games and women? Shi Wenbin chuckled. But, it seems like President Qin's business hasn't been going well lately. Oh? You know that too? Yi Xingchen looked at him in surprise. Of course. Shi Wenbin nodded seriously. I've got a friend, well, a shady buddy, who works as a security guard at Sakura Construction. Word is, Sakura's snatched a few projects from President Qin this year. And every time they've outbid Yida, it's by just a tiny bit. What does that tell you? That either Yida has a mole, or Sakura somehow got hold of President Qin's bidding proposals. Yi Xingchen was shocked. In such a big company like Yida, if someone really leaked Qin Yanran's bids, that meant the mole must be someone high up, someone she deeply trusted. Right. Shi Wenbin nodded again. I also heard. Yida and Sakura are about to compete for another project in a few days. Who knows who'll win this round? Shi Wenbin's words made Yi Xingchen think. If there really was a mole, they'd probably act again before this upcoming bid. But now that Yi Xingchen was involved, that mole wouldn't get away with it. This was the first time Yi Xingchen realized the value of having Shi Wenbin as his follower. He felt incredibly lucky to have taken him in tonight, who knew how much loss he might help Yida avoid. Alright, I've got my own plan. You go back for now. And remember, don't go back to stealing. If you do, I won't recognize you anymore. Got it, Brother Yi. I'll head out now. What's your phone number? Let me write it down. Mine is 158XX. Early morning, before sunrise. After a night of rest, Yi Xingchen took advantage of the early hour to go out for a jog. Since entering high school, Yi Xingchen had always taken training seriously. As long as time allowed, he would run about 1.2 miles every morning. As he approached his 1.2-mile goal, Yi Xingchen was breathing heavily. Along the way, he kept hearing surprised reactions from other joggers around him. Holy crap, Lao Wang, did you see that guy running just now? Damn, he's too fast. Did we bump into a ghost this early in the morning? Looks like I need to check the calendar before going out for a jog from now on. A running god. Finally, our country's track team is going to rise again after Lu Xiang. Yi Xingchen ignored all the comments around him, staying focused on his run. After reaching his goal, Yi Xingchen sat under a tree in the park to rest a while before heading back. What are you doing? If you don't stop, I'm going to scream. Shoo! Don't scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Who knows what else I might do? Ha 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 ha. While Yi Xingchen was resting, a disturbance broke out nearby. Curious, Yi Xingchen turned his head and saw a group of over 10 men surrounding a young woman against a wall. The woman clearly had also gone out for a morning run. She was wearing a sports tank top, which had clearly triggered the group's lewd thoughts. Wearing a tank top isn't a crime, the crime is these scumbags. In broad daylight, they were shamelessly harassing her. And since the woman was very attractive and had a great figure, two nearby young men couldn't sit still and stepped forward. Hey! What are you doing? Stop that. If you don't stop, I'm calling the police. Being interrupted pissed off the thug leader. The leader gave a look to his goons, who all pulled out small wooden daggers from their pockets. What are you looking at? Get lost. Don't ruin our boss's fun. Take one more step and you'll be bleeding. Faced with a group of thugs armed with wooden daggers, the two brave young men hesitated. Sure, standing up for others is noble, but you also have to consider whether you're capable of it, and be ready to face the consequences. The two young men shrank back, nervously retreating to a hidden spot to call the police. The woman's face had lit up with hope when she saw them step forward, but the moment they backed away, that hope vanished instantly. Still, she didn't blame them. After all, stepping in was voluntary, and when the gap in strength is this big, being scared is only human, it's natural. The woman kept retreating step by step until her back hit the wall and she had nowhere left to go. You guys, do you know who I am? If you dare lay a hand on me today, you'll suffer consequences you can't imagine. You'll die horribly. Ha ha ha, one of the thugs burst into loud laughter. If we touch you today, doesn't that make you our boss's girl? Sure, boss's girl could kill us all with a snap. Ha ha ha, the thug leader also laughed. Don't be scared, beautiful. I'm actually a good guy. I'm the boss around here, being with me, you won't lose out. At that moment, two of the thugs who had just cleared the area noticed Yi Xingchen sitting under the tree watching everything, and immediately pointed their wooden daggers at him, full of arrogance. Hey, punk! What are you looking at? Can't you see our boss is busy? Get lost. Yeah, beat it. Or I'll break both your damn legs. Yi Xingchen looked behind him, making sure they were actually talking to him, then stood up in surprise. He hadn't done anything. Why were they suddenly shouting at him? The woman glanced at Yi Xingchen and sighed helplessly. Hey handsome, you should go. It's none of your business. There are too many of them, you can't take them on. Yi Xingchen was already a hot-blooded young man, and after hearing the woman say that, he really couldn't just pretend he saw nothing and walk away. If he did, he'd never be able to respect himself again. More importantly, the world wasn't the same as it used to be. Still, Yi Xingchen didn't want unnecessary trouble. He walked over to the thugs and said, Bro, you look like the kind of guy who has women falling into his arms just from taking a walk, drenched in luck with the ladies. Since you're obviously not short on women, why not just let this girl go? Forced love doesn't taste sweet. Look, I only have a few hundred yuan on me. Miss, how much do you have? Hand it all over and we'll treat it as buying the boss some smokes and drinks, how about that? Heh heh, the thug leader chuckled with pleasure. Kid, I like the way you talk. But here's the thing, I'm not short on money. I actually enjoy the thrill of forced love. So get lost. If your words weren't so sweet, I would have had my boys break your legs already. Boss. It's the 21st century, everyone's trying to be a law-abiding citizen. I know you're not hurting for cash, but, alright, how about this, let's think about Yunhe City's public image. Let's help our city win the national title for Most Civilized City. Just hold back, for the greater good. Okay? Yi Xingchen was still trying to reason with the thug leader. You're so damn annoying. Boss, why are you wasting words on this punk? Let's just break both his legs and be done with it. Clearly, Yi Xingchen's words had worn out the thug leader's patience. The boss pointed a finger at Yi Xingchen from a distance and shouted, You little bastard. Do you think I complimented you for fun? Do you think I'm being nice? You talk more than that monk from the legends. This is your final warning, are you leaving or not? If not, I'll have my boys smash both your legs. Boss, look at his clothes, cheap and weird. Who knows what kind of trash material that is? Definitely some broke loser. He probably wants us to break his legs so he can sue you for money. Faced with the thugs pushing him harder and harder, Yi Xingchen sighed and shook his head. Sigh. I really didn't want to fight, why are you forcing me? Humph, the thug leader sneered. Xiao Lu, go break one of his legs. I'll cover all the costs. You got it. With the boss's command, one of the thugs gave a sinister grin and started slowly walking toward Yi Xingchen with a vicious look on his face. When the woman saw that the gang of thugs was actually about to attack Yi Xingchen, she panicked. Hey! These guys clearly have a lot of fighting experience, you're no match for them. This has nothing to do with you. Don't get hurt for no reason. Just run. Ha ha ha. I love girls like you, so soft-hearted. And I bet the rest of you is soft too, the thug leader sneered. Kid, you want to run now? Too late. Liuzi's the best fighter I've got, even a god couldn't save you today. With the boss's approval, Liuzi got even more excited and charged at Yi Xingchen with a loud yell. Wait! Yi Xingchen quickly raised his right hand to stop Liuzi. What are you doing? Liuzi looked at Yi Xingchen, confused. Trying to run now, kid? Too late. I gave you a chance to walk away, but you didn't take it. Who said I'm running? Yi Xingchen looked at them strangely, then pointed at the watch on his left wrist. I meant, I'm about to be late for work. If I'm late, my boss will get mad and dock my pay. So instead of fighting you one by one, how about all of you come at once? What the hell? Arrogant much? Who do you think you are? The Kung Fu master of Yunhe? Liuzi, stop talking, just beat him up. Liuzi was furious, glaring at Yi Xingchen. You little punk, I've never seen anyone so cocky in my life. Well, today's your lucky day. Taste my iron fist first. Liuzi shouted and slowly lunged at Yi Xingchen, fist raised in anger. Yi Xingchen stood there like he was frozen, not moving an inch, letting Liuzi's punch come straight at him. I thought he was some kind of master, but turns out he's just a kid scared stiff. Punk. Liuzi grinned and threw his punch at Yi Xingchen's chest. In that moment, he imagined Yi Xingchen crumpling to the ground from the blow, and a smug smile spread across his face. Smack. Liu Zi's punch landed softly on Yi Xingqian's chest. Not only did Yi Xingqian not fall, he didn't even budge. What? What the hell? Liu Zi was stunned. What's wrong? Didn't eat breakfast today? Yi Xingqian glanced at Liu Zi's limp punch. What the? Liu Zi almost coughed up blood in frustration. Hey Liu Zi, what are you doing? Punch him already. What the hell are you doing grabbing his chest? No wonder old Zhang said you're into guys, but now's not the time for that. Another thug behind Liu Zi stared at the bizarre scene in confusion. Screw you! Liu Zi shouted. Boss, there's something off about this guy. Usually, one punch from me will send people flying, or at least make them stumble. But he didn't even flinch. Damn, the thug leader also realized something was wrong. But he was too lost in his lust and had no intention of thinking it through. With a wave of his hand, the leader shouted, Everyone, get him. Crush that punk, let's go. All the thugs pulled out weapons and charged at Yi Xingqian. Then came a scene that would shock both the woman and the thug leader for the rest of their lives. Yi Xingqian moved like a butterfly among flowers, gracefully weaving through the crowd. Wherever he passed, cries of pain followed. Ah! My hand. Ah! My foot. In moments, more than 10 thugs were all lying on the ground in agony. Gurgle. The thug leader swallowed hard. Seeing Yi Xingqian stepping closer, he quickly backed down. Big bro. Real tough guy. We can talk it out. Weren't you just preaching about being a law-abiding citizen? Fighting is wrong. And preserving Yunha City's image, you said all that. Look, so many of my men got knocked down. How about, you pretend you didn't see me today and just let me go? Hemepe, Yeving-chan snorted cold. Too late. Your choice. Now you face the consequences. No, it's a misunderstanding. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. While the thug spoke, Yi Xingqian had already walked over and grabbed his left hand with his right. I haven't even used force yet and you're crying already? Weren't you acting tough a moment ago? Yi Xingqian teased, looking at the thug. The thug gave a flattering smile. Brother Yi, first time's always painful. You're a man, you understand. I understand nothing. Yeving-chan glittered. Tell me, which hand were you trying to feel the girl with? This hand. The thug cooperated obediently and extended his right hand, then immediately retracted it, uncertain. No, it's the left. No, right, left, left. So both hands then? No, left hand, ow, ah. Crack. With a chilling crack, Yi Xingqian broke the thug leader's left hand with bare force. Shoo! Don't talk. The more you talk, the more excited I get. I might do more outrageous stuff. Yi Xingqian placed a finger to his lips and silently mimicked the thug's earlier words, sending them right back at him. The woman was startled, immediately realizing Yi Xingqian had avenged her in words. Though his method was harsh, she didn't see fault, and she looked at him with gratitude. Seeing the thug leader had no more to say, Yi Xingqian let go of his injured hand. Alright, now get lost. Thank you, big bro. The thug leader looked pale and led his men out of the park in shame. Handsome man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really can't imagine what might have happened. The woman bowed gratefully, then curiously looked Yi Xingqian over. You're so fast. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Why does everyone like to say he's fast? Do I even look like someone fast? Can people compliment a different way next time? The woman smiled brightly and held out her right hand. Ansuma, im longqingshuan. Yeving-chan. Yi Xingqian glanced at her hand, but worried he might crush it, he simply touched it lightly with his own right hand, then smiled and waved goodbye. Long Qingxian first looked surprised, then quietly laughed. You really are an interesting person? Yeving-chan? With moves so terrifying, you've successfully caught my attention. She quickly pulled out an ultra-thin phone and dialed. Bro, I almost got hurt in Yunha City, some thugs. I never want to see them again. And look up info on one guy, Yi Xingqian. He lives near Yunha Villas, got it. A quiet morning. Damn it, Boss Lu's launched his final move and is clearing the field. The Han dynasty is weak, the court in chaos. Damn. Lu Yan is so strong, how exactly did the Han ever decline? Yi Xingqian was happily playing the mobile game Three Kingdoms Kill in his office. Knock, knock, knock. The office door tapped gently. Please come in. Yi Xingqian quickly stashed his phone and exited the now-decided game. In walked Lin Yun. Today, Lin Yun wore an office outfit, short skirt, black pantyhose, and a small tie, making her appear very mature and poised. Spotting her black pantyhose, Yi Xingqian whispered in admiration. No wonder girls love black pantyhose, look at those legs, black makes them look slimmer. Maybe that's why t-shirts are rarely sold in black. Miss Yun, do you need something? Lin Yun hesitated a moment, then smiled sweetly. Actually, I do have something to ask you. Not missing a beat, Yi Xingchen patted his chest and replied, Miss Yun, whatever you need, just name it. I'll get it done in minutes. That's great. Lin Yun smiled lightly and handed him a document. Here's the company memo. The day after tomorrow morning, we'll have a friendly basketball game with Sakura Construction Company. Huh? Yi Xingchen looked surprised. Friendly game with Sakura Construction? Lin Yun smiled and said, officially, yes. We can't call it a death match. The thing is, the company needs 10 players. 9 have signed up, so we're down by 1. You want me to join too? If not you, who else? You have incredible strength and surprising speed, won't you lead our team to beat Sakura Construction? I see, Yi Xingchen thought a bit, then smiled. If I join, will there be a reward? Of course. Lin Yun nodded firmly. President Qin said just participating gives 5,000 yuan. If we beat Sakura Construction, the prize increases to 50,000. 50,000, Yeving-chan murmured. That's barely enough for a month's meals. What did you say? Lin Yun didn't catch him. Nothing. I meant, Yi Xingchen smiled while looking at her. I meant, if I join, Miss Yun, could there be a personal reward for me? Lin Yun paused. What personal reward did you have in mind? Any kind of reward? Yi Xingchen teased with a mischievous smile, trying to scare her a bit with a small joke. Lin Yun quickly realized and rolled her eyes. Really? Now you're bold enough to flirt with Miss Yun, huh? Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will find out and kick you out of the house? Girlfriend? Yi Xingchen's mood instantly dropped. Sigh. I planned to bring her over to where I'm living last night, but I walked in on her with one of my buddies in the same bed. Oh? Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingchen in shock, unable to comprehend. Why would someone as strong as Yi Xingchen be cheated on? Was she turned off by his lack of money? If Yi Xingchen competed in something like the Olympics and used media to build a persona, endorsements would roll in. Or was it his appearance? He wasn't flashy handsome, but he was quite attractive and had a masculine presence. Thinking that, Lin Yun moved closer and gently placed her right hand on Yi Xingchen's head, while her left hand softly stroked his hair. Nothing to worry about. No obstacle you can't overcome. Losing you will be the biggest regret of her life. Or, you should be glad you saw her real face in time. Otherwise, if she cheated after marriage and kids, that would hurt so much more. Yi Xingchen felt a gentle touch on his forehead and sighed. Thanks, Miss Yun. You're the best. Miss Yun, do you have a boyfriend? Whoever marries you must be destined for great luck. What? Do you still have feelings for me? Lin Yun smiled. At that moment, Lin Yun felt a little flutter in her heart as she looked down at Yi Xingchen. You want to chase after me? That depends on whether you've got what it takes. Yi Xingchen looked up at her chin in surprise, then grew bolder. How about this, if I win, Miss Yun, you give me a kiss as a reward. What do you say? Hearing this, Lin Yun blushed. What are you thinking, you little brat? Let's talk after you win first. Though she didn't agree, she also didn't refuse. Yi Xingchen felt excited inside and silently vowed, whether or not he actually earned that kiss, he'd win this game no matter what. Creak. At that moment, the office door was pushed open from outside. A tall, sunny, handsome man walked in. When he saw the scene, his face first flashed with shock, then flooded with anger. What are you two doing? It's work time. The man was named Shen Jingbing, head of security at Yida Company, Lin Yun's most loyal pursuer and Yi Xingchen's direct supervisor. Seeing his love interest holding another man's head like that, Shen Jingbing felt his blood pressure spike. He nearly rushed forward to punch Yi Xingchen. Lin Yun then realized the insinuation of her closeness and quickly let go of Yi Xingchen, giving Shen Jingbing a displeased look. What are you doing here? I came to talk to this kid. You actually, Shen Jingbing was furious, clenching his fists. What does this have to do with you? Lin Yun refused to engage. I invited Yi Xingchen to join the company's friendly basketball game against Sakura Construction. I'm busy, so I'll go now. She deliberately turned to smile at Yi Xingchen, even blew him a kiss, then walked out of the office gracefully. Yi Xingchen's heart sank. He'd been used by Lin Yun. Sure enough, Shen Jingbing surged forward angrily, pointing at Yi Xingchen. You punk! You dare make a move on my woman? Are you asking to die? My woman? Yi Xingchen frowned. Who gave up ownership? Maybe you're the only one who thinks she belongs to you. Fine. Kid, you're bold. Don't think you can act big just because President Qin hired you personally. You wait, I'll make you regret this. Really? I'm so scared. Yi Xingchen feigned trembling mockingly. Now you say you're scared? Too late. Just wait. Shen Jingbing snorted and stormed away from the office. Yi Xingchen was left utterly baffled. What the heck? What does no fear mean? Can he tell I'm mocking him? Is he really clueless or just pretending? No wonder Lin Yun wasn't interested in someone like him. What a lunatic. Thinking of Lin Yun, Yi Xingchen smirked mischievously. You used me like a pawn? One day I'll make sure you use my pawn. Bastard. Wretched woman. Pretty boy. Adulterers. You two, immoral couple. Shen Jingbing cursed angrily as he returned to his office. What's wrong, brother Shen? Who made you so angry? A security guard asked, puzzled. It's that bitch Lin Yun. Damn, I've been chasing her for almost 2 years, and she always ignored me. Then that new pretty boy, the chauffeur President Qin recently hired, has only been here a couple of days, and she threw herself at him. Completely blind, what a waste of time. Shen Jingbing hissed. The guard patted his shoulder. Brother Shen, you know how people talk. Lin Yun may look classy, but behind closed doors she's slutty. Heaven knows how many men she's been with. Wasting so much time on someone like that, just not worth it. He continued, no matter how beautiful she is, no matter how fiery her temper, she still ends up begging men. That little, well, someday I'll make her kneel in bed and lick from me. And once I'm done with her, I'll kick her as far away as I can. Brother Shen, that's the spirit, the guard growled in approval. Tonight at the usual spot? I'll get those girls to cheer you up and blow off steam. Humph, Shen Jingbing snorted. At hearing those girls, his expression softened slightly. That pretty boy, he joined the company basketball team and thinks he can play? Not a chance. If he gets even a minute on the court, I'll call it a loss. The guard grinned wickedly. Brother Shen, don't worry. That guy looked frail when I saw him. Joining the team is perfect for us. After work, there's practice. Shen, if you pretend to supervise practice and toy with him, slam him a few times in front of colleagues, he'll leave looking humiliated, and who'll dare compete with you for Lin Yun then? Yeah, makes sense. Shen Jingbing nodded. Once that guy leaves the company embarrassed, who'd compete for Lin Yun? She'll be mine. Great. Great. He clapped with excitement. Bro, you just gave me a brilliant idea. The night's expenses are on me. Thanks, brother Shen. The guard nearly drooled in excitement. Later, at the end of the workday, Yi Xingchen checked his watch. He planned to ask Lin Yun what time President Qin would finish today. If there was no overtime, he'd drive her home. But as Yi Xingchen stood, Qin Yanran and Lin Yun appeared together in the doorway of his office. Shen Jingbing hurried along behind them. President Qin. Miss Yun. Yi Xingchen greeted them politely. You can clock out now, go drive. Qin Yanran nodded to Yi Xingchen. Okay. Yi Xingchen grabbed his keys and happily headed off to start the car. As for Shen Jingbing, Yi Xingchen decided he didn't even want to deal with that pathetic figure. Given his situation, wasting time scheming with such a clown would only distract him from making money. Shen Jingbing clearly anticipated the moment. Seeing Yi Xingchen from President Qin home made him furious. If Yi Xingchen just walked away now, all the plans I've spent the entire afternoon making would go down the drain, wouldn't they? President Qin, wait a moment. Shen Jingbing hurriedly reached out to stop Yi Xingchen from leaving. What's the matter? Qin Yanran asked, puzzled. And what are you trying to do? Lin Yun glared at Shen Jingbing without friendliness. Shen Jingbing internally cursed Lin Yun again, then forced a harmless smile. Well, here's the thing. Xingchen joined the company basketball team, and the rest of the team is meeting after work to train on the company court for 30 minutes. I thought, let him come along since we're all colleagues, and everyone can learn from each other and improve together. When Yi Xingchen heard Shen Jingbing's words, he mentally sent Shen's entire family some friendly regards. Shen Jingbing couldn't possibly be that kind. Even with his feet, Yi Xingchen could guess his true motive. Qin Yanran didn't hesitate and gently nodded. All right. Go ahead, you two go. I don't have anything else, I'll just watch your training. It's okay, Yi Xingchen. Miss Yun, would you come with me to watch too? Lin Yun glanced at Shen Jingbing with a flicker of disgust on her face. But she remembered Yi Xingchen's impressive physical ability, it would be fun to watch him demonstrate. So Lin Yun promptly nodded as well. Yes, President Qin. Before Yi Xingchen could say anything, Shen Jingbing enthusiastically approached him and firmly grasped his right hand, as if fearing he might refuse. Excellent. Thanks, President Qin, for understanding. Come on, Xingchen, let's go. President Qin has agreed. Shen Jingbing's plan was falling into place perfectly, and he felt as though his heart would burst with excitement. That pretty boy. I only meant to embarrass him in front of passing colleagues, make him back off. I never expected President Qin and Miss Yun to watch. If I humiliated him in front of President Qin and Miss Yun, it would be far more humiliating than in front of colleagues, by orders of magnitude. Maybe President Qin would see how weak he is and decide to fire him immediately. That would be so satisfying. Thinking that, Shen Jingbing grew more excited and subtly applied pressure to Yi Xingchen's right hand. If this pretty boy cried out in pain, President Qin would surely think him frail, maybe even expect me to humiliate him during training. But Shen Jingbing was puzzled. No matter how he squeezed, Yi Xingchen's right hand didn't budge at all. It seemed he felt nothing. Huh? Shen Jingbing frowned in confusion. What's going on? Even strong men can't stay silent under this grip, but this pretty boy shows no reaction whatsoever? All right, don't waste any more time. Let's go now. Oh, all right, President Qin. Shen Jingbing couldn't think much more. He told himself that maybe he simply didn't use full strength earlier. When training starts, he'd show no mercy. He was determined to embarrass this pretty boy and make him leave Yida Company in disgrace. The four of them quickly arrived at the company's basketball court. By then, there were 8 men already training on the court. When Yi Xingqian appeared in their line of sight, they all looked at him with ill intent. Yi Xingqian immediately understood Shen Jingbing's hidden motive. He was probably planning to humiliate him during the training. Indeed, Yi Xingqian's basketball skills weren't outstanding, but times had changed. Now, Yi Xingqian had a body far beyond ordinary people's. Those guys aiming to shame him via basketball training were bound to fail. Thinking of basketball, Yi Xingqian glanced around the court. After his enhanced physique, the court now looked pitifully small. It was more like a badminton court than a basketball court. The standard hoop height of 10 feet had been lowered, now nearly 7 feet. As for the basketball? Clap clap clap. The ball rolled neatly to Yi Xingqian's feet. He bent down, picked it up, and squeezed it hard. Boom! The basketball burst in his bare hand. The size was only a bit smaller. It was still round, but the material had changed. It was no longer rubber or leather, but a thin, unfamiliar material. Clearly, people's physical strength had declined in this world, while technology had advanced. Whoa! Shen Jingbing watched in disbelief. What kind of trick is this? He hadn't even given instructions, yet someone tossed a defective ball to Yi Xingqian. The humiliation was too obvious. And his plan didn't include this step, did it? Most importantly, what kind of IQ does President Qin have? Could she fail to notice something strange? Shen Jingbing glanced at Qin Yanran in guilt. But Qin Yanran looked calm and unaffected. Shen Jingbing exhaled quietly. Thankfully, she hadn't noticed. Otherwise the plan would unravel. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yanran and Lin Yun had already witnessed Yi Xingqian's amazing strength. They weren't shocked to see him burst a basketball with his bare hands. Come on, brother Xingqian, join us and play some basketball. Shen Jingbing sounded cheerful but fake as he formally invited him. Okay. Yi Xingqian followed Shen Jingbing onto the court. Here. Take a three-pointer. A man quickly passed the ball to Yi Xingqian. He caught it and glanced at the three-point line, just a meter or two away, and felt a deep sense of irony. If the three-point line was that close in his old world, everyone could make the NBA. Everyone would be a Curry. Shoot! The man urged with ill intent. Yi Xingqian weighed the feather-light ball, hesitated a moment, then used as little force as possible to shoot. Watching Yi Xingqian's classic shooting form, Shen Jingbing grew suspicious. Could this pretty face actually know basketball? But what came next almost made him burst out laughing. Although Yi Xingqian's posture was textbook perfect, the shot missed everything: rim, board, and net. Several passing colleagues witnessed the miss and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. I thought he was some kind of expert. Isn't he supposed to be our company's strongman? How'd he miss a three-pointer completely? Is he all show and no real skill? This is bad. Rumor has it he joined the company basketball team. And with this level? Playing against Sakura Construction? That's inviting defeat. If we lose, it's not just embarrassing our company, it's embarrassing our whole country. Hearing this chatter from colleagues, Shen Jingbing was practically bursting with glee. But he still pretended to encourage Yi Xingqian. He patted his shoulder. No worries, Xingqian. The arc three-point line is still about 5 feet away. It's understandable to miss at first. Just practice a few more times. Then he signaled another man across the court. That man understood and quickly passed the ball back to Yi Xingqian. That's right, try once more. All right? Yi Xingqian shrugged and prepared to shoot again. Hehe. Shen Jingbing smirked inwardly. Pretty boy, shoot again. Go on. Keep shooting. How will you know you're a rookie if you don't try more? Deep breath. Yi Xingqian took aim and again made a textbook three-point shot. Clang. This time, he hit the front of the basket rim, not a clean hit. After 2 misses from such close range, Yi Xingqian felt a twinge of embarrassment himself. He silently vowed, if this ball were the old, heavier kind, he'd hit every time. But this new ball was so light, totally unfamiliar. Maybe with a few more tries and the right strength control, he could push his accuracy up to over 90%. Shen Jingbing nearly laughed out loud. That pretty boy must have used all his strength, and still only hit the rim edge. Still just a pretty face after all. No problem, brother Xingqian, try again. All right? Yi Xingqian, intrigued, caught the ball and shot again. Swish. This time, a perfect, nothing but net shot. What the? Shen Jingbing was stunned. How did that pretty boy actually make it? He must have gotten lucky. It's a fluke. Shen Jingbing again gave a signal to the man passing the ball. Soon, a loop began on the court. The man kept passing to Yi Xingqian kept shooting, and almost every shot was a clean swish. They repeated this sequence 30 times. Nearby coworkers couldn't stay calm, they began cheering in awe. I've got to be kidding. I just counted, besides the first two, he shot 33s, and made them all. What kind of god is this? People say KD scores like eating flour, but watching Yi Xingqian shoot, scoring looks as natural as breathing. I underestimated him. He's legit a superstar. We're winning this for sure. Against Sakura Construction, if we don't win by 50 points, I'll honestly say our corporate team is tanking. Wow. No wonder President Qin personally recruited this guy. Not only legendary strength and appetite, now we find he's unbeatable in basketball too. From now on, he's my idol. Ah, Yi Xingqian, I'm gonna have your baby. A woman with a full beard digging her nose said this with admiration. Everyone nearby turned their stomach. Stop. Seriously. Shen Jingbing finally lost his composure. Deep down he cursed angrily to himself, damn it. He's made 30 straight three-pointers. How is this even possible? He had planned to expose this pretty boy's poor shooting skills in front of everyone, yet things had backfired, elevating him instead. Is this pretty boy really that good at shooting, or is his luck just unstoppable? Looks like I'll have to move to plan B. With that thought, Shen Jingbing hopped over to Yi Xingqian and held out his hand to stop him from shooting again. Brother Xingqian, your shooting is too strong, I'm impressed. But luck can't last forever. Shooting depends on both feel and practice. Basketball is all about fundamentals. Yi Xingqian nodded in agreement, I feel the same. In that case, Shen Jingbing grinned. Defense is one of the most important fundamentals. In the NBA, many players may lack fancy skills, but strong defense makes them valuable. So let's test your defense now. Here's the deal, I'll hold the ball and attack, and you defend me, okay? Okay. Yi Xingqian made an okay gesture. Shen Jingbing caught the pass from a teammate, a smile creeping across his face. Pretty boy, you dared to go after my woman. Today, I'm going to cross over you so hard you'll slither like a worm on the ground. Ready, brother Xingqian? I'm going to attack now. Out of respect for his opponent, Yi Xingqian symbolically raised his arms. I'm ready, go ahead. Heh, Shen Jingbing smirked. After a few flashy fake steps, he launched into a crossover move. Pretty boy, watch closely. This is how you break through, up. Oh crap? His confident smile froze quickly. No matter how fast he faked, no matter how fast he tried to drive, Yi Xingqian stayed stuck to him like chewing gum. Shen Jingbing ground his teeth, executed a prayer fake move, and quickly rose into a mid-range fadeaway jumper. Whack. Boom. The shot was effortlessly slapped away by Yi Xingqian. The basketball flew out of bounds a couple of feet, and then exploded mid-air. Holy crap. What just happened? Shen Jingbing stood dumbfounded, glancing at the other men on the court. They all just shook their heads at him. I don't know. Brother Shen, it was too fast. I couldn't see what happened, then suddenly the ball flew out and exploded mid-air. Is that so? Shen Jingbing looked at Yi Xingqian, expression blank, then at the burst basketball. In his heart, he tried to replay what had happened. Could the ball just have exploded, and then flew away by itself? What trash-quality basketballs are these? I need to get better ones tomorrow. Of course Yi Xingqian would never admit he'd slapped the ball into pieces. Let's be honest, if word got around that someone burst the ball with a punch, people might demand compensation. That'd be a hassle. No big deal, next time I'll use less force. Let's do it again. Shen Jingbing eyed Yi Xingqian suspiciously, and once more challenged his defense. The next challenge mirrored the previous one. No matter what fake move Shen Jingbing made, he couldn't shake off Yi Xingqian's defense. Finally, in frustration, Shen Jingbing tried again, only to be embarrassed by another huge block from Yi Xingqian. How is this possible? Shen Jingbing exploded in frustration. How is that pretty boy so uncanny? Could it be that he's just too fast? Looks like I need a more forceful attacking style. With that thought, Shen Jingbing immediately stopped greeting Yi Xingqian and grabbed the ball, launching into a post-up one-on-one. My back-to-basket strength is unmatched. No one in this company who plays basketball can stop it. I'll reverse the humiliation today and regain my dignity. Shen Jingbing turned his head to glare at Yi Xingqian, then summoned all his strength and barreled into him. Huh? What? Fear overtook Shen Jingbing as the unexpected happened. Despite Shen's full-force shoulder bump, Yi Xingqian stood unmoved. Instead, Shen himself was thrown backward by the rebound. Shen Jingbing fell face-first to the ground in humiliation. Oh. Brother Shen, are you okay? Genuine concern crossed Yi Xingqian's face. He rushed forward to check Shen Jingbing's condition. Get lost. Scram. Shen Jingbing scrambled up angrily. Really? Pretty boy, you sure you've been hiding that ability? Oh no, brother Shen, you're flattering me. Yi Xingchen grinned. At Yi Xingchen's words, Shen Jingbing's face turned purple with anger. He angrily threw the ball at Yi Xingchen. You brat. Now it's your turn to attack, I'll defend you. I refuse to accept that you're this unbeatable. Brother Shen, maybe we should just stop for today. Yeah, something feels off. A few of Shen Jingbing's teammates, sensing how bizarre Yi Xingchen was, tried to persuade Shen to quit. Shut up. Scram. You brat, come on. Now completely enraged and irrational, Shen Jingbing wouldn't listen to reason. Yi Xingchen held the ball and calmly looked at him. Okay, brother Shen. Are you ready? Ready. Since you're ready, here I come. Bring it on. Hehe. Yi Xingchen smiled and, holding the ball, took 3 large steps before dunking easily. By the time Shen Jingbing looked back, Yi Xingchen had already finished the dunk. He didn't even get a chance to turn around and see Yi Xingchen's approach. No. I wasn't ready yet. Again. The same scene replayed, Shen Jingbing still hadn't turned in time, and Yi Xingchen had already dunked again. Shen Jingbing shouted in disbelief, no. Impossible. Onlooking coworkers couldn't help but laugh and comment. Look at him, just a training session, and he can't handle losing. Just training, and he's acting like this. If anyone plays him in a real game, he'll flip out and start hitting people. Shen Jingbing always looks refined and polite, but seeing this, I guess I judged him wrong. Better stay away from guys like that. Hearing the mocking and seeing Yi Xingchen remain calm and innocent looking, Shen Jingbing couldn't accept reality anymore. He collapsed and knelt on the court, screaming hysterically. No. At dusk. After safely sending Qin Yanran home, Yi Xingchen drove straight to Yi Hao's place. Yi Xingchen was determined, he had to bring Yi Hao to his new residence. Even if Yi Hao wasn't home tonight, he would wait until dawn. Arriving at his old home, Yi Xingchen gently pushed open the slightly ajar door. Dad? Are you here? The room was silent, no one replied. Again not home, sigh. Yi Xingchen sighed. The debt of gratitude to one's parents lasts a lifetime. His mother passed away early, and Yi Hao raised him alone. Over the years, some divorced or older women had expressed interest in starting a family with Yi Hao, but he always politely declined. He feared forming a new family would bring trouble during Yi Xingchen's growth, or that Yi Xingchen might be neglected. With a father like that, how could Yi Xingchen ever simply let him go? Tap tap. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Dad? Yi Xingchen turned quickly, excited, only to feel disappointed. It wasn't Yi Hao who appeared, but the blonde guy from the Qinglong gang. The blonde guy smiled. After hearing Yi Xingchen call out Dad, he almost replied, but then thought better of it. As powerful as Yi Xingchen was, no one would risk their life over one dad. It's you? Yi Xingchen frowned, realizing something. Where's my dad? Did you guys detain him again? Ha, the blonde guy laughed. Buddy, what are you saying? How could we detain your dad? He demanded to make a comeback and stayed in our gambling house, refusing to leave. My dad went to a gambling house again? How much did he lose this time? Not much, just $1 million. The blonde guy grinned and held up one finger. Lost $1 million in 2 days? You're scamming me. Yi Xingchen flew into anger and raised his fist toward the blonde guy's face. The blonde guy stepped back in terror. Hey, don't get impulsive. It's not as serious as you think. Brother Long says since we're close, he won't cheat you. If you agree to fight 2 matches in a new underground boxing ring, Brother Long will treat your dad as entertainment for 2 days. No debt, no million. A new underground boxing ring? Yi Xingchen clenched his fists. So the Qinglong gang plan to use him as their cash cow. That's right. The new ring isn't run by Brother Long. He just needs you to fight 2 matches, nothing else. Once they're done, your dad will appear safe and sound by your side. Yi Xingchen took a few deep breaths to calm down, then reluctantly nodded. Fine, first rescue dad. Deal. The blonde guy smiled and reached for a high five, but hesitated and withdrew. The new underground boxing ring. Still noisy, with cheering crowds and glaring neon lights. Led by the blonde guy, Yi Xingchen entered backstage quickly. After Yi Xingchen entered, the underground boxing arena soon saw 2 groups arrive. The first group was led by Brother Long, and surprisingly, the second group was led by Long Qingxian, the same person Yi Xingchen had saved earlier that morning. Long Qingxian, with 4 men who seemed like bodyguards, found a less crowded spot and sat. Brother Long headed straight to the VIP seats. Oh? Brother Long, you're here. Waiting in the VIP seats was this arena's owner, Brother Yun. Hey. Brother Yun, my people are fighting here tonight. Of course I'd come, Brother Long replied. Without shaking Yun's offered hand, he just sat down. What's wrong? Brother Long, you seem upset. Who dared cross us? Brother Yun looked concerned. The people who took Bao, gone missing for a day, were found tied to a rock by the river. Each had their carotid artery cut with a sharp tool. You seriously think you had nothing to do with it? What the hell? Brother Yun looked upset. I've always said, if I do it, I take responsibility. If I didn't, don't pin it on me. Yun never starts fights, only answers them. Bao's territory in Yunk Villa is prosperous, and we've never overlapped. Everybody in Yunk City knows Bao is your good brother. If I had him killed, wouldn't that be messing with you? Brother Long was watching Yun's reaction carefully. He didn't sense deceit. If it wasn't you, who then? Could a new power be emerging in Yunk City? Bao and I were close. I'll investigate. If truly someone new came and killed him, I won't stand aside. Brother Yun declared. Hearing that, Brother Long frowned, fell silent, and thought deeply. Miss, what brings you to a place like this to watch boxing? Long Qingxuan's bodyguard, Long Wu, asked curiously. Heh. Long Qingxian smiled slightly and locked her phone, which displayed Yi Xingqian's photo on the lock screen. Because someone very interesting is about to make a grand entrance here, she said. Someone interesting? Long Wu looked surprised. I've lived in Yunk City so many years and haven't met someone this interesting for a long time, Long Qingxian replied. Ah? Long Wu looked astonished at her. He understood exactly what a single woman means when she says someone is interesting. So, this interesting person, if they fight my brother, who do you think would win? She asked. Without hesitation, Long Wu answered, that's obvious, big young master wins. In skill, I haven't seen anyone who could match him. Not necessarily. Long Qingxian said thoughtfully. There's always someone stronger, somewhere else. Haha. The big young master is the standard. Who could be stronger than the standard? Long Qingxian just smiled softly, didn't argue further, and glanced again at Yi Xingqian's photo on her phone. After 5 consecutive boxing matches, the host finally announced the next bout. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. The host held the microphone track stand tight to calm the noisy crowd. Tonight's matches have been thrilling, enjoyed them? Haha. Not satisfied yet? Don't worry. Coming up is the grand finale. The champion from Thai country, Buochio, will face our local champion, One Punch Superman. Please welcome both champions to the ring. Soon, Yi Xingqian and Buochio entered the ring from opposite entrances. Buochio, champion of Thai country. He has won 35 underground fight matches across our summer nation, truly an impressive record. One Punch Superman, the local champion of Summer Nation, a rising star. Just 2 nights ago, he knocked out champion Pu Guochang with one punch and instantly rose to fame. Tonight's peak showdown between Buochio and One Punch Superman, who will emerge victorious? Let's watch closely. After the host's introduction, Long Wu, sitting behind Long Qingxian, couldn't help sneering. 2 rookies. It's not just about beating your big young master, even I could easily defeat both of them together. Long Qingxian turned to scold him, Uncle Wu, we're here to watch their match, not my brother's or yours. Oh, Long Wu responded calmly before offering his opinion, Buochio will definitely win. So confident? Well, boxing isn't just about muscles, but Buochio is all muscle, while the other looks ordinary. I predict Buochio will KO him within 5 rounds. Then let's make a bet. What do you want to bet on? If Buochio wins, I'll go home with you right away. If Buochio loses, I'll stay in Yunk City as long as I want, at least, you can't force me to leave. Deal. If the clan leader sends someone else later, it's not my business. With that, the referee's bell rang, and the final show officially began. Buochio took a few probing steps and spoke awkwardly in the Summer Nation language. You Summer Nation guy, you won't be my match. If you admit defeat now, I'll break one of your arms. Wow, even admitting defeat comes with a broken arm threat? Yi Xingqian was speechless. If you refuse, I'll beat you to death. Between a broken arm or death, which do you choose? Your Summer Nation martial arts are all flashy, our Thai boxing is the strongest. I'll correct you, it's flashy hands and embroidered legs, not flashy hands and embroidered feet. Yi Xingqian clarified courteously. Buochio blinked blankly, spat on the ground, and said, Pft. Who has time to teach you Summer Nation phrases? Your language is trash too. That crossed the line, Yi Xingqian snapped back, you can insult and mock me, fine, but disrespect our martial arts and language? Better be ready to be knocked down. If there's any doubt who will win, it's me. Buochio snorted and charged at Yi Xingqian. This time, Buochio's speed and power exceeded what Yi Xingqian had faced against Pu Guochang 2 nights ago. Clearly, this opponent had leveled up several tiers. Even so, Yi Xingqian didn't fear him, Buochio was still too slow. Such punches, what's the difference from kids just playing around? Wait. Just as Buqiu was about to throw a right hook at Yi Xingchen raised his right hand to stop him. What do you want? Buqiu asked in confusion. Just trading punches is boring. Let's add a wager. Buqiu narrowed his eyes. What kind of wager? It's simple. If I lose, you can deal with me however you want. But if you lose, you have to kneel in the ring and shout 3 times, Kung Fu is amazing, Thai boxing is trash. Deal? Buqiu almost laughed. In his eyes, Yi Xingchen looked like a complete rookie who didn't even know basic defense, clearly trying to bluff. So he nodded without hesitation. Fine. But if you lose, you kneel and shout, Thai boxing is amazing, Kung Fu is trash, 3 times. How about that? Deal. On the sidelines, Long Wu heard the wager and narrowed his eyes coldly. They're wagering something that big in a back alley match? I might have to step in and help that kid win. You don't believe in him, someone asked. Look at him. Does he look like someone worth believing in? Just watch. Don't jump in. Let's enjoy the show. Ha! Buqiu yelled and charged toward Yi Xingchen. As an experienced fighter, Buqiu quickly spotted the weak point in Yi Xingchen's stance. Seeing Yi Xingchen completely still, he grinned and launched a fierce right hook at Yi Xingchen's left ribs. This guy isn't even reacting, just standing there like a log. It's over. Long Wu shook his head, clearly disappointed. Smack. Buqiu's punch landed hard on Yi Xingchen's ribs. Yeah. The crowd erupted, eager for the brutal impact. But this time, Yi Xingchen actually felt something, not numb like before. It felt like a soft slap. That was all. Buqiu stared at Yi Xingchen's face, then at his ribs in confusion. After a moment of silence, he couldn't hold back. Hey, you seriously didn't feel anything? Of course I did, Yi Xingchen nodded. Felt like someone lightly slapped me. What? Buqiu nearly burst from frustration. He'd used all his strength, yet Yi Xingchen said it felt like a gentle slap? Enraged, Buqiu went all in, left hook, right hook, one after another, pounding Yi Xingchen's ribs. And yet, the scene became bizarre, one man punching with everything he had, the other standing still, completely unbothered, almost enjoying it. The spectators on the sidelines were stunned by this bizarre scene. No one knew what Yi Xingchen and Buqiu were actually doing. Wah, what are those two doing? Flirting while fighting? Damn. We asked them to fight, not flirt. I think they're mocking us. Damn it, I want a refund. Refund? Refund. This guy actually has some real skill. Compared to the other wild spectators, Long Wu remained calm. He just frowned slightly and offered his commentary. Some skill? That's all? Otherwise? Long Wu smiled faintly. Some people are masters of defense. This is a boxing match. If I fought him, I'd casually slit his artery with a wooden dagger. Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian was amused by Long Wu's typical competitive talk. Don't worry, Uncle Wu. The real show is yet to come. Long Wu was slightly surprised at Long Qingshuan's words. Yi Xingchen had already impressed him, who'd have thought he had even more hidden abilities. In an instant, Long Wu couldn't take his eyes off this man who had continually surprised him. I keep punching, punching. Buqiu had completely lost track of how many punches he'd thrown, or how long he'd been attacking. Only 2 things mattered now, his arms burned with pain, and Yi Xingchen remained unhurt, calmly standing there as if enjoying it. And then a terrifying thought crossed Buqiu's mind, is this guy treating my attacks as a massage? Jesus, what kind of pervert is this? What's the point of this fight anymore? Finally, Buqiu deflated like a punctured balloon and stopped fighting, his demeanor sagging. Why stop? Keep going. Hit him. Don't chicken out. Go. Can't you do anything? Are you some kind of coward? The crowd jeered when Buqiu halted. Buqiu nearly erupted, wanting to KO the hecklers. What's wrong? Why'd you stop? It was kinda fun. Yi Xingchen, eyes closed in bliss, opened them when he noticed Buqiu had paused. He gingerly touched his left ribs and gently tapped them. Buqiu glanced at Yi Xingchen's slightly reddened left ribs, feeling deeply upset. He never imagined that even after landing over 100 punches to that area, the man would only blush slightly. A tight humiliation coursed over Buqiu's face. So, Buqiu, do you want to keep fighting? Yi Xingchen grinned at him. Buqiu blinked, then shook his head in shame. Strength isn't on the same level. I concede. Good. Yi Xingchen nodded. Since you concede, fulfill your bet. Bet? Buqiu panicked, then started making excuses. What bet? I don't remember any bet. You traitor coward, wasting my time, and now you bail? Yeah. You insulted our martial art and our language before, weren't you so tough? Why were you soft now? Did you just pop your tube mid-fight? Ha ha ha. He my foot, how would he even? Acts bold but won't do anything. Not a real man, just some shameless fool. Lucky I recorded it on my phone. Seeing that someone in the crowd actually recorded it, Buchio knew he couldn't back out now. Humph. Buchio squared his shoulders, crossed his arms, and wore an expression like a pig that's no longer scared of boiling water, ready to act shamelessly to the end. Damn, you're clearly trying to back out. Yi Xingqian was getting angry. This guy had been trash-talking their martial art and language before, and now he backed off when it didn't suit him? Buchio sneered. Your saying was, real men should die rather than be shamed, right? Go to hell. But you're not a real man, you're just a bluffer. Yi Xingqian didn't get the chance to respond before the crowd started cursing again. What did you say? Come face us then. You people sure talk tough, you're never standing up to fight. Humph, you are all cowards. Dare to speak but not act. You faker, fooling no one. Yi Xingqian grew enraged. Buchio may have jeered at the crowd, but he didn't dare provoke Yi Xingqian directly. Now that Yi Xingqian glared at him, Buchio grew nervous. You say a man shouldn't be shamed? Well, go and die then, you coward. Yi Xingqian flew into a rage and threw a full-force punch at Buchio's face. Buchio had no chance to react. His eyes widened as Yi Xingqian's fist crashed into his face. Crunch. A horrific bone-breaking sound echoed. Buchio, the supposedly undefeated champion, didn't even scream. Like a kite snapped from its string, he flew out of the ring and crashed outside. Ah? The crowd gasped, some exultant, others fearful or reverent, as they saw Buchio lying dead in a pool of blood. What? Impossible. That kid. Long Wu, who'd been watching calmly, finally snapped and sprang to his feet. Long Qingxian frowned slightly. Uncle Wu, you saw that trick too, right? That kid, such speed, such strength. And no aura of spiritual power. He's just a regular human. How can a normal person be that fast, that strong? Long Wu stared hauntingly at Yi Xingqian, utterly baffled. That's why I called him interesting. But he's even stronger than I expected. Uncle, do you still think he can't handle my brother? Long Wu slumped back into his seat, completely shocked. At this point, even my brother isn't his match. And worse, if this guy ever learned spiritual energy, who in the world could possibly beat him? Long Qingxian said nothing, clearly agreeing with Long Wu. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. The entire underground arena drowned in the roaring cheers of the crowd. Sleepless all night. The next morning, after dropping off Qin Yanran at her company, Yi Xingqian started heading to his own office. He had been worried about Yi Hao's safety the entire night and hadn't slept well at all. Yi Xingqian planned to catch up on some sleep in his office. Huh, is that him? Looks like it is. Never thought he was that kind of guy. President Qin probably won't keep him around after seeing this. On the way to his office, Yi Xingqian suddenly heard a few coworkers behind him whispering. Their tone was full of contempt and disgust. Yi Xingqian was confused. Were they talking about him? Someone was even pointing at him. Yeah, no doubt they meant him. But why were they saying that? Had he done something terrible? You can question my looks, but don't question my character. When it came to morals, Yi Xingqian believed he had nothing to be ashamed of. To find out the truth, Yi Xingqian forced a smile and waved at the coworkers behind him. Ah. Images of Yi Xingqian's terrifying strength flashed through their minds, and the coworkers scattered in panic. That left Yi Xingqian even more confused. He really wanted to know what had happened, but since everyone ran away, he had no one to ask. Maybe, he could ask Lin Yun later. Thinking of that, Yi Xingqian stopped worrying and went straight back to his office. Just as he was about to pull out his phone and add Lin Yun on the company WeChat group, someone knocked on the office door. Come in. It was Lin Yun who walked in. Yunjia, you came at the perfect time. I was just about to. Xingqian, you're in big trouble. You've gone viral. Your name's been dragged through the mud. Lin Yun cut him off and anxiously sat on the couch in his office. What's going on, Yunjia? Yi Xingqian was completely in the dark. Here, take a look yourself. You're trending all over the internet. Lin Yun sighed and handed her phone to Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian took the phone in confusion. The Douyin app was playing a video. The person in the video had their face covered with a watermelon, only their eyes and mouth were visible. The voice was clearly generated by AI. So cringe, so cringe. Who gets it, folks? We went through thick and thin together for years, and now that my boyfriend's made it big, he just dumps me. Are all men like this? Get rich and turn rotten. I really can't stand this kind of loser. Girls, are men only good for the hard times but never when things are going well? I'm speechless. I'm done. For all these years I worked hard, took care of his seriously ill father, worked during the day, cooked and cleaned for him at night, gave him everything I had, and now he throws me away without a second thought. I'm done, thanks. Now I'm going to reveal this guy's info. Girls, beware. XXX, Yi Xingqian's personal info. What the heck? Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded when he saw the video. Even though he couldn't see who the person was, and the voice was AI generated, he could tell with his eyes closed that it was Zhao Wen. This woman was ruthless. It wasn't enough that she cheated on him, she had to turn around and bite him back. That's your ex-girlfriend, right? Lin Yun sighed helplessly. Pretty sure it is. Yi Xingqian was speechless. He scrolled down to check the comment section. The comment section was full of people supporting Zhao Wen, and more than 80% of them were copying the phrase GHG. Yunjia, what does GHG mean? Yi Xingqian stared blankly at the phone. It means girl help girl, a slogan often used by certain groups, Lin Yun explained, then quickly rolled her eyes at him. Come on, kid, is this really the time to worry about that? You've got to fix this fast. If this reaches President Qin, who knows whether she'll believe you or not? And if she doesn't believe you, you're gonna be out of a job. Only then did Yi Xingqian realize how serious this was. Big companies like Yida definitely value their employees' character. If Qin Yanran really believed he was the kind of guy who ditches women after getting rich, she might actually fire him. If he lost this job? Yi Xingqian thought about how he spends tens of thousands a month just on food. He'd probably starve to death on the street. Yunjia, Yunjia. Yi Xingqian quickly stood up and gently grabbed Lin Yun's right hand. You have to believe me, I'm definitely not that kind of guy. Are you dumb? Of course I believe you. But you've got to handle this properly. Understand? I got it. Yi Xingqian nodded fast. I'll confront her face to face. As for President Qin, Yunjia, keep an eye out for me. If anything happens, call me right away. Lin Yun frowned. She wanted to say that confronting Zhao Wen wouldn't help, but then realized Yi Xingqian really didn't have a better option right now. This was his only shot. She had no choice but to nod reluctantly. All right, go quickly. If anything happens, I'll cover for you, even if it's something from President Qin. I'll hold it off as long as I can, and if I can't anymore, I'll call you. Now go. Take my car, it's in parking spot A102. Got it. Thanks, Yunjie. Yi Xingqian was deeply moved. He took the car keys from Lin Yun and rushed to Zhao Wen's place. Zhao Wen was lying on her bed at home, smugly scrolling through Douyin. Seeing the constant stream of new comments, she laughed out loud with satisfaction. While replying to comments in a fake pitiful tone, she muttered to herself. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingqian, let's see how you survive this. This video has blown up in less than 2 days. I'd love to see what kind of woman would be dumb enough to fall for you now. I don't believe you won't come crawling and begging me to let you off the hook. As she spoke, Zhao Wen pictured Yi Xingqian kneeling in front of her, pleading for mercy. Her face was full of triumphant glee. Knock knock. Bitk. Zhao Wen. Are you home? At that moment, Yi Xingqian's urgent voice came from outside. Hearing him, Zhao Wen smiled even more smugly. Sucker came crawling on his own. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to smash the wooden door in front of him with one punch, it was finally opened from the inside. Staring at Zhao Wen's face, Yi Xingqian was overwhelmed with emotions. He used to love this woman so much. Although his family wasn't rich, he always wanted to give her the best. Back in college, when Zhao Wen wanted a designer handbag, he even worked part-time for half a year to buy it for her. But times change, and people change. The face he once loved the most now looked so disgusting and revolting to him. What the hell are you doing? What do you mean I abandoned our relationship? You were the one who was unfaithful to our love. Enough. Zhao Wen interrupted him impatiently. I don't want to hear this right now. What woman hasn't made a few mistakes? Why can't you forgive me for just this one? Are you not man enough to be a little generous? Yi Xingqian was so angry he almost spat blood. He had reflected countless times in his mind. If I've done something wrong, then lock me up, but don't punish me with such a horrible ex-girlfriend. How did he never see who Zhao Wen really was before? He must have been blind. Zhao Wen glanced at Yi Xingqian and continued, after all, what we had was true love. I didn't want it to get to this point either. I also want to solve things peacefully. So let's each take a step back. I'll delete that video, and tomorrow you and I go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. After we're married, I'll quit my job, you'll give me 100,000 yuan per month as spending money, and you'll handle all the housework. How about that? What? Yi Xingqian almost laughed in anger. Why? How the fuck can you be so shameless? You cheated on me and still expect me to worship you like a queen? Yeah, I used to love you more than my own life, but ever since you betrayed our love, there's no going back. Even if you were the last woman on earth, it would still be impossible. Humph, Zhao Wen snorted. If I were the last woman on earth, I wouldn't even look at you. Then what the fuck are we even talking about? I'll just call the police or go online and clarify everything. Will calling the police help? Will clarifying help? Zhao Wen sneered. Do you really think those people online are defending me for justice? Do you think they actually care about the truth? You're too naive. As long as they can use something to bash men, they don't give a shit about what the truth is. Yi Xingchen was already completely fed up with Zhao Wen. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Hao still needed someone to take care of him, Yi Xingchen would have really wanted to punch Zhao Wen to death and die with her if needed. So what the fuck do you want then? Getting back together is never gonna happen. Well, Zhao Wen rolled her eyes. It's not impossible to not get back together, but you'll have to agree to some other conditions. What conditions? Say it. First, transfer me 5 million yuan. Right now. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Yi Xingchen was stunned again. Why the hell did Zhao Wen think he could just pull out 5 million yuan? If he had 5 million yuan, would he still be running around trying to find ways to treat Yi Hao? Zhao Wen ignored Yi Xingchen and continued listing her demands. Second, the villa in Yunhe Villas, you have to transfer it to my name. From now on, it'll be mine. Third, because you broke up with me that day, it affected my mood and I was late to work the next day and got fired. Until I find a new job, you must pay me 100,000 yuan per month as living expenses. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to smash the wooden door with a punch, the door was finally opened from the inside. Looking at Zhao Wen's face, Yi Xingchen felt a flood of mixed emotions. He used to love this woman so much. Even though his family wasn't rich, he always wanted to give her the best. Back in college, when Zhao Wen liked a designer handbag, he worked part-time for half a year to buy it for her. But times change, and people change. The face he once loved most now looked so disgusting and repulsive. What the hell are you doing? What do you mean I abandoned our relationship? You were the one who was unfaithful. Humph, still trying to hide things from me? It's all exposed now. Zhao Wen snorted and pointed at the house key card hanging from Yi Xingchen's waist. Only at that moment did Yi Xingchen understand why Zhao Wen had such audacity in her demands. She thought he owned a villa in Yunhe Villas, and that was why she wanted to get back together. Seeing Zhao Wen's true face more clearly, Yi Xingchen shook his head in deep disappointment. You got one thing wrong, that villa isn't mine. It was assigned to me by my company. I can live there only while employed. If I lose the job, I lose the villa. I'm just an ordinary junior staff member, I can't afford that kind of money. Yeah right. You still expect to fool me? What job gives someone a villa worth tens of millions? You think I'm stupid? I'll say this, either you follow the terms of us getting back together, or follow the terms of us not getting back together. Choose one, or just wait to die. Faced with Zhao Wen's unreasonable arrogance, Yi Xingchen felt helpless. He really wanted to slap Zhao Wen and walk away. But remembering Lin Yun's words, what if Qin Yanran believes Zhao Wen? He couldn't handle that consequence. For now, he had to negotiate as best he could. That villa really isn't mine. Believe it or not. You can check anytime and see I'm not lying. Zhao Wen looked at Yi Xingchen with skepticism. Then she realized that whether the villa belonged to him was less important than the fact she might move into a top villa and have bragging rights in front of others. Thinking this through, she nodded. Fine. I'll move in first. You go find a place outside to live. I'll lower my demands, I don't want the 5 million yuan anymore. Just give me 100,000 yuan per month. What the, me, did I promise you anything? What kind of daydream are you having? Why? Because you're ugly? Or because you're cheap? Don't agree? Then wait to die, you dog man. Seeing that Zhao Wen didn't care at all whether he lives or dies, Yi Xingchen was truly furious. He clenched his fists, furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, and took a few steps toward Zhao Wen, countless times wanting to pin her to the ground and beat her. Looks like you want us to go down together? Seeing Yi Xingchen angry and remembering his frightening strength that night, Zhao Wen didn't doubt he could easily strangle her. She instinctively took a few steps back, her shouts fierce but inwardly trembling, pointing at Yi Xingchen. Yi, don't mess with me. There's surveillance in my room. If you hit me, I guarantee you'll spend the night in a cell. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and finally gave up on violence. Whatever. I'm calling the police. See you at the station. Slurp slurp. Just then, 5 men in police uniform entered the hallway. Zhao Wen glared fiercely at Yi Xingchen. Want to see me at the station? Tonight I'll send you there. After speaking, Zhao Wen spat into her palm, smeared it across her eye corner, then let out a pig-like screech and crawled toward the police. Comrade! Help! Comrade, he's abusing me! Help! What happened, miss? What's going on? The 5 police officers quickly helped Zhao Wen up. If anything happened, just tell us. Any illegal violence will be punished severely, no exceptions. No, comrades, let me explain. Yi Xingchen was stunned. He stood there in a daze for a moment before rushing over to try to explain. Comrades, it's him. He's my ex-boyfriend. We already broke up, and this pathetic man keeps bothering me, trying to get back together. When I refused, he tried to hit me. Thank God you came, otherwise I might have been beaten to death by him. Zhao Wen didn't give Yi Xingchen a chance to explain. She cut him off and started crying and acting pitiful on purpose. Sure enough, after Zhao Wen's performance, the police immediately shielded her behind them, staring at Yi Xingqian with alert expressions. Sir, please calm down and step away from this lady. Show us your ID and cooperate with our investigation, or we will use necessary force. Seeing how tense the officers were, Yi Xingqian could only sigh helplessly and obediently handed them his ID. As he handed it over, he glared at Zhao Wen with frustration. After everything we had, do you really have to be this heartless? I only came today to talk. You didn't have to be so cruel. Comrades, please help me. I was with this pathetic man for years, treated him like royalty every day, but he went out drinking, gambling, and doing who knows what. Every time he got drunk, he'd beat me. This kind of man should be locked up forever, better yet, sentenced to death. You might not know this, but I was pregnant with his child. But one night he beat me so badly that I had a miscarriage. Wah. Zhao Wen glanced at Yi Xingqian with a smug smile but kept playing the victim in front of the police. The lead officer took Yi Xingqian's ID with his left hand and gently patted Zhao Wen's shoulder with his right. Don't worry, miss. We'll take care of this. Domestic violence might not carry the death penalty like you hoped, but we'll definitely punish him by law. Good, good. Even if it's not the death penalty, life imprisonment would be fine. Zhao Wen, feeling victorious, kept fake crying to the officers while glaring at Yi Xingqian like a winner, as if saying, "You're finished." You. Seeing Zhao Wen's smug face, Yi Xingqian was furious and stepped forward. Ah? Zhao Wen suddenly jumped up exaggeratedly from the ground. See? Comrades, look. He's about to hit me again. The lead officer looked at Yi Xingqian. You're Yi Xingqian, right? Yes. Yi Xingqian nodded, feeling completely wronged. Then the officer turned to Zhao Wen. So, you're Zhao Wen, correct? Yes, I'm Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen was confused about how the officer knew her name, but still nodded with a fake pitiful look. All right then. Cuff her. The officer waved his hand, and the others immediately stepped forward and cuffed Zhao Wen with what looked like plastic handcuffs. Huh? Yi Xingqian was stunned. Ah? Zhao Wen was dumbfounded too. Wait, comrades, why are you cuffing me? Did you make a mistake? Aren't you supposed to cuff that pathetic man? The officer glanced at Zhao Wen. You're Zhao Wen, right? Yeah, that's right. Zhao Wen nodded, looking confused. Since your name is Zhao Wen, then there's no mistake. We're here today to arrest you. Arrest me? Zhao Wen was stunned. Wait, I'm the victim. He abused me, why are you arresting me? Heh. The lead officer let out a cold laugh, then pulled a document from his pocket and showed it to Zhao Wen. Miss Zhao Wen, hello. According to Article 246 of the Constitution of Xia Country, anyone who publicly insults others using violence or other means, or fabricates facts to slander others, and if the circumstances are serious, will be sentenced to up to 3 years of fixed-term imprisonment, detention, control, or deprivation of political rights. The video you posted on Douyin has caused a huge reaction in society. Based on the investigation and evidence collected by the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau, the content of your video is completely false. You are suspected of malicious online defamation and spreading rumors. Following an order from the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau, you are being taken into criminal custody immediately. The Bureau has already contacted cyber police to delete your series of defamation videos on Douyin. At the same time, the Bureau will publish a video online to clear up the facts for Mr. Yi Xingqian. This is the arrest warrant. Please take a look. What? This can't be real. Zhao Wen was nearly scared speechless by the officer's words. She never imagined that the Yunhe City Police would act so quickly against her. The lead officer walked over to Yi Xingqian, handed back his ID, and saluted him. Mr. Yi Xingqian, please rest assured. We will restore your reputation. Our Yunhe City Police will never let anyone who harms others or society go unpunished. Thank you. Yi Xingqian took his ID in a daze, clearly still trying to process what just happened. Logically, even if the police had noticed Zhao Wen's videos, shouldn't they have taken longer to react? This really was strange. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, officer. Listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhao Wen couldn't accept what was happening and quickly dropped to her knees, begging the police. It's like this, he's my boyfriend. I was just joking around with him. It was our couple's little fun, wasn't it, Xingqian? No, honey, say something. Honey. Explain to them. It's just a misunderstanding. Zhao Wen got more emotional as she spoke, even begging Yi Xingqian. But now that Yi Xingqian had seen her true face, he wasn't about to soften up. He just smiled and waved his hand at Zhao Wen with a little bye-bye gesture. No. Yi Xingqian. You heartless pathetic man. You bastard. In the end, Zhao Wen was dragged away in hysterics by the police. After the group had left, Yi Xingqian's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked. It was an unknown number from Yunhe City. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xingqian answered. Hello? Heh, your ex-girlfriend's been taken away, right? Things will be resolved soon. No need to thank me. Just think of it as me repaying the favor from yesterday morning, and also a way to become friends. My name is Long Qingxian. Nice to meet you. Yi Xingqian was stunned for a second but finally understood. No wonder the Yunhe police had responded so fast. It was Long Qingxian helping him from behind the scenes. Looks like this Long Qingxian has serious connections. After a short pause, Yi Xingqian finally smiled. My name is Yi Xingqian. Nice to meet you. Zhao Wen's matter quickly came to an end. Zhao Wen, who got what she deserved, was sentenced to 1 week of detention and had to post a video online apologizing to Yi Xingqian and clearing his name. With the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau also posting a clarification on its official account, the whole incident was finally resolved. After taking care of everything, Yi Xingqian returned to the company just in time for the end of the workday. After dropping Qin Yan ran off at home, Yi Xingqian began his evening as One Punch Man. Tonight, Huang Mao took Yi Xingqian to Brother Long's underground fight club, the same one where Yi Xingqian had originally started fighting illegal matches. Apparently, Yunhe City was a place full of tough people. No matter the day of the week, the underground fight club was always packed at night, rain or shine. Tickets were hard to get. After entering the club with Huang Mao, he cheerfully introduced Yi Xingqian's opponent for the night. Kid, your opponent tonight is my Xiaocai. Do your best and knock him out. Of course, if you end up killing or crippling him, no one's gonna say anything. At most, the fish in the river will have more to eat. Hearing Huang Mao's casual tone, Yi Xingqian was shocked. My Xiaocai? I remember he was fighting the first time I came here. You want me to knock him out? Aren't you afraid your fight club will lose a good fighter? Judging by the cheers, he's a regular winner. If he dies or gets crippled, it won't be easy for you to find someone of his level again. Haha, Huang Mao just smiled lightly. He's not one of Brother Long's men. But you are. Do I even need to say who's more important to Brother Long? Only then did Yi Xingqian understand. My Xiaocai wasn't under Brother Long's control. Maybe my Xiaocai worked for another underground boss, and Brother Long wanted to use Yi Xingqian to get rid of a skilled fighter who kept winning in his club. Yi Xingqian just curled his lip. He's not Brother Long's guy, and neither am I. I'm just a regular person. After this match, let my dad go, and we're done. Huang Mao didn't get angry. He just smiled again. Whether you're his guy or not doesn't matter. What matters is, right now, aren't you fighting a match for Brother Long? Yi Xingqian stayed silent. Alright, go backstage and get ready. You're up next. Fine. After Yi Xingqian left, Huang Mao smirked sinisterly. This is the underground world. You think you can come and go as you please? It's not that simple, heh. In the backstage area of the club, Yi Xingqian took off his coat and sat on the floor. Following the idea of free drinks shouldn't be wasted, he began gulping down dozens of energy drinks lined up on the table like test tubes. You're One Punch Man? Just as Yi Xingqian was chugging the drinks, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Xingqian turned around and glanced over. Even though they had only met once 2 nights ago, Yi Xingqian immediately recognized him. The speaker was none other than the Thai boxing champion My Xiaocai. My Xiaocai stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Yi Xingqian on the floor with an arrogant stance. Seeing that Yi Xingqian didn't respond, My Xiaocai sneered, You've only fought 2 matches, but I know you're strong. He paused and quickly added, But I'm stronger than you. Yi Xingqian frowned slightly, clearly annoyed by My Xiaocai's attitude. Yi Xingqian thought that if they were in the ring right now, he would knock this guy out in 1 punch. Seeing that Yi Xingqian was still silent and acting like a master fighter, My Xiaocai wasn't sure if he could actually beat him. After thinking for a moment, My Xiaocai pulled a small envelope from his pocket and threw it on the ground near Yi Xingqian. As long as you let me hit you once and pretend to faint, you can take this money and spend it. I promise it'll be a light punch. Yi Xingqian glanced at the envelope on the ground with a look of contempt on his face. Such a small envelope, how much money could it possibly hold? At most, a few hundred yuan. A few hundred yuan, just enough to cook a basic meal at home. They wanted him to throw a match in an underground fight for just a few hundred yuan? Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian picked up the envelope and, without hesitation, tossed it into a nearby stove, as a righteous aura radiated from his whole body. You want to bribe me? Even though this is an underground match, taking money to throw a fight, never mind whether my morals allow it, would it be fair to the audience? My Xiaocai froze for a second, then sighed lightly. You really have principles. Even a check for 500,000 yuan couldn't buy you. Looks like we'll have to settle this in the ring. What? 500,000? Shit. The moment Yi Xingchen realized the envelope had a check for 500,000 yuan, he lost his calm. Who wouldn't want 500,000? Especially when money was exactly what he needed right now. With that money, Yi Hao could finally get treatment. Yi Xingchen leapt toward the stove and tried to grab the envelope with tongs. Unfortunately, the envelope was already reduced to ashes. Hey, Yi Xingchen looked at Mai Xiaocai with a weak expression. How about, you try bribing me again? To his disappointment, Mai Xiaocai didn't seem to hear him. He just let out a deep sigh and muttered something in Thai that Yi Xingchen couldn't understand, then left the room. Hey? Hey! Don't go. Brother Mai. Bribe me again, please. I promise I'll take it this time. Hey, don't go, damn it. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Yi Xingchen stepped into the ring once again. The host finally remembered who he was. Holding a toothpick-thin mic, he jumped and bounced around Yi Xingchen in circles. Now entering the ring is our star fighter, One Punch Man. In the past 2 days, our One Punch Man has taken down 2 champions. And earlier today, he even defeated a female fighter. Truly unmatched and unstoppable. The audience below burst into noise at the host's words. What? He even beat the female fighter? That's insane. I heard that the female fighter's punch was so strong even the legendary emperor couldn't take it. And she lost to One Punch Man? That's terrifying. I've made up my mind. I'm betting on One Punch Man tonight. I'm putting down 10,000. The host was pleased with the crowd's reaction and then waved his hand dramatically. Now, let's welcome tonight's challenger. A boxing champion from Thailand, with a perfect record of 15 wins in our ring. He's a force to be reckoned with. Let's welcome the Thai boxing king, Mai Xiaocai. Amid the host's introduction and the cheers of the crowd, Mai Xiaocai walked into the ring with a red towel draped over his shoulders, followed by his team. Mai Xiaocai. Mai Xiaocai. Mai Xiaocai. Clearly, many in the audience were already his fans. Seeing him step into the ring now, they were overjoyed. The host walked over with a smile and stood between Yi Xingchen and Mai Xiaocai. Ha ha ha, come on, both of you, shake hands and strike a pose. Yi Xingchen and Mai Xiaocai shook hands like gentlemen, then posed with fists raised. The crowd below pulled out phones and small digital cameras to quickly snap photos for memory. Mai Xiaocai looked at Yi Xingchen deeply, pressed his palms together, and gave a small bow. Sawadee ka. Since it's our first match, let me give you a small gift. After saying that, he turned to his team, took a flower from one of the staff, and handed it to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen looked at Mai Xiaocai, then at the flower in his hand, gave an awkward smile, and took it. Thanks. After accepting the flower, Yi Xingchen fell into deep thought. I get the gesture, but why a chrysanthemum? Is Mai Xiaocai hinting at something? Thinking about this, Yi Xingchen shivered a little. Out of politeness, he felt like he should give something back. But Mai Xiaocai had a professional team. Yi Xingchen was alone. He really didn't have anything suitable to give in return. Suddenly, an idea struck. He pulled out a crushed bag of crunchy noodles from his pocket. I have something for you too, here's a small bag of crispy noodles. Super crunchy, really tasty. Here, try some. Yi Xingchen generously offered the noodles to Mai Xiaocai. Mai Xiaocai paused for a moment, then reached out his right hand. Thanks. Yi Xingchen poured a small handful into his palm. Here, let me pour it right into your hand, don't spill it. This stuff is expensive. Expensive? Mai Xiaocai, who was about to take the whole bag, paused again, looked awkwardly at the small pile in his hand, then quickly popped it into his mouth. Yi Xingchen turned to the host and offered the rest. Want some? The host smiled. I've got a toothache, so I'll pass. Thanks. All right. Yi Xingchen let out a small sigh of relief and stuffed the rest of the noodles back into his pocket. Okay, one more group photo. Then the match begins. Yi Xingchen and Mai Xiaocai stood together, facing the audience, both smiling. Mai Xiaocai suddenly said, smile and show your teeth. Oh, okay, Yi Xingchen, with little match experience, quickly followed. Then he asked curiously, why? Do all fighters have to smile like that before a match? Because it'll be the last photo where you still have a full set of teeth. Mai Xiaocai gave a cold grin, showing 2 large black gaps in his row of teeth. Ding ding ding. The match officially began. Since Yi Xingchen didn't know how many people in this world, like him, were unaffected by the global decline in physical strength, he didn't dare underestimate the already famous Mai Xiaocai. You killed Paddleball with 1 punch last night. That was my brother? So today, I chose to fight you specifically. If you could beat my brother, you must have some real strength. I won't take this match lightly. The previously polite and well-mannered Mai Xiaocai had now transformed into a snarling beast, baring his teeth like a wild wolf. It was only at this moment that Yi Xingchen finally understood everything. No wonder my Xiaocai had tried to bribe him with 500,000 yuan earlier. He probably had two goals in mind. Either he wanted to expose Yi Xingchen and ruin his reputation, or he already knew Yi Xingchen was strong and tried to get him to let his guard down by pretending it was a fixed match, while my Xiaocai would go all out and knock him out or even kill him for real. As for the chrysanthemum he gave before the match, that was probably just to insult him. Thinking about this, Yi Xingchen felt relieved. Good thing he didn't give the whole bag of crispy noodles to my Xiaocai, he would have totally lost out. Too much. There's always someone trying to scam food from the emperor. You punched my brother in the face last night. So tonight, I'll be going for your face too. I'm gonna smash you to the ground like a worm, and even if you beg for mercy, I'll crush your skull with one punch. Ah? Right after shouting that, my Xiaocai charged at Yi Xingchen swinging his fists. Compared to previous opponents, Yi Xingchen could clearly feel that my Xiaocai was much faster. Which also meant that my Xiaocai was definitely stronger than Paddleball or Park Guochang. Thinking about his earlier threats, Yi Xingchen didn't dare let his guard down. He carefully protected his head, fully alert for a strike to the face. What Yi Xingchen didn't expect was that although my Xiaocai said he would go for his face, he actually aimed a kick at Yi Xingchen's groin. Luckily, my Xiaocai was still too slow for Yi Xingchen. He reacted in time, otherwise he might have ended up neutered. Yi Xingchen clenched his legs and caught my Xiaocai's foot, fuming with anger. You bastard. You said face strike, why the cheap shot to the crotch? The crowd below started murmuring. Are crotch shots even allowed in boxing? Normally, no. But, this is underground fighting. No real rules. Even if someone dies from a low blow, no one would care. One Punch Man's strength and reaction time, insane. He caught that deadly kick just with his legs. Just imagine if those legs weren't clamping a leg but a woman instead. Damn, terrifying. Now here's the question, what exact position would One Punch Man need to be in to clamp? Not a woman, but, hey bro, let's break it down together. You better be talking about legs and not clamping with anything else. The crowd kept getting more and more ridiculous, while Yi Xingchen grew angrier and angrier. My Xiaocai, seeing Yi Xingchen's face darken and realizing he couldn't pull his leg free no matter how hard he tried, started to panic. Sensing things were off, my Xiaocai quickly raised his hand. Wait. I surrender. Humph, Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed coldly. Weren't you here for revenge for your brother? My Xiaocai tried to stay calm. From now on, I cut ties with him. That whole revenge thing has nothing to do with me anymore. Are you fucking serious? Yi Xingchen was stunned, but still didn't plan to let him go. He slowly bent his right arm, and under my Xiaocai's terrified gaze, swung a punch straight into his face. My Xiaocai couldn't fight back at all and was easily KO'd by Yi Xingchen in one punch. One Punch Man. One Punch Man? The crowd jumped to their feet, screaming and cheering wildly at the brutal scene they had just witnessed. The next morning, Yi Xingchen didn't take Qin Yanran to the Yida headquarters. Instead, he drove with her to the downtown sports stadium. Because this morning was the basketball-friendly match between Yida Company and Sakura Company. President Qin. Over here, over here. As soon as they entered the stadium, Lin Yun, who had been waiting for a while, waved repeatedly at Qin Yanran and Yi Xingchen. So, is everyone here? Qin Yanran glanced at the Sakura Company players already warming up on the court. Xingchen is here, so everyone's here. Good. Qin Yanran nodded with satisfaction. We have this friendly basketball match with Sakura Company every year. We've lost the last 3 years in a row. Today, I hope everyone gives it their all and wins this game. We will win. The Yida Company players all raised their right hands and shouted to cheer themselves on. Xingchen, good luck. Lin Yun winked at Yi Xingchen and gently clenched her little fist. Yeah. Yi Xingchen nodded heavily. He had made up his mind to lead Yida Company to win today's game. That way, he could claim the big prize money and have the confidence to tell Yi how at the Underground Fight Club tonight, I can get you treated. After both teams finished warming up, team captain Shen Jingbing began arranging positions. I'll play shooting guard, your point guard, your small forward, your power forward, your center. Everyone else is on the bench, wait for my instructions. We must win this match today. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, Shen Jingbing actually used this moment to settle personal grudges and put him on the bench. In just a split second, Yi Xingchen figured out what Shen Jingbing was planning. Putting him on the bench basically meant, if the match goes smoothly, he won't have a chance to play, then the win has nothing to do with him. If the match goes badly and there's no hope of winning, that's when he'll be sent in, so if they lose, he'll be the scapegoat. Sure enough, Lin Yun instantly saw through Shen Jingbing's scheme and immediately stepped forward to question him. Hey, Shen Jingbing, are you nuts? Yi Xingchen's super strong and fast, why put him on the bench? Fast? Shen Jingbing was stunned at first, then suddenly seemed to realize something. His emotions became very intense. After a moment, he calmed down, glared at Lin Yun, and said sternly, "I have my own strategy. Who understands basketball better, you or me? During training, we all saw it. Yi Xingchen might have strength, but his basketball skills are terrible." Lin Yun wanted to argue, but Yi Xingchen walked over and held her back. "Forget it, Yunjie. I'll just stay on the bench. As long as the company wins, I don't mind being a substitute. See that? Now look at yourself. Let's go watch how they do." Lin Yun shot Shen Jingbing a furious glare and dragged Yi Xingchen over to the sidelines. Warm-up time quickly ended. After speeches from Qin Yanran and Koizumi Ichiro, the match officially began. Just then, two men with middle-part hairstyles, wearing overalls, slowly walked into the court. Then they took off the overalls, revealing Sakura Company jerseys underneath. "Oh my god. It's them. Why are they on the Sakura Company team? We're doomed, looks like we're losing again this year." Seeing this, several employees on Yita's sideline gasped out loud. Yi Xingchen glanced at the two men. He didn't recognize them, but judging by his coworkers' exaggerated reactions, they were clearly skilled basketball players. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to ask who they were, another curious coworker beat him to it. "Huh? Old Ma, who are those two little guys?" "Sigh." Old Ma let out a heavy sigh. "You guys don't watch NBA much, do you? Those two, one is named Jinatamai, the other is Xiao Haizi, they both used to play in the NBA." "What? They used to play in the NBA? Damn, isn't that cheating from Sakura Company? Isn't that the same as hiring foreign ringers?" Not far away, a Sakura Company employee smirked proudly. "What foreign ringers? You people don't know? Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi are employees of Sakura Company now. They joined 3 months ago. Ignorant Xia country people." "What the hell?" Old Ma cried out in shock again. "Jinatamai? Xiao Haizi?" Yi Xingchen glanced at the two and frowned slightly. Since Sakura Company dared to let them on the court, it meant they really were employees now. Looks like Sakura Company had started preparing for today's basketball match months ago. For Yita Company to win today, hard wouldn't even begin to describe it. As the match officially began, Xiao Haizi, playing center, jumped for the ball on behalf of Sakura Company. As a former NBA player, Xiao Haizi had both height and jumping ability far beyond Yita's regular staff. Unsurprisingly, Sakura Company got first possession and launched the opening attack. Jinatamai, playing point guard, received the ball, made a slick crossover, and easily drove to the basket for a layup. 0:2. Sakura Company scored the first 2 points. Shen Jingbing clearly didn't follow the NBA, or if he did, he couldn't recognize what Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi looked like back then. Clapping lightly to encourage his teammates, Shen Jingbing said, "Guys, these two aren't bad. Stay sharp and keep an eye on them." He got the ball as point guard and tried to shoot a three-pointer using a screen. But Xiao Haizi reacted fast, quickly rotated over, and blocked Shen Jingbing's shot hard. Then Jinatamai grabbed the rebound from the crowd, led a fast break, and scored another easy layup. 0:4. 0:6. 0:12. The score kept changing, except Yita's points stayed at 0. At first, Qin Yanran stayed calm, but once it hit 0:17, she couldn't stay calm anymore and signaled for a timeout. Hearing the whistle, Shen Jingbing glared at Jinatamai and led his teammates off the court. By now, Qin Yanran had already heard from employees on the sidelines all the background info about Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi. Seeing her team's morale nearly collapse, she sighed helplessly. "It's okay if we can't win this match, after all, they've got 2 former NBA pros. But even if we lose, we can't lose too badly. We can't end the whole match with 0 points. If we can keep the loss within 20 points, that'll count as mission accomplished." "Got it." "Okay." Shen Jingbing and the others gave a glance toward Jinatamai from afar. Their voices didn't sound too confident. "President Qin." Lin Yun stepped forward anxiously, clearly wanting to say something. Yi Xingchen, standing nearby, of course knew what she wanted to say, most likely to suggest sending him, the substitute, onto the court. Yi Xingchen subtly tugged at Lin Yun, signaling her not to speak. "What is it?" Getting Yi Xingchen's signal, Lin Yun sighed helplessly. "Nothing. I just wanted to say, let's all do our best." The timeout ended, and the game continued. Maybe Qin Yanran's speech helped lift some mental pressure from Yita Company's players. This attack finally succeeded, scoring 2 points. "Yeah." Shen Jingbing pumped his right arm excitedly, glared at Yi Xingchen defiantly, as if saying, "With or without you the substitute, the team isn't affected much." But Shen Jingbing hadn't finished celebrating when Jinatamai launched a fast break and nailed a three-pointer immediately. Yita Company's effort proved to be self-inflicted damage, making incredible effort to only lose more. Yi Xingchen shook his head in helplessness. "Is this guy insane? He scores a basket but provokes me, not Jinatemai or Xiao Haizi. That's messed up. Having already figured out Shen Jingbing's motives, Yi Xingchen stopped paying attention to the match and happily pulled out his phone to play his Three Kingdoms Kill game. He thought if Qin Yanran hadn't been there, he'd probably find a place to lie down and nap. As the crowd continued cheering, mainly Sakura Company fans, the first half officially ended. The score stood at 10-54. Shen Jingbing looked dejected like a beaten rooster, sitting at the sideline drinking water. But when he saw Yi Xingchen calmly eating crispy noodles and playing a mobile game, he flew into a rage. Hey! We're fighting our asses off on the court, and you sit down there playing phone games? That's just too much. He who invades the land of the Wu shall be crushed. Yi Xingchen shouted triumphantly as he won his game, then glanced at Shen Jingbing. Relax, wasn't it halftime? I was cheering and got tired too, took a break, didn't I? You! Shen Jingbing stood up. I saw you, you kept playing on your phone and didn't cheer us at all. It's all your fault we're losing big. Yi Xingchen was stunned. He never expected that to be Shen Jingbing's excuse for falling behind by a wide margin. He glanced at Qin Yanran, fiddling with a tablet, clearly she'd already given up on winning this match. But she was using a device too, why yell at me and not at her? Targeting the weak. Still, Yi Xingchen didn't want to make a scene with Shen Jingbing. After all, Qin Yanran was there. They're colleagues, and some things weren't worth saying so harshly. Okay, shut up. What difference does he make? You're the one playing poorly, how many moves got blocked by the opponent, that's on you, not him. Lin Yun wouldn't tolerate Shen Jingbing's nonsense and spoke sharply. You! Shen Jingbing got angry again but couldn't say more. He bottled it up and took it out on Yi Xingchen. I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Xingchen used that as an excuse to escape before Shen Jingbing could vent more anger on him. He whistled softly while walking toward the bathroom, mentally sending more friendly greetings to Shen Jingbing than usual. As he reached the bathroom corridor, a man walked toward him. It was none other than Jinatemai, who had been dominating the court. What a coincidence. Yi Xingchen paused briefly, didn't make eye contact, and, following his countryman's etiquette, moved closer to the wall to give Jinatemai some space. Jinatemai didn't respond kindly, he sneered and deliberately stepped to the left, blocking Yi Xingchen's path. Yi Xingchen looked up at him, he was almost 6 feet 3 inches, and realized this guy was doing it on purpose. But Yi Xingchen didn't understand what he wanted. Excuse me. Jinatemai grinned and tried to push Yi Xingchen aside with his right hand. Yi Xingchen frowned, stepped back twice to dodge him, and glanced at him again. What's wrong with this guy? I already gave him space, why block my way and try to push me? Yi Xingchen's quick reaction surprised Jinatemai a little. Then he sneered again, you're blocking my way. My way? Yi Xingchen's face fell. This is my country. This is our road, not yours. Okay? Yi Xingchen's firm tone made Jinatemai unhappy. He looked down at Yi Xingchen and said coldly, aren't people here supposed to be polite? Is this how you treat visitors? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Politeness only works when both sides act with respect. But Yi Xingchen didn't want to argue. He thought, what's the point of arguing with someone who clearly wants a fight? Seeing Yi Xingchen silent and obviously unimpressed, Jinatemai grew angry and stepped forward to provoke him. What are you doing? A loud voice rang out from nearby. A middle-aged man with hands behind his back walked over quickly. Yi Xingchen recognized him from what Lin Yun had said earlier, it was Gue Binquan, the owner of the sports arena. Mr. Gue, is this how your people treat guests? I'm really disappointed. Jinatemai spoke first, flipping the blame onto Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was about to explain, but Gue Binquan had already snapped. What are you doing? This is Mr. Jinatemai, our distinguished guest. Apologize right now. What? I should apologize? Yi Xingchen looked at Jinatemai's smug face, then at Gue Binquan glaring at him like he owed him something. He was stunned. You offended Mr. Jinatemai. Apologize immediately. Or I'll have security remove you, blacklist you from the arena, and even report your behavior to the media. Apologize, right now. You're not even going to ask what actually happened? Just force me to apologize? Yi Xingchen's brows furrowed as he stared at Gue Binquan. There's no need to ask. Why would someone like Mr. Jinatemai target someone like you for no reason? Take a look in the mirror. You think you're worth that kind of attention? I'll count to 3. Apologize. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath to calm himself. Gue Binquan, huh? What a perfect name, for someone who blindly flatters outsiders at the expense of his own. Faced with Gue Binquan's aggressive attitude, Yi Xingchen found himself in a dilemma. If he didn't apologize to Jinatemai, Gue Binquan would really kick him out. If that guy smeared him in front of reporters, he could become the excuse Sakura Company needed to accuse Yida Company of disrespecting foreign guests. But if he really did apologize to Jinatemai, wouldn't that be too humiliating? Wouldn't Jinatemai get all smug and act like he'd won? Heh. Jinatemai gave a sinister smile and shook his head in fake disappointment. Boss Gue, sigh, not every citizen of Xia is as kind as you in treating us foreign guests. This trip to Xia has truly been disappointing. If you don't properly punish this rude and arrogant guy, I don't think I'll consider coming back to Xia again. After hearing Jinatemai's words, Gue Binquan became even more anxious. He strode forward, trying to grab Yi Xingchen by the collar. Are you going to apologize or not? If not, I'll do everything I said before. I'll even suggest to President Qin that you be fired. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and tried to reason with him. This guy, I was just walking along when I saw him coming, so I stepped aside. But he blocked my path and demanded I move aside for him. Now you show up and, without even asking what happened, you demand I apologize? How is that fair? Yes, our country values etiquette, but that's how we treat international guests. You shut up? Gue Binquan rudely cut him off. Obviously Mr. Jinatemai made room for you, and you repaid him by blocking his way. Wouldn't any man be angry in that situation? Not only do you not admit your fault, you even turn it around and falsely accuse Mr. Jinatemai. I'm ashamed to have someone like you as a fellow citizen. Hehe. Jinatemai fanned the flames. Boss Gue, I think they're just panicking because we're winning the game by a big margin, so now they're trying to play tricks. Is this how people from Xia act when they lose? Jinatemai's words seemed to strike a nerve with Gue Binquan. He exploded in anger. It's just a friendly match. Winning and losing is normal. If you dared to compete, why can't you accept defeat? Are you even a man? Is this how Yida Company people behave? You can insult me, but you can't insult my company. Yi Xingchen was also furious. What annoyed him the most was being insulted along with the place he belonged to. Back when he fought underground matches, he killed Bo Chio with one punch because Bo Chio had verbally attacked all Xia people. Now, Gue Binquan insulted him while dragging Yida Company into it too. Yi Xingchen was naturally enraged. What, you're denying it? I see now what kind of people Yida Company has. The kind of people Yida Company has is none of your business, Boss Gue. Yi Xingchen snapped back. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to punch Gue Binquan, a loud female voice came from the hallway entrance. At some point, Qin Yanran and Lin Yun had arrived in the corridor. Seeing Qin Yanran, Gue Binquan immediately panicked. He quickly changed his attitude and smiled awkwardly at her. President Qin. Your company's reputation was almost ruined by this guy. I was just teaching him a lesson for you. Qin Yanran slowly walked up to Gue Binquan with Lin Yun by her side. Her tone was icy. He's my employee. No matter what happened, it's not your place to discipline him. This. Gue Binquan clearly realized that whether it came to money or connections, he was no match for Qin Yanran. Hearing such a blunt statement from her, Gue Binquan still wanted to explain something. Qin Yanran didn't give Gue Binquan a chance to explain. I stood by the hallway entrance and listened for a while. I already have a good understanding of what happened. Boss Gue, I have one question for you. You didn't even bother to find out what actually happened. You just came over and ordered my employee to apologize. Do you have a problem with Yida, or perhaps with me personally? No, not at all. I wouldn't dare. Sweat started to form on Gue Binquan's forehead, and he quickly waved his hands. President Qin. Jinatemai pretended to look innocent and stepped forward, trying to say something. Qin Yanran raised her beautiful eyes and bluntly cut him off without giving him any face. Two company bosses are having a conversation. What right does a regular employee of Sakura Company have to interrupt? Who do you think you are? This is Xia. It's already the year 2XXX. Do you still think it's 1840? Jinatemai realized Qin Yanran wasn't someone to mess with, so he shrank back, sulking, and quickly walked away without saying another word to either of them. After walking a few steps, he turned his head angrily and glared at Qin Yanran. Originally, I planned to go easy on Yida in the second half of the game so you wouldn't lose too badly. But now, it seems there's no need for mercy. Get ready to set a record of humiliation. We have an old saying in Xia, the winner is yet to be decided. Let's wait and see. Qin Yanran's eyes turned cold. Jinatemai gave another cold snort and walked off without looking back. President Qin, about that. Seeing Jinatemai leave, Gue Binquan also started having second thoughts. Qin Yanran held up one finger toward Gue Binquan. Gue Binquan looked confused. President Qin, what does that mean? 1 million. 1 million what? I'll pay 1 million to buy this gym from you. What? Gue Binquan was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. President Qin, I never said I wanted to sell this gym. Plus, it cost me over 10 million to build. You're 1 million. Humph, Qin Yanran gave a cold snort. 1 million. I'm only offering once. If you don't sell, let's wait and see whose backing is stronger, yours or mine. I guarantee your gym won't be able to stay open. I also guarantee your company will go bankrupt within a month. Gue Bingquan nearly burst into tears. He had no doubt Qin Yanran meant every word. A company at that level, with such backing, fighting her was basically suicide. It was clear that if he didn't sell to Qin Yanran, the gym really wouldn't survive. And the company he relied on to live would truly go bankrupt. Thinking of this, Gue Bingquan wished he could slap himself. Why did I do this? Why did I have to provoke this crazy woman? After a moment of thought, Gue Bingquan nodded helplessly. Fine. I'll sell. Heh. Qin Yanran let out a cold laugh, turned to Lin Yun, and said, Yun, after we buy this place, tear it down and build the biggest public restroom in Yunha City. Lin Yun almost burst out laughing. Yes, President Qin. Gue Bingquan, already on the verge of a breakdown, nearly coughed up blood upon hearing her decision. You. Gue Bingquan pointed at Qin Yanran with his right hand, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. Qin Yanran looked at Gue Bingquan with disdain, then smiled at Yixingchen. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call 911 for him. After the minor incident passed, Yixingchen returned to the side of the basketball court after using the restroom. By then, the second half of the game had already started. After being humiliated by Yixingchen, Jinatamai played like a god descended from the heavens, and the score gap widened even further. By the end of the third quarter, the score was already 20-80. Many Yida Company employees couldn't bear to watch such a brutal scene and began leaving early. Shen Jingbing sat on the floor gasping for breath. Facing such a crushing score difference, he had completely lost hope. Even narrowing the gap now seemed like an impossible fantasy. When he saw Yixingchen lazily standing behind him, he got even angrier. But soon, Shen Jingbing's eyes rolled as he came up with a plan. He walked over to Yixingchen, who was chatting with Lin Yun, and began blaming him in an accusatory tone. As a substitute, where did you go just now? Why weren't you on standby at the sideline? Yixingchen looked at Shen Jingbing with an innocent face and helplessly spread his hands. Dude, I just went to the bathroom. Is that not allowed? Besides, what's the point of being on standby? Even if the whole game finishes, you still wouldn't let me play. What did you say? You're saying I wouldn't let you play? Shen Jingbing gave a sneaky grin. You know nothing. Do you even understand tactical planning? My plan was to have our starters exhaust their starters' energy. By the third quarter, their starters were already running on empty. That's when I planned to put you in, the fresh substitute, to turn the game around. But you were gone. Even without thinking hard, Yixingchen knew Shen Jingbing was just trying to pin the blame on him. No matter what he did, he would be the scapegoat. Yixingchen simply curled his lip. If their starters were so worn out, how come you didn't close the score gap? Shen Jingbing pretended not to hear that and just waved his hand. Enough. You're playing the last quarter. We've already tired them out. Now it's your turn. If you can't reduce the score gap, then you've let everyone down after all our hard work. I swear to. Yixingchen was about to lose it. If there hadn't been so many coworkers around, he might have snapped and cursed out loud. Xingchen. Lin Yun gently tugged Yixingchen's hand. Just go play. Prove to this lunatic who the real loser is. And about the reward you mentioned earlier, I agree to it. In fact, we can revise the deal. You don't have to win, just cut the score gap down to under 20 points. Yixingchen was briefly surprised, then started laughing. Well, if you say so, I won't play dead anymore. Seeing Yixingchen and Lin Yun fall into his trap, Shen Jingbing smugly smiled. Great, then you're going in next. Let's see what you've got, don't let everyone down. Beep beep beep. With the referee's whistle, the final quarter officially began. Already changed into his jersey, Yixingchen bounced around on the sideline to warm up a little, then stepped onto the court with his teammates. Huh? Who's that? Why is he replacing Shen Jingbing? We're screwed. Shen Jingbing is our company's best player. Replacing him with this guy basically means surrendering. Damn it. Surrender to anyone, but not to those guys. What are they thinking? Sigh. That's it, it's over. We can't win this, no one could save us now, not even God himself. What Yixingchen didn't expect was that just as he entered the game, several colleagues started expressing doubts about him. Even more coworkers, already few in number, left the court in disappointment. Heh, kid from Xiagua, turns out you're just a substitute on your company's basketball team. I was just looking for a chance to teach you a lesson. You walked right into this yourself, so don't blame us when we crush you to tears. Seeing Yixingchen step onto the court, Jinatamai was overjoyed. He immediately walked over and mocked him to his face. Yixingchen decided to let his skills do the talking. He didn't want to waste time arguing and chose to ignore Jinatemai's taunts. Once Yi Xingqian was on the court and saw his teammate getting ready to inbound the ball, he sprinted up court, trying to catch the defense off guard and score 2 quick points on a fast break. But after a few steps, something felt off. He had assumed the Sakura team wasn't hustling back on defense because they were leading by a huge margin and were exhausted. But when he turned his head, he saw that none of the Sakura players were moving back. What the hell? What the hell? What are you doing? Why are you running to our backcourt? Finally, the inbounding teammate couldn't hold it anymore and shouted at Yi Xingqian, then passed the ball to someone else. Huh? Only then did Yi Xingqian realize why the Sakura team hadn't retreated on defense. It was a front-court inbounds play. But, isn't it standard that at the start of each quarter, the team with possession inbounds from the backcourt? Why was it the front court this time? Though still a bit confused, Yi Xingqian forced a smile and quickly ran back toward the front court. Ha 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 ha. Doesn't this guy from Xiagua know how to play basketball? Why did Yida put someone who clearly doesn't know what he's doing on the court? I'm dying laughing. You don't get it. This is just Yida's way of setting up an excuse. They can say they lost because they sent in a guy who doesn't know how to play. They're already preparing to cover their loss. After all, people from Xiagua never admit their lack of skill. They always blame something else. That's just typical. Look at that confused face. Jinatemai could probably drop 30 points in 1 quarter on that guy's head. Ha ha ha. While laughter echoed from the Sakura company side, the Yida company side was all groans and sighs. Ugh. It's hopeless, just hopeless. If I'd known it'd be this bad, I would have signed up for the team myself. Isn't that Yi Xingqian? The new bodyguard personally hired by President Qin? A bodyguard should at least not be this clueless. Has he never played basketball before? How can someone like that be a bodyguard? No wonder we're losing so badly. Any random guy can just walk on the court. Damn it. What's the point in watching anymore? What are you all hoping for? That Jinatemai and Yi Xingqian fall in love mid-game and go easy on us out of respect? Forget it, let's go. Let's all head home. Total waste of my emotions. Almost everyone from Yida was pessimistic about Yi Xingqian. Their faces were filled with hopelessness. But Qin Yanran and Lin Yun were different. Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingqian with eyes full of anticipation, as if expecting a surprise performance. As for Lin Yun, she had her eyes closed in quiet sincerity, hands clasped together in prayer, silently wishing Yi Xingqian the best. Heh? Kid, you've never played basketball before, have you? Jinatemai walked up to Yi Xingqian as he returned to the front court. You want to close the score gap, right? Alright, I won't say I didn't give you a chance. If you kneel down in a moment, call me master, and admit that all people from Xiagua are the sick men of East Asia, we'll ease up and let you narrow the gap, so it won't look too bad. How's that sound? Heh. Yi Xingqian didn't respond to Jinatemai. He just smiled slightly and focused completely on the game. You arrogant bastard. Before Jinatemai could finish his sentence, one of Yi Xingqian's teammates took a shot. But under the defense of the Sakura team, the ball clanged off the rim. Yi Xingqian had no desire to waste time arguing. He quickly accelerated, shook off Jinatemai, leapt into the air, grabbed the rebound out of Xiaoblack's hands, and dunked it with ease. This guy, Jinatemai stared blankly at Yi Xingqian's back, surprised. What incredible speed, that burst just now, was even I left in the dust. Jinatemai-san, this guy can jump freakishly high. He's only about 5 feet 9 inches, but he grabbed that rebound from me, and I'm over 6 feet 10 inches. Xiaoblack was also shocked as he looked at Yi Xingqian running back on defense. No way. Jinatemai frowned and shook his head repeatedly. How could an average person have such insane vertical? Maybe you didn't grip the ball properly and it slipped between your hands into his? Xiaoblack hesitated. Everything just happened so fast? I wasn't paying attention. I don't remember. Jinatemai glared fiercely at Yi Xingqian. No matter. I'll take him one-on-one in the next play and see what he's really got. Okay. Jinatemai received the ball in the backcourt and quickly advanced. He signaled his teammates to spread out. He wanted to go one-on-one with Yi Xingqian. Kid, that rebound earlier? Just dumb luck. But you won't be lucky the whole game. With a fierce expression, Jinatemai began backing Yi Xingqian down with the ball. I'll show you what real strength looks like. But soon, Jinatemai's face changed. He was stunned. No matter how hard he tried to push, Yi Xingqian behind him didn't budge. It was like he was anchored to the floor. What the? Jinatemai started to wonder if he was backing into a brick wall. He turned his head to look. Just then, Yi Xingqian seized the moment. Without hesitation, he stripped the ball from Jinatemai and, before anyone could react, fast break down the court and scored an easy uncontested layup. Xiao Black looked from Yi Xingqian, who just scored again, to the dumbfounded Jinatamai still standing frozen in place, and angrily stomped the ground. What are you doing? Ow! Jinatamai just helplessly spread his hands. This guy from Xiagua is a freak. I just realized I couldn't even back him down. No way. Xiao Black didn't believe it. You're over 6 feet 2 inches, Jinatamai. That guy from Xiagua is what, maybe 5 feet 9 inches? How could you not move him? Jinatamai didn't know how to explain it either. Nice. Great play. Great steal. Nice. A burst of cheers erupted from the Yida Company employee section. TCH. What are you so proud of? So what if you got 2 points? Pathetic Xiagua guys. You're still going to lose in the end. Nearby Sakura Company employees stayed calm, even looking down on them with disdain. Shut the hell up, you punks. Who are you barking at? Idiot. Screw you. Idiot. Screw you. While the players on the court were locked in a fierce battle, the employees on both sides were hurling insults across the stands. However, as Yi Xingqian kept catching up with the score, Yida Company's employees grew more confident with every insult they hurled. Idiot. Seeing Yi Xingqian score 8 consecutive points, Jinatamai roared, "Get your heads in the game." Mr. Koizumi already said, "We have to win this game by more than 50 points. If we let them bring it back to within 50, how will we even face Mr. Koizumi?" Yes. They launched another attack, and finally, Xiao Black got a one-on-one mismatch against Yi Xingqian. Xiao Black clutched the ball tightly, baring his teeth at Yi Xingqian. "Xiagua boy, let me show you what real basketball looks like. I used to play in the NBA. Your arrogance ends here." With a serious look, Xiao Black dribbled quickly, trying to charge in for a powerful dunk. He crossed over Yi Xingqian with ease, and smiled smugly. Holding the ball in his right hand, Xiao Black went up for a one-handed slam. To an average person, this crossover and dunk might look fierce and fast, but to Yi Xingqian, it was painfully slow, like watching a kindergartner try to play. Yi Xingqian stepped aside slightly, waiting for Xiao Black to fully extend his arm, then, like a ghost, snatched the ball mid-air. What the? Before Xiao Black even landed, Yi Xingqian had already bolted for a fast break. Swish. Another clean three-pointer. What the hell are you doing? Ow! Jinatamai was furious. He stomped the floor hard, clearly annoyed at Xiao Black. With Yi Xingqian's incredible performance, Yida Company miraculously turned the game around. The final score was 92-90. Yeah, we won. No one was more excited than Qin Yanran. She kept pumping her fists in the air, releasing all her frustration and exhilaration. The entire gym was split in 2 extremes. Sakura Company's employees were crying and shouting in despair, while Yida Company's side was celebrating in pure joy. Of course, not everyone at Yida was happy. Shen Jingbing looked especially pissed. Watching Yi Xingqian steal the spotlight, he looked like he wanted to chop him in half. "Xingqian! We won! We actually won!" Lin Yun excitedly ran over to Yi Xingqian. Maybe it was the adrenaline, or maybe she was just keeping her promise, but Lin Yun bounced up and suddenly hugged Yi Xingqian's neck, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. "Ah, Sister Yun." Yi Xingqian stared at Lin Yun, dumbfounded. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly let go of him, lowering her head with a soft laugh. "Consider that your reward." Hee hee. Yi Xingqian scratched his head and grinned like a fool. Damn it. In the headquarters building of Sakura Company, Koizumi Ichiro furiously slammed the tablet on his desk to the ground. "Boss, please calm down." Jinatamai and Xiao Black trembled, afraid that Koizumi Ichiro would take his anger out on them. "Useless. All of you are useless. You can't win in weightlifting, and now you can't even win a basketball game. A bunch of failures. Do you know how long I've been preparing for today's basketball game? Months. That's the whole reason I recruited you." Koizumi Ichiro pointed at Jinatamai and Xiao Black and unleashed a storm of curses. Even though both Jinatamai and Xiao Black felt humiliated, they knew Koizumi Ichiro had a terrifying background, so they swallowed their frustration and didn't dare say a word. "Mr. Koizumi, calm down, calm down." A middle-aged man behind him smiled as he stepped forward. His name was Daishomaru, a top special agent from their country. "Daisho, these worthless subordinates are embarrassing me in front of you," Koizumi Ichiro sighed helplessly. "No worries." Daishomaru waved it off with a smile. "It's just a basketball game, it doesn't really matter. What's important is the bidding event in a few days. We need to get someone from Yida to steal a copy of their bid proposal. Winning the bid is the real victory. You mentioned someone kept messing up your plans?" "Yes." Koizumi Ichiro nodded, still feeling frustrated. "I found out it's a guy named Yi Xingqian from Xiagua. I don't even know where he came from, but he's ruined my plans several times already." Haha, Daishomaru smiled confidently. "Just some random Xiagua guy? If he's getting in your way, I'll take care of him for you. Koizumi Ichiro was surprised and delighted. That would be great. But Daisho, this guy is really strong and quick. He's no ordinary person. No worries at all. Daishomaru waved confidently again. This is the 21st century, no one fights with brute force anymore. I've got a secret weapon. As he spoke, Daishomaru proudly pulled a small black box from his pocket. It had a button on the side and a thin wire attached to it. If Yi Xingqian had been there, he would have instantly recognized it as a taser disguised as a lighter. The only difference was that unlike normal tasers that need to be pressed at the top, this one activated with a button on the side. What's that? Koizumi Ichiro looked curiously at the device in Daishomaru's hand. Hee. Don't let its size fool you, Koizumi. This thing puts out a powerful electric shock. I've already taken out countless skilled fighters with it. I call it Big Shock, meaning powerful electric strike. Excellent. Koizumi Ichiro clapped excitedly. With you and your Big Shock on the job, that Xiagua guy is as good as dead. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Daishomaru laughed loudly, as if already seeing Yi Xingqian electrocuted. Ha 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 ha. Jinatemai and Xiao Black exchanged glances and gave forced laughs too. That night, Yi Xingqian drove his car and soon arrived at the entrance of the underground fighting arena. He planned to pick up Yi Hao and tell him the good news, that he had just won a 50,000 yuan prize today. As soon as Yi Xingqian got out of the car, he spotted Huang Mao and quickly waved his hand. Bro. Oh? Huang Mao glanced at Yi Xingqian and smirked. So it's our one-punch man. What are you doing here tonight? Your match is tomorrow. Huh? Yi Xingqian was slightly confused. No. Bro, did you forget? Last time we agreed, if I fought 2 underground matches for you, you'd let my dad go. I came tonight just to pick up my dad. Is that so? I don't remember that, Huang Mao grinned. Yi Xingqian, maybe you got it wrong. What we said was, after you fight 20 underground matches, then we'll release your old man. What? Yi Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Go home. Huang Mao waved him off. Just don't forget to show up tomorrow night on time. You bastard. You think you can mess with me? Yi Xingqian exploded in anger and rushed forward, grabbing Huang Mao by the collar. With full force, Yi Xingqian tore Huang Mao's collar clean off. He. Instead of getting mad, Huang Mao laughed. Yi kid, calm down. You need to remember, your old man is still in our hands. You hurt me, I don't care, I'm a dead man anyway. But your father? If Brother Long gets mad, he might just kill him. Then you won't even get to say goodbye. Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth in frustration but could do nothing. With his father in their hands, Yi Xingqian knew he had no choice but to let them use him. He let out a long sigh and reluctantly released Huang Mao's collar. Seeing Yi Xingqian calm down, Huang Mao grew bolder. He patted Yi Xingqian's left cheek with his right hand, wearing a smug look. Kid, you think a few matches will pay off millions in gambling debt? You're too naive. To Brother Long, you're a money-making machine. Why would he let a goldmine like you go? If you know what's good for you, just listen to Brother Long. Do what he tells you. Don't try to play games. Or else, you might not even get to see your dad again. Damn it. Yi Xingqian clenched his teeth hard, but he couldn't do anything to the man in front of him. Since we're being honest, I might as well tell you, I'm the one who tricked your dad into the casino. I just told him, your son doesn't have to repay your debts, and he believed it. Naive. You think life's that easy? If you know what's good for you, become Brother Long's top fighter. In our world, you don't just come and go as you please. Huang Mao handed Yi Xingqian a thin business card and grinned again. My phone number is on this. Think it through and call me. If I don't get your confirmation by 5 p.m. tomorrow about tomorrow night's match, well, you know what will happen to your dad. Let's go. With that, Huang Mao led his crew back into the fight arena. One long-haired thug, copying Huang Mao, also patted Yi Xingqian's face with a smug look. Take care of yourself, kid. Crack. Yi Xingqian clenched both fists so hard they made a cracking sound. Staring at their backs, a violent look crossed his face. You dare use and lie to me? I will make you pay for this. Sigh? Late at night, Yi Xingqian sat alone by the roadside and let out a helpless sigh. For a moment, he felt life was incredibly hard. He had thought that with the global decline in physical strength, he'd finally have his chance to shine. But he never expected to be schemed against at every turn. He had just secured a decent-paying job, only to realize that his monthly food expenses nearly equaled his salary. Facing the situation ahead, Yi Xingqian felt lost. What should he do next? Should he obey Brother Long's commands? Should he keep working at Yida Company? What if he didn't follow Brother Long? And if he quit Yida, how would he make a living? How would he pay for Yi Hao's sky-high medical bills? All these questions tangled in his mind like a nightmare. Just as Yi Xingqian was feeling troubled, a sneaky-looking man at the street corner glanced at him and cautiously approached. That man was none other than De Xiangwan, a top agent from the Eastern nation. Seeing Yi Xingchen sitting there daydreaming, De Xiangwan almost burst out laughing. This kid had zero awareness, just a rookie. All he had to do was sneak over and zap him with the big shock on his back, and Yi Xingchen would surely drop dead. The thought made De Xiangwan even more excited. Since it was normal for people to walk down the street, Yi Xingchen didn't pay attention to the footsteps behind him and just assumed it was a passerby. So, De Xiangwan easily made his way behind Yi Xingchen. After checking his surroundings and confirming no one was around, he quietly pulled out the lighter-shaped stun device and crept up behind Yi Xingchen. De Xiangwan could hardly contain his glee and almost cheered out loud. "All right, you're dead now." Without hesitation, De Xiangwan pressed the button. A spark of electricity shot out and hit Yi Xingchen square in the back. "What the hell?" Yi Xingchen jolted up like a spring, instantly jumping to his feet. As he turned around, he saw De Xiangwan holding the stun device lighter. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" De Xiangwan looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. "What? You're not supposed to jump up, you should have collapsed." "Collapse? Jump up? What are you talking about? Why'd you zap me with a stun lighter? Are you crazy?" Yi Xingchen had no idea who De Xiangwan was, nor did he realize how deadly the device could be to a regular person. He just thought De Xiangwan was playing a mean prank. "No way. This can't be. Why aren't you dead? Did I miss?" De Xiangwan couldn't believe what just happened. Out of sheer instinct, he raised the big shock again and tried to zap Yi Xingchen once more. "Hey, are you nuts?" Yi Xingchen had had enough of this joke. He snatched the device from De Xiangwan's hand and threw it hard into the grassy area nearby. "My big shock." De Xiangwan's eyes bulged in rage. "Damn it. Huh? You're from the Eastern nation?" Yi Xingchen frowned, starting to sense something wasn't right. "You cursed local. I'm De Xiangwan, a top agent from the Eastern nation. You're dead tonight." De Xiangwan? Yi Xingchen felt a wave of disgust. "That name kind of stinks, doesn't it? Damn it." De Xiangwan roared in rage. Seeing that the electric shock didn't kill Yi Xingchen, he panicked and charged at him with his fists, completely forgetting Shoichi Kojima's instructions. Yi Xingchen stepped back and calmly caught De Xiangwan's right fist with one hand. "A special agent? Why are you trying to kill me?" De Xiangwan didn't answer. Instead, he swung his left fist at Yi Xingchen's face. Already furious from his encounter with Huang Mao, Yi Xingchen wasn't about to put up with De Xiangwan. He grabbed De Xiangwan's left fist with his left hand, then used the momentum to fling him over 2 meters away. Crack! A chilling sound of breaking bones echoed. De Xiangwan didn't even know which part of him was broken. He only knew that multiple bones were fractured and that the intense pain left him unable to stand. He stared at Yi Xingchen in terror. How is this possible? How can one person have such terrifying strength? Not even the top fighters from the Miyamoto clan could match this. Yi Xingchen stepped closer. "Talk. Why are you trying to kill me?" "Humph," De Xiangwan looked at him with disdain. "I'm a warrior with an iron will. You'll never get anything out of me." Snap. Yi Xingchen stepped on a stick by the roadside and broke it with a crunch. "Still not talking? If you don't, I'll break every rib in your body just like this stick. I'll start with your arms and legs, then stuff something in your mouth so you can't even end your own life." "Daxiangwan was stunt. How could you be so ruthless? What your people did in our country back then was far worse. I'm already being merciful." De Xiangwan shrank back, tossing aside any ideas of warrior pride. I'll talk, but you can't kill me after I do. That depends on whether you're telling the truth. First, why were you trying to assassinate me?" Seeing the killing intent in Yi Xingchen's eyes, De Xiangwan shivered and quickly confessed, "Because you ruined Shoichi Kojima's plans several times. He has ties to the military, and as a special agent, it's my job to help him with problems." "So, you and Shoichi are pretty close then?" "Well, sort of." At that moment, De Xiangwan was cursing Shoichi Kojima in his heart. Of all the people to mess with, he had to target Yi Xingchen, someone who could survive an electric shock like it was nothing. Helping him now felt like the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. "One more thing. Did you plant a mole in our company?" "Da Xiangge. You've already said so much. What's one more thing?" Yi Xingchen glared at him coldly. "Fine, da Xiangguan caved in. His name is Shen Jingbing. He's the head of your company's security department. He was the one who helped Shoichi steal your company's bidding documents several times." "So it was him." Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully, then turned to walk away. "You've got a phone, right? Call someone to come pick you up." Feeling restless, Yi Xingchen soon arrived at his front door. He immediately noticed that the lights in the living room were on. He didn't even have to guess, it had to be Shi Wenbin. Boss. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xingqian stepped into the living room, Shi Wenbin waved his right hand at him excitedly. Yi Xingqian sighed heavily and sat down on the sofa. What's wrong? Boss, something bothering you? Shi Wenbin quickly picked up on Yi Xingqian's mood. Sigh. It's a long story. Yi Xingqian let out another heavy sigh. Mainly, there are two things troubling me. First is money. My dad needs hundreds of thousands for medical bills. Even though I have a decent job now, it's hard to explain this, but I eat almost 100 times more than a normal person. A monthly salary of tens of thousands barely covers my meals. I have to find a way to make more money. Huh? Shi Wenbin looked at Yi Xingqian in shock, struggling to imagine someone needing that much food. But thinking about Yi Xingqian's insane skills, Shi Wenbin figured maybe it made sense. Extraordinary people often have strange traits. The second thing is those bastards from the Qinglong gang. They tricked my dad into gambling, then used his debt to force me into fighting underground matches for them. Shi Wenbin frowned as he started to understand the situation. Boss, this isn't sustainable. They clearly want to use your insane strength and speed, turn you into a money-making machine for their underground ring. They'll squeeze every bit of value out of you. And that ring, who knows what kind of monsters show up there. If you stay in that world too long, it's only a matter of time before something bad happens. I was too naive before, thinking I'd just fight a few matches and be done. Now I realize I've been played, but what can I do? My dad is still in their hands. What am I supposed to do? I feel helpless. If I don't do what they say, who knows what they'll do to my dad? If they chopped off one of his fingers, I'd never forgive myself. Shi Wenbin rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, what if we go big? Yi Xingqian was a little surprised. Go big? What do you mean? We go all in. Take out the Qinglong gang boss, and anyone who doesn't obey, wipe them out too. We take over the Qinglong gang ourselves. Hiss, that. Yi Xingqian looked very hesitant. Boss, think about it. With your insane fighting skills, who in that gang could possibly beat you? Here's what we do, call them and say you'll keep fighting in their underground matches, but only if you can meet your dad first to confirm he's safe. And ask for their boss to be there too, to promise you personally that your dad won't be harmed. They won't suspect a thing. Then, when the time's right, boom. Take them down in one strike, clean and fast, and take over the gang. Once you're in charge, money's no longer a problem, and your dad's safety will be guaranteed. Yi Xingqian nodded thoughtfully. Honestly, taking them down wouldn't be hard. It's just, killing people, is that really okay? Boss. Those Qinglong gang guys are no good. And people in their line of work, don't they all live with their heads basically hanging by a thread? They're all prepared for that day to come. Besides, those underground gangs are always fighting. A few deaths are totally normal, it's not like we're wiping them out. We're just setting an example. Shi Wenbin was born to take big risks. He had all the traits of someone made for it, ruthless and sharp. Yi Xingqian hesitated for another moment, then finally made up his mind. Then let's do it. He took out his phone, found Huang Mao's business card, and made the call. Hello? Big bro, it's Yi Xingqian. I'll fight for you tomorrow night, but I have two conditions. First, I want to see my dad tonight and make sure he's safe. Second, I want to meet your boss tonight and hear him personally promise he won't hurt my dad. If either condition isn't met, there's nothing more to talk about. Alright. Go check with your boss, I'll wait for your reply. A few minutes later, Yi Xingqian received a call back from Huang Mao. After the call, Yi Xingqian nodded at Shi Wenbin. The Qinglong gang had taken the bait. With the roar of an engine, Shi Wenbin drove Yi Xingqian to the entrance of the underground fight club. Huang Mao was already waiting for them at the gate. You're here? Come on, let's go meet the boss and your old man. Huang Mao greeted Yi Xingqian with a smile, then looked at Shi Wenbin behind him. Who's this guy? Yi Xingqian glanced at Shi Wenbin. He's a doctor I brought. To check on my dad's condition. You guys know he's sick, right? Huang Mao was fairly aware of Yi Hao's situation. So he didn't think much of it and nodded. Alright. Gotta say, you really are a devoted son. Your dad is lucky to have a kid like you. Heh. Yi Xingqian smiled faintly without responding. Once they entered the basement level of the underground arena, Yi Xingqian immediately saw Yi Hao locked inside a glass room. Dad. Yi Xingqian rushed toward Yi Hao anxiously. Ha ha ha. Huang Mao laughed smugly. Kid, that's special glass. I know you're strong, but don't even think about breaking in. You can't get through. Yi Xingqian instantly calmed down and nodded at Shi Wenbin behind him. Shi Wenbin got the message and walked up pretending to examine Yi Hao's condition. What are you doing here? I told you not to get involved anymore. Don't you understand what I said? Seeing Yi Xingqian there, Yi Hao instantly realized something was up. He started punching the glass wall in rage. Dad. Don't worry. I found a way to cure you. I'll get you out of here soon. I promise I won't let you suffer any longer. Yi Xingqian saw that Yi Hao had lost a lot of weight. His determination only grew stronger. After hearing Yi Xingqian's words, Yi Hao stared at him in shock. No one knows a son better than his father. Yi Hao had a hunch, Yi Xingqian was about to do something big tonight. Huang Mao, seeing the emotional father-son moment, didn't think much of it. He just smiled and waved at Yi Xingqian. Kid, see? I wasn't lying, right? Your old man's getting good food and drink here. The only downside is, well, he doesn't have much freedom. Hey doctor, from what you see, he looks pretty healthy, right? Shi Wenbin made a show of examining him for a few moments, then nodded at Yi Xingqian. That nod meant two things: Yi Hao didn't appear to be in bad shape, and also, it was time to act when ready. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and walked over to Huang Mao alone. Shi Wenbin knew his own limits. If he followed Yi Xingqian into a fight with Long Ji and his men, he'd only get in the way. Plus, he had a very important job, to stay behind and protect Yi Hao. So Shi Wenbin didn't go in with Yi Xingqian. After Huang Mao led Yi Xingqian toward a deeper room, one of the thugs glanced at Shi Wenbin. Hey, Doc, why are you still here? Shi Wenbin had already come up with a story. He put on a frustrated look and stomped his foot. That guy hasn't paid me yet. I'd better wait here for him to come back. If I leave, who knows if he'll pretend he doesn't owe me. At least here, you guys can back me up. Can't trust anyone these days. It's hard making a living. Alright, the thug didn't question it. He just nodded, letting Shi Wenbin stay. Following Huang Mao into the innermost room, Yi Xingqian immediately spotted Long Ji. At the time, Long Ji had his left arm around a scantily clad young woman and a thin, short cigarette in his right hand. Several men in suits were standing in the room, clearly his trusted men. Long Ji, Yi Xingqian is here. Huang Mao respectfully nodded toward Long Ji. Humph. Long Ji took a long drag from his cigarette, then slowly blew out a few smoke rings, his face full of ease. He looked at Yi Xingqian with a hint of disdain. Kid, I know why you're here. Let me be clear, if you keep fighting underground matches for me, I can guarantee your dad's safety. I'll even pay you. How about 500 yuan per match? Satisfied now? Yi Xingqian frowned slightly, he immediately caught the implied threat. If he agreed to fight, his dad would be safe. If not, who knew what would happen to him? These underground guys wouldn't think twice about killing someone. As for that 500 yuan payment, Yi Xingqian almost cursed it out loud. 500? What, does he think I'm a beggar? Even a ruthless capitalist would shed tears seeing how hard Long Ji was trying to exploit him. Although Yi Xingqian had come prepared to take out Long Ji, it wasn't as simple as killing one man. Doing so would spark a bloody war with the entire Qinglong gang. He wasn't sure if he could really bring himself to take down all of Long Ji's loyal men in one go. Yi Xingqian still held out a bit of hope, hoping this could end peacefully, with a solution that worked for both sides. Boss Long, I'm really just an ordinary guy. I just want to live a normal, simple life. You can say I lack ambition or drive, whatever you like. I really don't want to get involved in your underground world. I hope you can show some mercy and let me and my father go. Whether you say I'm negotiating with you or begging you, either way is fine. I just hope you'll spare the two of us. Ha ha ha. Boss Long laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, nearly doubling over. He squeezed a part of the young woman next to him hard, his face filled with scorn. Kid, are you trying to teach me how to do things? Hearing this, a few of Boss Long's men immediately started threatening Yi Xingqian. Kid, Boss Long asking you to fight in our underground matches means he thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. So many people kneel and beg for this opportunity, and Boss Long doesn't even look at them. Yeah. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Don't forget your dad is still in our hands. If you piss off Boss Long, do you want us to chop off one of your dad's fingers and mail it to your house? Yi Xingqian clenched his fists tightly, still holding out a sliver of hope for a peaceful resolution. Boss Long, you're a big man with great power and connections. You've got countless loyal men under you. Why make things hard for an ordinary person like me? If word got out, wouldn't other people in the underground world laugh at you? Boss Long saw Yi Xingqian gripping his fists and sneered coldly. Who would give up a money tree? You don't want to fight for me? Fine, just pay me back for the loss. You look like an honest guy, so I'll give you a discount. Let's call it a round number, 5 million yuan per month. How's that sound? 5 million yuan? Why don't you just go rob someone? Yi Xingqian couldn't hold back anymore. His anger was boiling over. Yeah, that's right. It is robbery. But easier than robbing. Ha ha ha. Boss Long tossed his cigarette but at Yi Xingqian's feet. From the way you're standing, what? You planning to fight? I'll admit, you've got some skills, but are you really gonna take on our whole gang alone and unarmed? Can you handle the consequences of making me angry? Damn, you really don't know your place. Boss Long's been talking nice to you, and you're still acting tough? If you weren't useful, I'd have someone break your legs right now. Boss Long, losers like this from poor places don't know manners. Don't stoop to his level, it's not worth getting mad. Huang Mao grinned at Boss Long, then glared viciously at Yi Xingchen. If a beast won't work, just beat it. Kid, don't blame me tonight, just think of it as a little lesson for not knowing your place. Huang Mao had completely forgotten how terrifying Yi Xingchen's skills were. He was convinced Yi Xingchen wouldn't dare fight back, and to please Boss Long, he started striding toward him. From several feet away, Huang Mao raised his right hand, aiming to slap Yi Xingchen across the face just like he had done earlier. But this time, Yi Xingchen had already lost the last bit of hope in Boss Long naturally. He wasn't going to put up with these people any longer. Huang Mao walked up to Yi Xingchen and tried to slap him across the left cheek. But to Yi Xingchen, Huang Mao's speed was ridiculously slow. Yi Xingchen casually raised his left hand and easily caught Huang Mao's right wrist in midair. Damn it! You dare fight back? You little bastard, are you tired of living? Huang Mao was both shocked and furious. He tried several times to pull his right hand out of Yi Xingchen's grip. But he clearly overestimated his own strength and underestimated Yi Xingchen's. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. The other men in the room didn't seem worried at all. In fact, they watched Yi Xingchen with mocking expressions. Kid, try fighting back and we'll break both your legs. Better let go now and kneel to beg Boss Long for forgiveness before he gets mad. Even the woman in Boss Long's arms laughed at Yi Xingchen. Boss Long, since when do nobodies dare to defy you? If word gets out, wouldn't it be a disgrace in the underground scene? Hearing this, Boss Long frowned, irritation growing on his face. Kid, you better think about the consequences before you act. I get it, you're young and full of fire, but first ask yourself if you've got the power to back it up. Do you really think you alone can take on the whole Qinglong gang? I'll count to 3. Let go and kneel to beg me for forgiveness, or both you and your father will pay for your outburst tonight. Heh. Yi Xingchen let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. 3. Boss Long had barely started counting when Yi Xingchen made his move. Crack. With a horrifying snap, Yi Xingchen tightened his grip and snapped Huang Mao's right wrist with one hand. Ah! Ah! Huang Mao screamed in pain like a dying pig, his legs giving out as he nearly collapsed. Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen kicked Huang Mao in the chest, sending him flying like a broken kite into the table in front of Boss Long. His condition was unknown. You little punk! You're really doing this? You've got a death wish. Get him! Beat that arrogant bastard to death! Brothers outside, get in here! Kill that piece of trash! Get him! Avenge Huang Mao! Everybody, charge! Take him out! As the shouting filled the room, several big guys rushed at Yi Xingchen with their fists raised. You brought this on yourselves. Yi Xingchen no longer held back. He lifted his right leg and kicked one of the men in the face. The man collapsed instantly, bleeding from every orifice. Without letting up, Yi Xingchen charged at 4 more men. These guys were seasoned fighters in the underground world, more than enough to handle regular folks. But against someone like Yi Xingchen, they were nothing. In just one exchange, one round, Yi Xingchen dropped all 4 with a single punch each. Their condition was unclear. You bastard, how dare you touch Boss Long? Kill him! Over 10 men from outside stormed into the room, shouting. Yi Xingchen glanced at Boss Long, then spun around and kicked 3 more thugs to the ground in one move. The few remaining men had never seen such overwhelming strength. With a single kick, 3 people were taken out on the spot. As the rest hesitated, Boss Long, visibly terrified, pointed a trembling finger at Yi Xingchen. Get him! Whoever kills that bastard gets 5 million yuan. Big rewards bring brave men. The few remaining thugs, driven by money, charged at Yi Xingchen again. All about the money, huh? 5 million yuan? You need to live long enough to spend it. With a few quick kicks, Yi Xingchen took down all the greedy thugs with ease. After dealing with Boss Long's men, Yi Xingchen stared him down, stepping closer with every stride. Boss Long was nearly scared out of his mind. He dropped to his knees, begging for his life. Big bro. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know who you were and acted stupid. Honestly, you might not believe me, but I swear I never meant to squeeze you from the start. It was those bastards who misled me. If anyone's to blame, it's them, and now they're dead, better that way. As he spoke, Boss Long nervously pulled out a bank card and raised it above his head. Big bro. This is all my savings. There's 10 million yuan on it. I can get more too. Just let me live, and it's all yours. Take it as compensation, please. Too late. Yi Xingchen roared, his voice filled with fury. Way too late. Before, you didn't need to pay anything. You just had to stop messing with me and my dad, and nothing would have happened. Why? Why did you have to push me into this? You think I wanted to kill someone? Now it's gone too far. Even if I let you go tonight, would you let us go? We're not kids. Don't think I'm that naive. Yi Xingqian's words shattered the last bit of hope in Boss Long's heart, just as Boss Long had crushed Yi Xingqian's last hope earlier. Seeing that begging didn't work, Boss Long's eyes turned cold. He pulled a wooden dagger from his pocket and charged at Yi Xingqian, screaming, "You little bastard! You want me dead? I'll take you with me." "You? Take on me, Yi Xingqian? You don't have what it takes." Yi Xingqian effortlessly snatched the wooden dagger from Boss Long's hand. Then, right in front of Boss Long's terrified eyes, he broke it in half with his bare hands. Only then did Boss Long realize. He had messed with the one person he never should have crossed. In the face of overwhelming strength, all resistance was useless. Boss Long stood there in a daze, giving up all thoughts of fighting back. Meanwhile, outside, a young man, hearing shouting and cries for help in the distance, quickly led over a dozen men toward Boss Long's room. As they passed by the glass room where Yi Hao was held, the young man gave an order to two of his men. "You two, grab that guy and bring him to Boss Long's room. And take your blades. The rest of you, follow me." "Yes." After the group left, the two thugs pulled out wooden daggers from their pockets and approached the glass room looking fierce. "Hey, doctor, we've got some personal business here. You better leave. We don't care if you've been paid or not, get out now. If you stay, we won't be so polite." Okay. Shi Wenbin nodded repeatedly and began walking toward them. Just as the two thugs were about to open the door, one suddenly remembered something. "Hey, doctor, the exit's not that way." Before he could finish, Shi Wenbin smiled, pulled a wooden dagger from his coat, and stabbed one of them in the back. The other thug didn't even have time to react before Shi Wenbin brought him down too. With that, Yi Hao's safety was finally secured. Boss. Very quickly, the young man led his men into Boss Long's room. "Deng Hao, save me." Seeing reinforcements arrive, Boss Long was overjoyed and didn't think at all about how Yi Xingqian had just taken out everyone else in the room by himself. Deng Hao clearly wasn't a fool. With one glance, he saw the bodies and blood all over the floor. Looking at the people lying there, most of whom he recognized, Deng Hao realized that Yi Xingqian had done all this alone. With a surprised look, Deng Hao raised his head and stared at Yi Xingqian. "You did all this?" Yi Xingqian, like a machine with no emotion, coldly stared back. "So what if I did? If you've got the guts, all of you come at me." Boss Long shouted, "Deng Hao, what are you standing there for? Get him. Kill that little bastard." Deng Hao gave Yi Xingqian a long, deep look, then held back the men behind him who were ready to rush forward. He wasn't stupid. One guy took out over a dozen people in just minutes. Charging in with only 10 more men would just be suicide. The underground world talks about loyalty, sure, but loyalty doesn't mean dying for nothing. And Deng Hao had other ideas. If Boss Long got killed by Yi Xingqian, and more than half of the senior members of the gang were already wiped out, wouldn't that give him a chance to take Boss Long's place? Yi Hao was still in his hands. If he used letting Yi Hao go as a bargaining chip, Yi Xingqian might spare him. With that thought, Deng Hao looked at Yi Xingqian meaningfully. "Kid, you really want to kill Boss Long? You thought about what happens after that?" "Heh." Yi Xingqian slowly turned around and grabbed Boss Long's throat with his right hand under Deng Hao's gaze. "Deng Hao, save me, save me." Boss Long's face turned purple from choking, his hands frantically slapping at Yi Xingqian's wrist, eyes pleading toward Deng Hao. Deng Hao understood. Yi Xingqian was going to kill Boss Long, no discussion. Seeing Boss Long beg, Deng Hao just smiled faintly. "Oh no. Why can't I see anything? Who turned off the lights?" "But, the lights are clearly still on," one of his men said, confused. Deng Hao's eyes turned sharp as he glared at the man. "You sure the lights are on?" The guy quickly caught on, started fumbling around in the air pretending to be blind. "Oh yeah, someone turned them off? I can't see a thing. Boss, where are you?" Seeing this, Boss Long wanted to kill them all himself, if only Yi Xingqian wasn't choking him. Understanding Deng Hao's response, Yi Xingqian suddenly tightened his grip. Crack! With a crisp sound, Boss Long's neck was broken. Just like that, his head fell to the side and he stopped breathing. Deng Hao watched in silence, filled with both respect and fear. He was also thankful, he'd made the right call to save himself and his men. "Ah!" The woman in the room screamed, then quickly covered her mouth and curled up on the couch, shaking and too scared to speak. Deng Hao glanced at Yi Xingqian and got straight to the point. "Brother, you've got real skill. Grudges have causes, and debts have owners. Boss Long is dead now. How about this, you take your father and leave, and we'll pretend none of this happened. From now on, we stay out of each other's way. Deal?" "No way." Yi Xingqian refused coldly without hesitation. Deng Hao's face darkened. "You really want to wipe us all out? I'm not like Boss Long. I keep my word. I guarantee you and your father can leave right now, and we won't stop you. Leave some room for each other, we may meet again. Why go all the way? And besides, you've killed so many people. Someone needs to clean up after this, or if the police get on your trail, you're done for. Yi Xingchen slowly sat down on the couch. The terrified woman immediately knelt and handed him a cigarette, then lit it. Yi Xingchen took a drag and spoke directly to Deng Hao. You seem like a smart guy, not like those idiots. I'll be straight with you. Right now, it's not just about revenge. I want to take over the Qinglong gang. I want the entire gang to follow my lead. What? Deng Hao was stunned. He never imagined Yi Xingchen would be that ambitious. And don't try to use my dad to threaten me. The guy I brought with me isn't a doctor, he's one of mine. You thinking my dad is still in your hands is just wishful thinking. So you planned this all along. Deng Hao finally understood. So? Will you submit to me, or are you going to fight to the death? After a brief hesitation, Deng Hao quickly knelt before Yi Xingchen. The men behind Deng Hao followed and knelt down too. Looking up seriously at Yi Xingchen, Deng Hao made his decision. With your terrifying skills, no one in Yunhe City's underworld can beat you. It's clear you'll soon control everything here. A wise man adapts. Following someone like you is way better than going solo. All I ask is that you don't push me out. Of course, Yi Xingchen nodded. The friend I brought, his name is Shi Wenbin. From now on, he's the new leader of the Qinglong gang, and you'll be second in command. You two handle things together. If you can't agree, come to me. Or if there's something tough you can't deal with, come to me, I'll take care of it. Okay. Deng Hao nodded with satisfaction and stood up with his men. Boss? I? The woman trembled, trying to speak. Go, Yi Xingchen waved her off. He had no interest in dealing with a petty gangster girl. Thank you, boss. She let out a breath and shakily walked out of the room. Deng Hao nodded at one of his men. The man understood right away, pulled out a wooden dagger, and followed her out. Deng Hao smiled and explained to Yi Xingchen, Boss, that woman saw too much. We can't let her live. Yi Xingchen paused. Deng Hao was clearly ruthless. Then again, how could anyone survive in the cruel underworld without being ruthless? But Yi Xingchen shook his head. Forget it. She's just a petty thug, she can't stir up trouble. All right, Deng Hao sighed, then signaled another man to call the one who'd followed her to come back. Boss, how should we address you? My name is Yi Xingchen. Got it, Brother Yi. Deng Hao responded respectfully. I remember Huang Mao said your father needs hundreds of thousands for medical treatment. Here's the plan, give us a day or two to stabilize the gang, then we'll get your father to the hospital. Yi Xingchen nodded with satisfaction. Thanks. It hurts so bad. At the headquarters of Sakura Corporation, De Xiangwan lay on a bed receiving treatment from a doctor. In unbearable pain, he kept moaning. Damn it. Kobayashi Junichiro in the room frowned deeply. I thought De Xiangkuan would be able to take care of that kid. I didn't expect that even with your Daijiji, you weren't a match for him. Kobayashi-kun. De Xiangwan gritted his teeth angrily. That guy is no ordinary person. I suspect he's a martial artist. If you'd told me earlier that he was a martial artist, I wouldn't have rushed in and nearly died. Well, Kobayashi Junichiro looked a bit embarrassed. De Xiangkuan, I didn't mean to hide it. I just didn't know either. I thought he was just a bit stronger and faster than normal, never expected him to be a real martial artist. Since I left home years ago, I've never taken a beating like this. I will get my revenge. Damn it, easy. It hurts. Kobayashi Junichiro fell silent. Even De Xiangwan, his strongest fighter, had lost to Yi Xingchen. Who else could defeat Yi Xingchen? Kobayashi let out a long sigh. Is there really no one who can deal with that guy? Don't lose hope, Kobayashi-kun, I've got a way, to handle him. Though De Xiangwan had been depressed about being helpless against Yi Xingchen, he suddenly remembered something and a glimmer of hope lit up his face. Oh? Hearing this, Kobayashi's eyes lit up. Tell me, what's the plan? In 2 days, a martial arts family we're connected with will be sending Miss Tomomi to the city. The military told me that if I ran into something I couldn't handle, I could ask her for help. She's a martial artist too. Once, she gets involved, that punk is dead meat. Perfect. Kobayashi laughed excitedly. If she gets involved, that guy won't even have a grave left. Hehe. De Xiangwan's face turned vicious. That punk not only beat me like this, but he even threw away my Daijiji. Now I can't find it. I will get my revenge. I swear I'll break a few of his ribs and make soup with them. Heh. Kobayashi laughed darkly. I'm going to cut off his junk and soak it in liquor. De Xiangwan froze slightly. He hadn't expected Kobayashi Junichiro to be that extreme. Kobayashi laughed and explained, "You don't get it, Daseonkuan. That part's a great tonic, it boosts virility. I've been living rough for too long. Gotta nourish myself." Ha 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 ha. Daseongwan forgot his pain for a moment and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Kobayashi also laughed wildly, imagining the scene in his head. The headquarters of Sakura Corporation echoed with an eerie, bone-chilling laughter. V-room. After parking the car, Yi Xingchen got out, followed by Yi Hao. "Dad." Yi Xingchen quickly got out of the car. "Are you really not going to move in and live with me?" Hee hee. After everything that had happened, Yi Hao clearly had let a lot go. Yi Hao just smiled, gently patted Yi Xingchen on the head, and said, "Son, I'll never gamble again. I thought if I made you hate me, you'd stay away, but instead, I put you in danger. I'm sorry." "Dad." Yi Xingchen stared at Yi Hao in a daze. "My illness, let fate decide. The gang agreed to pay for my treatment, but I'm sure they asked you for a lot in return, didn't they?" "No. The gang said they'd pay your medical expenses as compensation." Worried that Yi Hao might object to him joining the gang, Yi Xingchen didn't tell the truth. He explained that his underground matches had made a lot of money for them, and that he'd decided to act as a protector in name only stepping in if someone particularly strong caused trouble at the fight club. After one fight, everything would be settled. Also, the gang agreed to pay Yi Hao's medical bills until he fully recovered. It was a white lie from Yi Xingchen. Yi Hao just smiled and shook his head. "All right, since you've already made a deal, there's no turning back. You're an adult now, you need to take responsibility for the choices you make. So, you're really not going to move in with me? I could take care of you." "No need," Yi Hao smiled and shook his head again. "When you earn enough to buy your own place, I'll move in with you then. Right now, you're living in a company-provided apartment. If I move in and your boss doesn't like it, it might hurt your career." Yeving Champosit. He didn't think Qin Yanran would mind. In fact, she'd clearly said he could bring in whoever he wanted while working there. But considering he might not stay at Yida Company long-term, he didn't insist. What if he decided to leave in a few days and strike out on his own? After all, his monthly pay of tens of thousands of yuan barely covered basic needs. If he quit, Yi Hao would have to move again, not worth troubling his dad like that. "All right, go on back. Work hard. Yida is one of the top construction and real estate companies in our country. As long as your boss values you, your future will be bright. Focus on your career. I can still take care of myself, I can earn and live on my own. You don't need to send me money every month. Save it for your future, either to get married or to start your own business." Yi Xingchen's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but held it in. "Okay, I'm heading back. You go, too. Drive safe." "Yeah." Yi Xingchen looked at Yi Hao slightly hunched back and nodded firmly. "Dad. Don't worry. This world isn't the same as it used to be. In this new world, I will build a real future. I will give you a good life." "Good morning, Director Qin." Early in the morning, Yi Xingchen was already waiting in his car outside Qin Yanran's house. Good morning." Qin Yanran was slightly surprised when she saw Yi Xingchen. In the past few days, Yi Xingchen had been mostly quiet, and they barely talked in the car. But today, he actually greeted her first. After starting the car, Yi Xingchen drove steadily toward the headquarters of Yida Company. After a few minutes of hesitation, Yi Xingchen finally decided to be honest with Qin Yanran. "Director Qin, there's something I think I need to tell you. But I'm worried you might think I'm using my position to take personal revenge or smear a colleague." Qin Yanran, who was working on her tablet, looked puzzled when she heard this. Then she put the tablet away. "Go ahead. I've gotten a general sense of what kind of person you are these past few days. I'm not someone who jumps to conclusions." "All right, then I'll say it." Yi Xingchen nodded and continued, "Last night, an agent from that foreign company attacked me. He tried to assassinate me." "What?" Qin Yanran was furious. "Was it someone from Sakura Corporation? That bastard. I thought he'd only use dirty tricks against me, but I didn't expect him to go after you too. Are you all right? I'll bring people to their headquarters right now. If he doesn't give me a proper explanation today, this won't end well." "Thank you for your concern, Director Qin. I'm fine." Yi Xingchen was genuinely moved by her protectiveness. "Please don't get too worked up yet. No need to rush over to confront them. After I took the guy down, I questioned him and learned something shocking." "What was it?" Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingchen in confusion. "Our company has lost to Sakura in several bids recently, right?" "Yeah, that's true." Qin Yanran seemed to guess what Yi Xingchen was getting at and didn't hide it. "Their prices have always been just slightly lower than ours. I've suspected an insider, but we haven't been able to identify anyone. The insider is the head of the security department, Shen Jingbing." "What? Him?" Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingchen in disbelief. "Are you sure? He's always been a bit hard to get along with, but he's been a trusted right-hand man for many years. I'm not completely sure either. That's just what the agent told me. Of course, it's possible he was lying. Still, it's something we should watch out for, right? That's why I wanted to give you a heads up before saying anything more. Qin Yanran nodded thoughtfully. If he really did sell us out, it's probably for money. All I need to do is have someone check his finances, and we'll know. If it's true, I'll personally send him to jail. Don't be in a rush, Director Qin. Yi Xingchen chuckled. Why not test him? If it really is him, we might even be able to use him to strike back at Sakura. You mean? Chief Shen. Director Qin said the light in her office isn't working. She asked you to send someone to fix it. Just before lunchtime, a Yida employee gently knocked on the door of Shen Jingbing's office. Shen Jingbing was slightly taken aback at first, then a smile he couldn't hide slowly spread across his face. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Hurry up. Okay. Shen Jingbing made a hand gesture to his colleague. Chief Shen, how about we let Xiao Chang take a look? If it's broken, we can quickly replace it for President Qin. There was another colleague from the security department in Shen Jingbing's office. After hearing this, Shen Jingbing immediately looked displeased. That's President Qin's office. Can we afford to be careless? Xiao Chang may be good at this kind of thing, but he's clumsy. What if he accidentally breaks something in President Qin's office? Who's going to be responsible? You? Or me? The colleague was startled by Shen Jingbing's response and didn't dare say another word. How about this, I'll go check it myself. I feel more at ease handling President Qin's matters personally. If I get caught in something unexpected, crying won't help. All right, thanks, Chief Shen. You go ahead and handle your work. Check if all the security guards on duty are at their posts. Even though our company hasn't had any safety issues, safety comes first. We can't be careless, we must prevent problems before they happen. Got it, Chief Shen. I'm on it now. Good. Once the colleague left, Shen Jingbing didn't go straight to Qin Yanran's office. Instead, he stared at the clock on the wall. Almost noon? What if she's still in the office? I'll wait until around 12:10, when she goes to lunch. That way, the office will be empty. Shen Jingbing grinned smugly and lay back in his chair to wait. Not long after, noise could be heard outside the office, but it died down after just a few minutes. Shen Jingbing knew it was lunchtime. His colleagues had gone to eat, and it was time for him to make his move. Carrying a small light bulb he had prepared earlier, Shen Jingbing swaggered toward the top floor, Qin Yanran's office. Knock knock knock. President Qin, are you there? It's Shen Jingbing. I came to check the light in your office. He had hidden the bulb in a corner and knocked on the door, but there was no reply from inside. President Qin? Are you there? If not, I'm coming in. Shen Jingbing carefully confirmed that Qin Yanran was not in the office. After making sure, he let out a breath of relief, pulled out the hidden bulb, and tiptoed into the office. Shen Jingbing had played his cards cleverly. He hid the bulb first, so if Qin Yanran were still in the office, he could pretend to check the light, then say the bulb was broken and needed to be replaced. Then, using the excuse of not having brought a replacement, he would leave. Once Qin Yanran went to lunch, he could come back into her office. That way, even if Qin Yanran saw him, he'd have a perfectly reasonable explanation. After closing the office door, Shen Jingbing scanned the room and smiled smugly. Damn, I'm a genius. So what if someone suspects there's a mole in the company? Who would think it's me? Heh. After entering, instead of checking the light bulb right away, Shen Jingbing pulled out his phone and reached smoothly for a drawer. At night, inside the headquarters building of Sakura Corporation, Xiao Sun Junichiro handed a check to Shen Jingbing with a wide smile. Mr. Shen, here's a check for 5 million yuan, same as before. Let's have another great cooperation. Shen Jingbing excitedly took the check, examined it carefully to confirm it was real and withdrawable, then quickly stuffed it into his pocket. Mr. Shen, I've given you the money. What about the photos? Xiao Sun Junichiro grinned at Shen Jingbing. Here, take it. Shen Jingbing handed over a small phone. All the photos you wanted are in there. I took a picture of every single page of that bidding proposal. The bid conference is the day after tomorrow, and even if Qin Yanran wanted to change something, it's already too late. This should be the final version. But, just saying, there's still a chance she might adjust the price last minute. Heh. Xiao Sun Junichiro glanced at the photos and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Mr. Shen, nice job. Whether Qin Yanran changes the quote or not, don't worry about that. We'll be fully prepared. After all, we've never failed before, right? All right then. Shen Jingbing didn't ask further and just nodded. Also, Mr. Shen, from now on, just call me directly for transactions. I'll send someone to find you. It's a bit too obvious for you to come to our headquarters. Heh. Shen Jingbing laughed it off. Relax, Mr. Xiao, I know what I'm doing. Good. Xiao Sun Junichiro nodded and didn't say more. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Sure. You, walk Mr. Shen out. Yes. Shen Jingbing turned and left the office. His right hand lightly pressed against the pocket with the check, a proud smile spread across his face. After getting the money, the first face that came to Shen Jingbing's mind was Lin Yun's. He let out a cold snort. Humph, that girl went for that brute and looked down on me just because I'm rich? One day, I'll make her kneel between my legs and serve me. And once I've had enough, I'll kick her to the curb. Just wait. Lying silently on the bed, De Xiangwan watched Shen Jingbing's back as he left, and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Didn't Yi Xingchen already get him to confess that the mole in Yida company was Shen Jingbing? How did Shen Jingbing still manage to steal the company's bidding proposal so easily? Something didn't seem right to De Xiangwan. Of course, he had no intention of telling Xiao Sun Junichiro that he'd already spilled the truth to Yi Xingchen. If he told him that, even if Xiao Sun Junichiro didn't kill him in anger, how could he ever show his face back in his home country again? De Xiangwan decided to keep the secret to himself. After all, whether or not Xiao Sun Junichiro succeeded in the bid didn't really affect him. If he won, De Xiangwan wouldn't get any extra money. If he lost, he wouldn't be blamed either. Maybe, once Miyamoto Tomomi came to Cloud Crane City and dealt with Yi Xingchen, there'd be no proof left. De Xiang, what are you thinking about? Xiao Sun Junichiro noticed De Xiangwan was lost in thought and asked curiously. Huh? Nothing. De Xiangwan shook his head. Just thinking, besides Yi Xingchen, who else do I have a grudge against? I'll ask Miss Miyamoto to take care of them all. Heh. Xiao Sun Junichiro chuckled. Once Miss Miyamoto arrives, things will get much easier. Not only will we deal with that guy who's been ruining my plans again and again, but also that woman Qin Yanran. Nanny? De Xiangwan looked at Xiao Sun Junichiro in shock. Mr. Xiao Sun, you want to kill Qin Yanran? Kill her? What a waste. Xiao Sun Junichiro grinned perversely. That woman's face and body are top-notch. A woman like that should be kept around. I'll lock her in a cage and make her my personal slave. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. De Xiangwan looked at the extremely twisted Xiao Sun Junichiro with an awkward smile on his face. Ah? Back home after a shower, Yi Xingchen stretched lazily. Looking at the water stains in the bathroom, Yi Xingchen suddenly had a new doubt. Since the people in this world have weaker bodies now, how do they take showers? Could someone get killed just from water pressure while bathing? Seems like. I should study how people take showers here when I get the chance. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen smacked his own forehead. Damn, why am I having such pervy thoughts? Others say lust is emptiness, but I'm like, got time? Let's get lustful. Outrageous. Totally off the rails. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to go to bed, his phone suddenly rang. This late? Who would be calling me? Yi Xingchen looked puzzled, then picked up the phone. It was Dang Hao. Hello? Hao, what's going on? Broye. We've got a big problem. That girl from before, who knows what crazy idea got into her head, she actually went to the police and reported that a bunch of people were murdered at the Green Dragon Gang. What? Yi Xingchen's heart sank, full of regret. If I'd known she'd screw things up like this, I never should have let her go. Looks like I can't be soft-hearted when dealing with serious matters again. Wenbin, who's now the official leader of the Green Dragon Gang, has already been taken in for questioning. Bro Yi, I swear, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not stupid enough to send that dumb woman to do something like this. If the Green Dragon Gang gets taken down, I'm done for too. I've asked a lot of people for help already, but no one can get Wenbin out. I had no choice but to call you this late. Yi Xingchen felt a headache coming on. I'm just a small employee, I don't have the kind of connections needed to get your Wenbin out. But soon, a face flashed in his mind. Long Qingxian. Long Qingxian probably comes from a powerful background. If I ask her for help, this might get resolved. Got it, how? I'll handle this. Okay. Thanks, Bro Yi. After hanging up, Yi Xingchen immediately dialed Long Qingxian. Hello? Handsome Yi, what's the matter calling me this late? Long Qingxuan's pleasant voice came through the phone. Miss Long, I need a favor. Sure Wenbin, the current leader of the Green Dragon Gang, has been taken in for questioning. I'd like your help to get him out. Long Qingxian didn't hesitate at all. Sure. Let's meet tomorrow. Okay. When are you free? Although Yi Xingchen expected that Long Qingxian had the ability, her quick response still surprised him a bit. Tomorrow morning at 10. Table 25 at Ruixing Cafe near the Yida Company headquarters. Is that okay? Okay. Alright, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The next day, after getting to work, Yi Xingchen started waiting for the time to meet with Long Qingxian. At 9 a.m., Yi Xingchen got a call from Yi Hao. Hello? Dad, what's up? Son, last night you said you broke up with Wenwen. I've been thinking about it, and honestly, that's Wenwen's loss. Huh? So? Yi Xingchen had a bad feeling. Yi Hao wouldn't call just to talk about something so trivial for no reason. Sure enough, Yi Hao continued, so, I talked to your Aunt Wu. Her daughter happens to still be single too, around your age. Even better, she works at a company near your Yida headquarters. We agreed you two should meet today. Time and place are already set, at a cafe called Ruixing near your office, 9:30 a.m., table 24. Don't be late. What? A blind date? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. No way. Dad, even if I agreed to go on a blind date, I'm working right now. How can I suddenly just go? Cut it out. You said yourself last night that your job is flexible and you can leave any time, as long as you drive your boss around. Yi Xingchen let out a bitter laugh and wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't I just shut up? Just answer me this, are you going or not? If you're not going, then forget about me getting treatment for my illness. Fine. I'll go, alright? Yi Xingchen surrendered instantly. That's more like it. Remember, 9:30, Ruixing Cafe, table 24. Got it. Yi Xingchen hung up the phone helplessly, then suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Ruixing Cafe? Damn. Isn't that the same place I'm meeting Long Qingxian? Not only is it the same location, but the table number is right next to hers. The only difference is the time. Hopefully, Long Qingxian won't show up too early. If she sees me on a blind date, that would be so awkward. Yi Xingchen made up his mind, he'd wrap things up quickly before Long Qingxian arrived. With that thought, he quickly messaged Lin Yun on WeChat, then rushed to Ruixing Cafe. By the time Yi Xingchen arrived, it was already 9:20. He glanced inside the cafe and saw a woman around his age already sitting at table 24. She was most likely the so-called blind date. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked over with a friendly expression. Hi there, are you Aunt Wu's? The woman looked up and nodded lightly. Yes. You must be Uncle Ye's disappointing son, right? Yi Xingchen was stunned. This woman was something else, her emotional intelligence was bottom of the barrel. First thing out of her mouth was an insult. She seemed to realize she'd been rude and gave a slight smile. Sorry, I tend to speak my mind. It's fine, being straightforward is good. Yi Xingchen gave an awkward laugh and sat across from her. I ordered you a latte. Thanks. Yi Xingchen glanced at the latte in front of him. Calling it a cup was generous, it was barely the size of a bottle cap. Your name is Yi Xingchen, right? I'm Shizhenxiang. Yi Xingchen had just been about to take a sip of coffee, but after hearing her name, he instantly lost his appetite. Shizhenxiang? That name had a certain smell to it. But at that moment, something even more appetite-killing happened. A young and beautiful woman walked into the cafe and sat directly at table 25. Obviously, the woman was Long Qingxian. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. Why was Long Qingxian here so early, only 20-something minutes past 9? This was exactly what he'd been worried about. Yi Xingchen tried to lean slightly to the side to avoid being seen, but the moment Long Qingxian walked in, she spotted him. His effort to hide was pointless. What made Yi Xingchen feel a bit relieved was that Long Qingxian gave him a slight smile but didn't say hello. She quietly sat at table 25 and ordered a coffee. Everyone's time is limited, so I'll just ask directly, said Shizhenxiang, not noticing the awkward tension between Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian as she casually sipped her coffee. Sure. That way it won't waste your time. My first question, what's your view on the housing market? What? Sex life? Yi Xingchen froze. Was this girl really that aggressive? Asking something like that in public? Wasn't she embarrassed? Huh? Shizhenxiang looked at Yi Xingchen, confused. Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment and then answered weakly. I haven't actually tried, but I think I know the basic positions? Of course, the difficult ones, that's a different story. Shizhenxiang looked completely puzzled at first, then her expression changed. Who asked about your sex life? I said housing market. Real estate. Oh. Yi Xingchen was beyond embarrassed. Forget it, what are you even thinking? Let's skip that question. Next. Do you have any brothers? Yi Xingchen was slightly stunned. Yes. A big one. And do you have a biological younger brother? Well, Yi Xingchen awkwardly looked down at a certain unmentionable part of his body. That might be a little tough. I can't really do that right now. What? Shizhenxiang looked confused again, then suddenly understood. Her face turned red with anger. Hey, Ye Ringchan. I was sincerely asking a few questions to get to know you better. What's your problem? Are you messing with me on purpose? Can this blind date even continue? If not, just get lost already. Seriously, what kind of person are you? It was only at that moment that Yi Xingchen realized he had completely misunderstood Shi Zhenxiang's intentions. He thought her two questions were a sneaky way of testing his abilities in certain areas. But what she really wanted was to gauge his financial background through the housing market question and assess any family burdens or inheritance-sharing siblings with the brother question. Pfft. Sitting nearby, Long Qingxian couldn't hold back and spat out the sip of coffee in her mouth right onto the table. If it weren't for the people around, Long Qingxian probably would have already been laughing out loud while holding her stomach. Yi Xingchen didn't want Shi Zhenxiang to go back and tell Aunt Wu that his head was full of dirty thoughts. If that got to Yi Hao, he definitely wouldn't let him off. Yi Xingchen had no choice but to quickly apologize to Shi Zhenxiang. Sorry. Miss Shi, I was just joking with you a little. If you didn't like it, then just pretend I didn't say anything. I promise nothing like that will come up again in our conversation. Seeing that Yi Xingchen sincerely apologized, Shi Zhenxiang's expression softened slightly. She calmed herself down and shot a dissatisfied glance at Yi Xingchen. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted us to understand each other better. Since you couldn't catch the deeper meaning in my questions, I'll just ask directly. Okay. First question, you work at Yida Company, right? How much is your monthly salary? I'm still in the internship period. I make 80,000 yuan a month. After one more month, I'll be officially hired, and then it should go up to over 100,000 yuan. Shi Zhenxiang nodded slightly. A 100,000 yuan monthly salary. It's a bit low, but barely enough to cover the basics. Yi Xingchen looked at her in shock. Didn't see this coming. Shi Zhenxiang was actually a hidden powerhouse? Calling a 100,000 yuan salary a bit low? Shi Zhenxiang continued asking, do you have a house? Yi Xingchen thought about it. The villa provided by the company probably didn't count, right? So he shook his head. No. Do you have a car? He shook his head again. No. How much do you have in savings? This question made Yi Xingchen's face show a trace of frustration. He originally had 100,000 yuan saved up, but due to the drastic changes in this world, just buying rice, oil, meat, and noodles last time already cost tens of thousands. Almost nothing. Yi Xingchen awkwardly shook his head again. Oh, Shi Zhenxiang smiled, and her gaze toward Yi Xingchen became more and more disdainful and dismissive. Your conditions are pretty bad. No wonder you need a blind date. If we actually got together, your 100,000 yuan a month would barely cover my everyday expenses, not to mention you don't have a house, a car, or savings. Do you have any questions for me? Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, becoming more curious about her financial strength. May I ask, Miss Shi, how much do you make in a year? My monthly salary is 3,000 yuan. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. 3,000? Did she forget to say 10,000? Since when can a woman who makes 3,000 yuan a month call a man who makes 100,000 a bit low or say he has bad conditions? Could it be that Shi Zhenxiang owns tons of property? Shi Zhenxiang noticed his strange expression and just smiled slightly and explained, I'm a woman. Oh, Yi Xingchen nodded and asked curiously again, so Miss Shi, do you own a house? No. I'm temporarily staying in the company dorm. Huh? Yi Xingchen was stunned again. Shi Zhenxiang looked very calm. I'm a woman. Oh, Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Then, do you have a car? No. Yi Xingchen started doubting life. This woman, with those conditions, actually said he had poor conditions? Where did she get the confidence? If she were a great beauty, maybe it'd make sense. The main issue was her looks, the kind that would disappear in a crowd. Shi Zhenxiang was still extremely calm. I'm a woman. Hearing her repeat that line again, Yi Xingchen felt that if it weren't for the fact that Yi Hao and Aunt Wu were so close, he would have definitely started cursing. A woman. So what if you're a woman? What, is your body made of gold or something? Shi Zhenxiang didn't seem to notice Yi Xingchen's change in expression and continued talking to herself. These days, it's all about being a refined woman. Your conditions are a bit lacking, but I can just barely accept it. But if you want to be with me, you have to agree to a few things. Yi Xingchen gave a cold laugh. Go ahead. First, I spend over 5,000 yuan every month on cosmetics, and you'll have to cover that. After all, women dress up for the people they care about. The better I look, the more face you'll save. It's all for you. Second, my parents worked hard to raise me, and I have a younger brother in high school. I need to help my parents reduce their burden. I must send at least 20,000 yuan home every month. Think of it as showing gratitude to my parents for raising me and handing me over to you. Third, I've been checking out a luxury car at an auto show recently. It costs 800,000 yuan. I've done the research, a 50,000 yuan down payment and a 12,000 monthly installment. You'll be responsible for that too. After all, if I drive a luxury car, it makes you look good. And when I'm not using it, you can drive it to show off. Heh. Fourth, I don't really have any hobbies except for bags. You have to buy me a brand name handbag worth over 10,000 yuan every month. Fifth, I'm very insecure and don't want to live a life depending on others or constantly moving around. If you want to marry me, you must buy a house worth over 1.5 million yuan and put it in my name. That way, even if you do something wrong in the future, my youth won't be wasted. You should know, a woman's youth is priceless. Sixth, I've had poor health since I was little. Every month, you must buy me expensive health supplements like ginseng, bird's nest, and deer antler. Seventh, my skin isn't great and needs regular care. I need to go to a beauty salon every month, and you'll pay for it. After all, the better my skin is, the more beautiful I am, which benefits you too. Eighth, I'm quite lazy. I've never done housework in my life. So if we live together in the future, you'll have to handle all the house chores. If you don't want to, then hire a maid. Ninth, I have a wide social circle and several male best friends. You can't interfere or ask about my interactions with them. 10th, I like to relax at bars in the evening. You're not allowed to interfere with my personal life. 11th, I'm afraid of pain, so even if we get married, I don't plan to have kids. If you want children, adopt one. 12th. Hold up. Yi Xingchen reached out with a dark look on his face and interrupted Shi Zhenxiang's never-ending list. Wait, these are the few things you mentioned? You're already at number 12 and still going? A trace of displeasure flashed across Shi Zhenxiang's face. I'm a woman. Yi Xingchen finally snapped. Here we go again. At first, he thought this girl was made of gold. Now he realized he was wrong. This wasn't gold, she had a whole damn aircraft carrier attached. Shi Zhenxiang noticed the anger and contempt on Yi Xingchen's face and got angry too. Hey, Yi Xingchen, what's your problem? I'm just a girl with no one to rely on, marrying into your family and looking for just a little bit of security for my future. Is that too much? Is that really asking a lot? You're a grown man, how can you be so stingy? No wonder you're single. Heh, at this point, Yi Xingchen forgot about Long Qingxian sitting nearby and let out a cold laugh. Not too much. Not at all. With your looks and your family background, I think only someone like Ma Yun, Ma Huatang, Wang Xikong, or Lu Qiangdong could be worthy of you. Being with me? That would be such a downgrade for you. You broke loser, what do you mean by that? Shi Zhenxiang stood up from her seat in anger. You ever look at yourself in the mirror? What do you even have going for you? I was just being nice, giving you a chance. You're ungrateful. You don't really think any girl would go for a guy like you, right? I'd rather stay single for the rest of my life than be with someone like you. A selfish freeloader. Delusional. Totally entitled. Ugh. I could find a woman in this coffee shop a billion times better than you. Yi Xingchen was furious now, his words filled with scorn. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Shi Zhenxiang acted like she just heard the biggest joke ever. With what? You think you can just walk up to a random girl in a cafe and get a girlfriend? With your flabby looks? Your short and broke self? That's funny. Go try it. If she doesn't slap you, that's already being kind. Faced with her challenge, Yi Xingchen had no confidence to reply. Socializing had always been his weak point. Especially walking up to a stranger in a cafe, that would be torture for him. Seeing Yi Xingchen silent, Shi Zhenxiang got even more excited, mocking him relentlessly. You don't even check yourself in the mirror. You want to bet? I could go get a guy right now from this cafe. Yi Xingchen didn't doubt that. In today's world, there are more men than women. If Shi Zhenxiang threw herself at someone, chances are, he'd accept. But Yi Xingchen didn't have that kind of confidence. Weren't you so cocky a minute ago? What, chickening out now? Sitting at a table with you is disgusting. Ugh, I've lost my appetite. Being broke isn't the worst, being broke and full of yourself is. Come on, weren't you so tough just now? Go hit on someone. I, Shi Zhenxiang, swear, if you manage to find a girlfriend here, I'll roll out of this cafe. Yi Xingchen shook his head, not wanting to argue anymore. He stood up to leave. And just then, Long Qingxian suddenly stood up and walked over. She gently wrapped her right hand around Yi Xingchen's left arm and leaned slightly against his chest. Hey handsome, you're pretty good looking. I don't have a boyfriend right now. How about starting today, you be my boyfriend, sound good? Ah? Yi Xingchen stared blankly at Long Qingxian, his body stiff and frozen. Shi Zhenxiang frowned in confusion. Who are you? Long Qingxian gave her a quick glance, then smirked. What's it to you? I'm this handsome guy's new girlfriend. Who are you to ask? Just get lost. Shi Zhenxiang's face burned with embarrassment. But she quickly realized, Long Qingxian must have overheard her argument with Yi Xingchen from the next table and stepped in. Or maybe Yi Xingchen secretly talked to her and offered her something, and now they were putting on a show together. Of course, Shi Zhenxiang preferred to believe it was the latter. She gave a cold smile. You broke loser, you're really something. Chatting with me while hiring a stand-in? You said you're his girlfriend now? I don't believe it, unless you kiss him. Isn't it normal for a girlfriend to kiss her boyfriend? Kiss him, let me see. Yi Xingchen felt a chill in his heart. It's over. This woman really is sharp, she figured out Long Qingxian is helping him. He was about to be exposed. Just as Yi Xingchen was desperately trying to think of a reasonable excuse, Long Qingxian didn't seem to care. She just smiled and actually leaned in and kissed Yi Xingchen on the cheek. Yi Xingchen was completely stunned. Long Qingxian, this mysterious and powerful woman, actually kissed him? Huh? Shi Zhenxiang was also taken aback, unable to believe it. But she quickly realized, if Long Qingxian was willing to go this far for Yi Xingchen, there was no point in staying. She'd just be humiliating herself and giving that couple the last laugh. Humph. Shi Zhenxiang snorted, adjusted her coat, and got ready to leave. Not gonna waste my time on you too. Hey, wait a sec. Long Qingxian suddenly called out, her face carrying a playful smirk. What do you want? Shi Zhenxiang turned back to look at her. What did you say just now? If he got a girlfriend today, you'd what? Roll out of the cafe? Damn it, Shi Zhenxiang was nearly fuming. You think I won't? I said it, so what? I don't have to do it. What are you gonna do about it? Heh. Long Qingxian smiled again, a dimple appearing on her cheek. Whose Lamborghini is parked out front? Can someone move it? It's blocking another customer's car. Thanks. Just then, a nervous cafe staff member walked in. Long Qingxian took a small card from her pocket and tossed it to the staffer. Move it yourself. Thanks for your understanding, ma'am. The staff member didn't expect her to be so easygoing. He happily took the card and walked out. A Lamborghini? It's yours? Shi Zhenxiang was dumbstruck. She had already noticed the Lamborghini parked outside through the cafe's glass wall. And she knew a thing or two about cars. That Lamborghini was easily worth close to 10 million yuan. She never imagined that the owner was Long Qingxian herself. Long Qingxian gave her a disdainful look. You average woman, looks like you know a bit about cars. So you understand what driving this kind of car means, right? Are you sure you're not gonna roll out of here like you said? Better think twice. Even if you beg me later for the chance to roll out, it'll be too late. Faced with Long Qingxuan's taunt and contempt, Shi Zhenxiang swallowed hard. She wanted to argue or just leave, but she didn't dare. In the end, after a few minutes of silence, her face flushed with shame, Shi Zhenxiang got on the floor and rolled herself out of the cafe. Ha 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 ha! The cafe erupted in laughter, and many people pulled out their phones to record videos and post them online. After driving Shi Zhenxiang away, Yi Xingchen sat at table 25 and immediately felt uneasy. He had already known that Long Qingxian had an extraordinary background, but now, after seeing her car, he understood her even better. Yi Xingchen knew very well, there's no such thing as a free lunch. A mysterious and powerful woman like her was willing to help him get Shi Wenbin out of custody. And to help him humiliate Shi Zhenxiang, she even kissed him in public. What exactly did Long Qingxian want from him? And for a woman who could casually kiss a man she barely knew, how deep and calculating must her mind be? Long Qingxian must be someone who would stop at nothing to get what she wanted. He had to keep a safe distance from her and stay extremely alert at all times. Heh, are you scared of me? Long Qingxian seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. No. I'm just really grateful that you helped me just now. Otherwise, my dad wouldn't be able to face his old friends anymore. Yi Xingchen lowered his head, answering nervously. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen had no idea which part of what he said triggered Long Qingxuan's laughter, but she suddenly burst out laughing. Miss Long, what I mentioned to you last night, can you really help get my buddy out? Of course. Long Qingxian nodded confidently. It's a small thing. I can solve it with one phone call. Ah? Yi Xingchen stared at her in shock. This woman's background really was terrifying. Just one phone call and it's done? But he couldn't help feeling suspicious too. If it really only took one call, why did she ask to meet in person? Why not just settle it and bring up any conditions over the phone? Even though I can handle it with a single call, I can't just help someone for free, right? Sure, you saved me once, but I already helped you deal with your ex. That makes us even. Long Qingxian rested her chin on both hands, then picked up the coffee cup with her right hand and took a sip. Of course. Yi Xingchen nodded honestly. I wasn't expecting you to help for free either. I'm just confused. With your background, is there anything you need from me? I mean, is there even anything I could help you with? I'm just a regular guy. Regular? Long Qingxian gave a meaningful smile. Yi Xingqian sensed the hidden message in her tone. It was as if Long Qingxian had realized he wasn't like everyone else in this world. Actually, the request is simple. Long Qingxian lightly tapped her slender fingers on the table. Just kiss me. What? Yi Xingqian was completely stunned. What kind of bizarre, unbelievable request was that? With Long Qingxuan's looks and figure, out of all the women he had seen, only Qin Yanran could even compare. And with her terrifying background, she clearly wasn't lacking male admirers. Yet she wanted a kiss from him? Did he hear her wrong, or did she say it wrong? Was he just too conservative, or was she just too bold? This world was drifting further and further from what he understood. It was going crazy. What? You're still not willing? Forget about calling it a reward, just take it as paying me back for that kiss I gave you earlier. That's not too much to ask, is it? Not too much? It was way too much. It totally shattered Yi Xingqian's view of life, the world, and everything he thought he knew. If you won't agree, then I'm leaving. Long Qingxian looked at Yi Xingqian playfully. It's not that, just, why? Yi Xingqian raised his hands in disbelief. Simple. Because I want you to be my boyfriend. Pft, cough, cough, cough. Yi Xingqian nearly choked to death on the spot. Don't think I'm joking. I'm serious, Long Qingxian said solemnly, clearly not joking at all. Why? At first, I wanted to just come out and ask you to be my boyfriend. But then I thought about it. I don't really know you that well yet, and you don't really know me either. Or rather, it's not time for you to fully understand me yet, Long Qingxian said seriously, looking directly at Yi Xingqian. Hard to understand? Then let me put it more bluntly, there are things I'll need your help with in the future. She paused a moment and continued. These things are a bit tricky. If we were just regular friends, you wouldn't help me. You wouldn't have to, and I'd feel awkward asking. But if we're in a relationship, that's different. You'd have an obligation to help, and I wouldn't feel bad asking. Don't worry. If we really do become a couple, I'll fully take on all the duties of a wife. Yi Xingqian went quiet hearing this. Even a woman like Long Qingxian, with her terrifying background, had troubles she couldn't solve. What made him think he could help her? Don't worry. These things may be tough for me, but not necessarily for you. I can promise that. Really? Yi Xingqian looked at her half doubtfully. So, even though it's not time to be a real couple yet, I figured I'd start getting used to it early. That's not a problem, right? No, no problem. Yi Xingqian gave an awkward smile. So, Long Qingxian smiled again and pointed at her cheek with her index finger. This. Yi Xingqian glanced around. It really was a little embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian laughed when she saw how shy he was. Don't tell me you're still a... Who said that? Yi Xingqian jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on. In that moment, he had made up his mind. Right now, if he wanted to get Shi Wenbin out, Long Qingxian was his only option. So he might as well agree. If she asked him for help later, he'd figure it out then. As for kissing her? Who would turn down a kiss from a stunning woman with looks, figure, and power all rolled into one? Thinking this, Yi Xingqian took a deep breath, got up, walked over to Long Qingxian, and lightly kissed her cheek under the envious, jealous glares of every guy in the cafe. Long Qingxian blushed but nodded in satisfaction. Deal. Then she pulled out her phone and made a call right in front of Yi Xingqian. Hello? Get someone named Shi Wenbin out of the station in Yunhe City. Give them a heads up, don't mess with the Qinglong gang anymore. Early the next morning, after picking up Qin Yanran, Yi Xingqian didn't go to the Yida Company headquarters but instead went straight to a certain department, not specified to avoid being blocked, to begin bidding on a tourism project in Yunhe City. When Yi Xingqian and Qin Yanran arrived at the parking lot in front of the department, Yida Company staff, including Lin Yun, were already waiting for Qin Yanran. President Qin, these are the related documents. I've already organized them. The bidding starts in 1 hour. Lin Yun quickly walked up to the car and reported the plan and details to Qin Yanran. Good. Let's go inside now. Has everyone eaten breakfast? Yes, President Qin, we've all eaten. All right, let's go in. We must win the bid for this tourism project today, otherwise our company won't have any major projects lined up in the short term. Qin Yanran held her small tablet and led the way toward the department building. As they walked, she suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Xingqian. Xingqian, you come in too? Huh? Me too? Yi Xingqian was confused. He was just a driver and bodyguard. There didn't seem to be a reason for him to go inside. After all, he couldn't help with anything. And who would dare to try anything against Qin Yanran in a government office? Yes, President Qin, Xingqian is just a driver. What if he causes trouble for us? This is a major project, such an important event. Having him come in with us isn't appropriate, is it? Several colleagues from Yida questioned Qin Yanran's decision. Qin Yanran's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she glanced coldly at the employees who had just spoken. Ah? Xingchen, don't just stand there. Come on. Let's go in together. Seeing that President Qin seemed displeased, the employees quickly changed their tone, even though they didn't understand why she valued Yi Xingchen so much. All right. Yi Xingchen nodded, got out of the car, locked it, and quickly followed behind Qin Yanran. At the same time, Lin Yun gave Yi Xingchen a wink, as if to say, President Qin really values you, do your best. The group moved quickly toward the entrance, and just by chance, they ran into Sakura Company, also here to bid. Well, President Qin. What a coincidence. Such a grand scene? Looks like you're really determined to win this bid? Koizumi Ichiro greeted Qin Yanran with a fake smile, his beady eyes filled with open desire. Heh. Qin Yanran only gave a slight smile, not wanting to engage with Koizumi Ichiro. One of the Sakura Company staff behind Koizumi chuckled, President, Yida Company has already lost to us in several bids. If they lose again today, they won't have any big projects for months. How are they going to pay all those employees? Saka. If they can't support that many employees, they'll have to start laying people off. Once that begins, the whole market will lose confidence in Yida. Their stock will crash, and it's very likely Yida will go bankrupt. Koizumi Ichiro seemed to enjoy his subordinate's words. He gave a lewd smile and said, President Qin, if that day really comes and Yida goes bankrupt, you can always come to me for help. After all, we've been business partners for years. As long as you ask, I'll definitely help you. Qin Yanran didn't want to waste even a word on Koizumi Ichiro, nor did she want to stay near him for a second. His lecherous gaze made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Yun, Qin Yanran's secretary, couldn't hold back anymore after seeing how arrogant Koizumi Ichiro and his group were acting. What kind of daydreams are you having? The bidding hasn't even started yet, and you already think you've won. Heh, Koizumi Ichiro gave a deep laugh. Is there even a need to think about this? Our Sakura Company is definitely going to win this bid. I hope President Qin won't be too sad when she loses. Of course, if you're willing to let your secretary spend a few nights with me, I might consider dropping out of the bidding and giving it to you. Ha ha ha. The Sakura Company staff all burst out laughing. You're disgusting. Lin Yun's face turned red with anger, but she didn't know how to respond. Many times, when men verbally fight with women, especially using sexual insults, they do have the upper hand. Koizumi Ichiro, right? Yi Xingchen stepped forward and blocked Lin Yun. Spend a few nights with you doing what? You can't even do anything. I heard you have ED and premature issues. You can't even get it up. Even if you had the chance, you couldn't perform. Baka. Koizumi Ichiro's face turned purple with rage. You're spouting nonsense. Am I? Yi Xingchen looked at him with mock surprise. I don't believe you. Unless you take your pants off right now and prove it. You. Of course, Koizumi Ichiro wouldn't actually take off his pants in public to prove it. He was also clearly guilty, forget doing it publicly, he wouldn't dare even in private. Koizumi Ichiro snorted, you people only know how to talk big. Not necessarily. Yi Xingchen clenched his fist to show he wasn't just talk. Koizumi Ichiro was instantly shut down and flustered for a moment before waving his hand in frustration, I'm done talking with you. Your culture is so vulgar, unlike our refined and elegant culture. Oh really? Yi Xingchen wasn't happy now. Our culture is vast and profound. Forget you, most of our own people wouldn't dare say they fully understand it. Who are you to call it vulgar? Do you really think you know it all? Koizumi Ichiro sneered, your culture is just hard to write characters. What's so difficult about it? I've been in your country for over 10 years, I understand it completely. And besides being vulgar, there's not much else to say. You dare say you completely understand our culture? That's hilarious. Let's do this, I'll ask a question that even any local would know. Let's see if you can answer it. Go ahead. If even your average person can answer it, why would I be stumped? I don't believe it. Alright, Mr. Inu, here's the question. In a classroom, there are 3 people, A, B, and C, at this moment. A says to B, hey B, is that girl at the door your sister? B looks and replies, your sister. My sister? His sister. So, the question is, whose sister is the girl at the door? Koizumi Ichiro looked at Yi Xingchen, completely dumbfounded on the spot.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.